All the martial artists who can stay at the scene to collect spirit grass and fruit, or soak in the spirit spring, are martial artists who cultivate in the period of transforming chi. In the face of sneak attacks by powerful people who are like apes and reach the peak of longevity, they simply have no resistance ability and are easily killed one by one. Only the last one was killed. He was also a martial artist whose cultivation reached the peak of chi transformation period. Before being killed, he roared, "Joji, I'm a subordinate of your father. Why did you kill us?" Unfortunately, the answer was just a fist like a hammer. When the warrior at the peak of the last chi transformation period was killed, Joji, who turned into an ape, jumped into the valley and began to hunt the strong ones who went deep into the valley. No way, how can it still be alive? Seeing Joji, who easily slaughtered martial artists in the chi transformation period, Huang Lao in Chu Zhongshan's mind said in an extremely shocked tone, "And his as like as two peas in the Kong Rulan's hand, he saw in a great inn. Huang Lao, do you know the origin of the ape that Joji changed into just now?" It is precisely because of Huang Lao's similar shocked tone that Chu Zhongshan is very interested in the origin of the apes in the Zhou Pavilion. "Chu boy, if it's really the legendary monster, I think you'd better give up the opportunity in front of you and quickly turn around and leave Haiyu Mountain and Dioxian Cliff." The ape transformed by Joji shocked Huang Lao so much that he didn't want to explain the origin of the ape for the time being, but directly proposed to let Chu Zhongshan leave. "Huang Lao, wait a minute." In the face of Huang Lao's reminder, Chu Zhongshan, who has been observing the valley with his mind, picked his forehead and motioned. Because through the mental imprint left on Zhou Ji and those surnamed Wu Liu, he found that Zhou Ji, who entered the deep valley, had basically slaughtered all the martial artists who entered the valley with his strong body after transformation and the strength of the peak of longevity, except Zhou Tiyun, who was not inferior to him in cultivation. That is, he had no father before transformation. Although he didn't know why his son became like this, the experienced Zhou Tiyun knew that if he wanted to completely suppress his son, he must lead him to the edge of the valley and join hands with his subordinates, so he began to deliberately guide Zhou Ji out of the valley. Unfortunately, he didn't know that although Zhou Ji turned into an ape, he still kept a clear mind and knew to start with the weak warrior first. At this moment, in addition to Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulan standing in the channel leading to the valley, he is the only survivor in the whole valley. When Zhou Tiyun deliberately led Zhou Ji back to the edge of the valley, it was just when Old Huang proposed to leave the valley and leave Haiyu Mountain, so he didn't listen to Old Huang's reminder to leave, but stayed in place to wait and see. Let's see if Zhou Tiyun, who has the cultivation of the peak of longevity, can defeat, perhaps kill the ape transformed by Zhou Ji. After retreating to the edge of the valley and seeing more than a dozen corpses on the edge of the valley, Zhou Tiyun knew that all his subordinates brought into the valley had been killed by the apes changed by his son. Next, he not only didn't have help to suppress Zhou Ji, but also after leaving Haiyu Mountain, he would become a bear pole commander. Zhou Tiyun was afraid of hurting his son, but he was furious when he thought of the difficulties he would face next. Although the ape transformed by Zhou Ji has the unique speed and strong flesh of the ape, he still has a big gap compared with Zhou Tiyun in terms of combat experience. Therefore, after Zhou Tiyun made full efforts, Zhou Ji was at a disadvantage soon, and his body was gradually scarred. 3 minutes later, the momentum of the ape changed by Zhou Ji has fallen from the peak of longevity to the early stage of longevity, and Zhou Tiyun didn't know how many injuries he had, especially the wound on his chest that almost stabbed into his heart, which almost killed him. The Zhou Pavilion is over. Seeing the weaker and weaker Zhou Ji, and feeling the more and more fierce Zhou Tiyun, Chu Zhongshan sighed. However, just after he sighed, Old Huang gave the answer to a different conclusion. "Chu boy, you are wrong. Zhou Tiyun is going to be over." Why? As long as a man with a clear eye sees the battle in front of him, he must come to the conclusion that Zhou Tiyun defeated or killed Zhou Ji, because Zhou Tiyun's advantage is too obvious now. Chu is small. The ape that Zhou Ji turned into has an unusual origin. Now it is only suppressed by the special environment of channels and valleys, and can't give full play to its unique strength. If it is forced to a desperate situation, it will definitely burst out of imagination. Huang Lao explained in a dignified tone. Just after Huang Lao explained, Zhou Ji, who had been beaten without backhand ability, suddenly hit his chest with double fists. With double boxing, his height, which was nearly 3 meters, soared at one time and soon reached 4 meters. At the same time, with the increase of his body, his momentum soon returned to the peak of longevity, and more importantly, a frightening and completely substantive murderous spirit formed a larger ape behind him. It's not what I expected. When a huge ape about 100 meters high emerged behind Zhou Ji, Huang felt relieved. Then he began to explain the origin of the ape to Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, Zhou Ji is no longer Zhou Ji. He has been occupied by the mind of the ape and become an external incarnation of it. With Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan's originally calm look gradually became dignified, his breathing began to increase, and his body subconsciously stepped back. According to Huang Lao, the ape occupying the flesh of Zhou Ji is not an ordinary beast. It is a demon ape condensed from the filthy gas of heaven and earth at the beginning of the opening of heaven and earth. This demon ape is called the world-destroying demon ape. It is a demon thing full of killing in its bones. According to the records that Huang Lao saw from the ruins, the exterminating ape has infinite natural power and is proficient in the art of change. It can change all tangible things in the world. Moreover, the exterminating ape has no bottleneck in practice. It can improve its cultivation and strength without limit only through endless killing. Therefore, in the era of the beginning of heaven and earth, the evil ape almost brought endless disasters to the mainland at that time. But the strong people at the beginning of heaven and earth were not only numerous, but also very powerful. A strong man who reaches the level of no one's holy respect can easily kill the world-killing demon ape alone. It is for this reason that there are not many records left by the exterminating demon ape, but Huang Lao has very detailed records about the exterminating demon ape from the records in the ruins. Hearing Huang Lao's story about the exterminating demon ape, Chu Zhongshan was surprised by the amazing origin of the exterminating demon ape, and also had a strong interest in the relics mentioned in his mouth. The reason why Huang Lao knows the secrets that most people in the world don't know is not only that he has lived long enough, but also that he has entered the ruins by chance. If he can enter the ruins, he can not only know many secrets of different periods, but also expand his horizons through the knowledge of countless classics, which is of great benefit to the improvement of the realm. Of course, this idea is only a temporary idea. I don't have the idea to mention it with Huang for the time being. Instead, I intend to discuss with him about the relics after the competition for the Qianlong list is over. Zhou Ji, whose momentum returned to the peak of longevity, hammered his chest with red eyes and screamed in his mouth. He swung his huge fist and hit Zhou Tian directly. Looking at Zhou Ji, who is 3 meters tall and exudes a violent smell like a beast, Zhou Tian knows that the man in front of him, who is like an ape, is no longer his own son, but a puppet controlled by some strange animal. Therefore, the original shot still retained a bit of strength to avoid hurting his own son. Now he is shooting, not only without any reservation, but also ruthless and vicious. His moves are straight to the key of the Zhou Pavilion. This strong man named Zhou Tian must be a man of the moment if he is not trapped on the falling immortal cliff, but in the southern region. Seeing that Zhou Tian easily suppressed the Zhou Pavilion whose strength soared, Chu Zhongshan admired his strength and combat experience. At the same time, he also introduced it to Kong Rulin. Well, if it's the same level, I'm definitely not his opponent without using the magic knife. Kong Rulin admired Zhou Tian's grasp of the war situation and the change of his mind. He also lamented that he was inferior to him. 3 minutes later, with Zhou Ji's injury getting worse, his momentum of hard recovery was weakened. The Zhou Pavilion is over, and Zhou Tian is in danger. When the momentum of Zhou Ji was weakened for a time, Huang Lao said solemnly, "Huang Lao, do you mean to say?" After the completion of the Zhou Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan could understand it, but the powerful Zhou Tian was in danger. Huang's reminder immediately reminded him of the danger of Deep Valley, which could make him a fatal threat. Yes, although the strength of the exterminating demon ape is strong and high, its temperament is very irritable. It can't kill its opponent if it improves the puppet's strength twice in a row. It will do it in person. Huang Lao introduced. Huang Lao introduced that the voice of the evil ape had just fallen. The 3-meter-high Zhou Ji was shrinking rapidly, and his momentum began to fall. When his body returned to normal, his momentum directly fell to the gas C period. At the same time, the mind controlled by the extinct demon ape also recovered. "Father, what happened?" When Zhou Ji woke up, he not only felt that the real Yuan and Danshan was empty, but also felt pain from his injury. "Jer, it's all right." You have a rest first. Take out a high-grade healing pill from the storage ring and help Joji take it. After taking it, he directly uses Genuine to stun Joji. Then he stood up and looked solemnly into the valley. Chu Zhongshan, standing in the channel, pulled Kong Rulin back a few steps and made use of the position of the channel perspective to better hide him and Kong Rulin in the channel. Just after he stepped back a few steps, the whole valley suddenly shook. With the shaking of the valley, a loud noise came from the depths of the valley. Although his body retreated a few steps, his mind didn't take back, so he had to see the giants coming out of the valley earlier than Zhou Tian. Although the shape is like the ape he saw in the zoo before crossing, its height of nearly 100 meters makes it very scary. At the same time, the momentum of the extinct demon ape made him feel that his breathing began to be difficult. With the sound of rumbling, the 100-meter-high killer ape came out of the valley, then hammered his chest with his fists, and raised himself to the sky to make a roar that shook the whole valley. The deafening roar made Kong Rulin unable to stand firm. He had to draw out the magic knife and use the magic knife to support his body. As for Zhou Tian, after seeing the extinct demon ape coming out from the depths of the valley, his face suddenly changed, and his body stepped back involuntarily. After hearing the roar of the other party, his face turned pale. Fortunately, after years of life and death, he quickly calmed down and turned directly to the channel. As for the Zhou pavilion lying on the ground, he didn't even look at it and completely left it behind. Damn it! Seeing Zhou Tian fleeing to the channel, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help cursing, and then turned around to take Kong Rulin to escape from the channel. However, just when he had the idea of turning around and fleeing, a mysterious force suddenly burst out from the storage ring. This force not only made him unable to turn around, but controlled him to step out of the channel and appear in the valley. As for Kong Rulin, everything is based on the will of Chu Zhongshan. He never asks what he wants to do, but the magic knife in his hand suddenly emits a black gas, which forms a black barrier to prevent Kong Rulin from leaving the channel. At the same time, the magic knife in his arm did not obey his command for the first time, so that he could not use the power of the magic knife to split the barrier formed by black gas. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who suddenly came out of the channel, Zhou Tian, who was desperately running to the channel, changed his face. Because he didn't expect that someone leaked out the secret task of collecting spiritual grass and fruit in advance, and what made him even more unexpected was that someone had been following behind him, but he didn't know it. When he found that the person who appeared in the valley was just a young man whose cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Divine Soul period, Zhou Tian flashed a murderous spirit on his face, waved his spirit sword, and planned to directly kill Chu Zhongshan when he fled into the channel. Chu Zhongshan, controlled by the burst of energy in the storage ring, can't mobilize genuine resistance in Danshan. Even if he wants to move his body, he can't do it. He can only watch Zhou Tian's spirit sword constantly approach his heart. Just when the spirit sword was 30 cm away from his heart, a white light containing fierce murderous spirit was emitted from the storage ring. The white light not only smashed the stabbing spirit sword, but also directly shot through Zhou Tian's eyebrows, making his body originally in mid-air fall directly to the ground. Whether it is the mysterious power that controls the body or the white light that shoots Zhou Tian, all appear from the storage ring. So Chu Zhongshan, who can use his mind, began to contact the storage ring to see what happened in the storage ring. However, just as he had just mobilized his mind and just touched the storage ring, the evil ape who came out of the valley directly swung his huge fist like a mountain and hit him hard on the head. Controlled by the mysterious power in the storage ring, Chu Zhongshan couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch his fist blow on himself. Just like preventing Zhou Tian from assassinating him, when the iron fist of the evil ape was 30 cm away from him, and when he could feel the destructive power contained in his fist, a white light containing fierce murderous spirit was emitted from the storage ring. The white light emitted from the storage ring is only the size of a soybean. Compared with a fist the size of a mountain, it's like an ant standing in front of an elephant. It's not a heavyweight opponent at all. However, the white light, only the size of soybeans, not only resisted the attack of the fist, but also directly penetrated the fist as hard as a meteorite in the sky. Ow! After being penetrated by the white light, the extinct ape 100 meters away immediately withdrew his arm and screamed in pain. When the wound on the fist recovered under the nourishment of strength, the exterminating demon ape stared at Chu Zhongshan fiercely, and then his sharp claw scratched in the void, and a giant stick with a whole body of black and a length of about 100 meters appeared in his hand. Waving a 100-meter-long black stick in his hand, the evil ape smashed the head of Chu Zhongshan again. After the second attack by Zhou Tian and the evil ape, Chu Zhongshan knew that although the mysterious force in the storage ring controlled his body and made himself unable to make an instinctive response, it would not hurt himself. It would certainly block the attack of the evil ape for itself. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan, in a very relaxed state, began to feel the special energy contained in the black stick waved by the evil ape. After careful feeling, as like as two peas, the breath of the apostate is found to be the same as the special energy contained in black sticks. This energy is like destructive power, but it is more terrible than destructive power. Huang Lao, are you okay? If you want to find out what kind of power is more terrible than the power of destruction, you must ask Huang Lao in your mind. So he realized that he knew the sea and began to shout Huang Lao. Yes, just when the black stick was less than 10 meters away from him, Huang didn't give any response. Although some worry that Huang is not always having any problems, he still focuses on the black stick in the face of the coming black stick. Ow! Just when the black stick was 3 meters away from him, this time there was no white light from the storage ring, but a deafening roar. After hearing the roar from the storage ring, the face of the extinct demon ape showed a look of fear. With a deafening roar, a pure white tiger emerged from the storage ring. The emerging white tiger waved its claws and patted the black stick directly away. In fact, after hearing the roar from the storage ring, Chu Zhongshan had vaguely guessed the origin of the mysterious power and white light. At the moment when the white tiger appeared, he really determined the reason why the storage ring found the abnormality. When he was practicing in the Blood Demon's secret place, in the palace on the 3rd floor of the secret place, he once got a painting in a palace similar to the living room. In the painting, except for a middle-aged man with a somewhat similar appearance to him, there was a white tiger crawling on the shoulders of the middle-aged man. When he got the painting at that time, he felt that the white tiger in the painting seemed to contain a trace of spirituality, but later he forgot the portrait in the storage ring because of sectarian comparison, going out for refining and so on. After the white tiger got rid of the portrait in the storage ring, the mysterious power that originally controlled his body disappeared, which made him regain control of his body. First thing after regaining control of the body is to interrogate Huang Lao in his mind. Old Huang, are you okay? Chu Zhongshan asked nervously. Chu boy, when did you get involved with this beast? Fortunately, Huang Lao, who has never responded, immediately responded, but the first sentence of the response is to interrogate the relationship between him and White Tiger. Huang Lao, you're fine. As for the relationship between me and White Tiger, when today's affair is over, I'll talk to you in detail. After getting Huang Lao's reply, Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief and signaled him not to worry, and then flew to the White Tiger with flying skills. Just after the White Tiger patted the black stick with one claw, the evil ape didn't continue to shoot. Instead, he stared at the White Tiger with increased breathing. His already red eyes were even more red. At the same time, there was a murderous spirit that made Chu Zhongshan feel depressed. In the face of the murderous spirit emitted by the exterminating demon ape, the White Tiger looked leisurely and did not pay any attention to the ferocious exterminating demon ape. When Chu Zhongshan flew into the air, the White Tiger turned his head and showed a kind smile on his face. Chu Zhongshan has seen Master White Tiger. 10 meters away from the White Tiger, Chu Zhongshan stopped flying and bowed respectfully. You're welcome. When Chu Zhongshan straightened up, Bai Hu not only spoke, but also said in a very gentle tone, Chu Zhongshan, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart now, but now is not the time to answer you. After I solve this extinct demon ape who uses the art of hiding from the sky and crossing the sea to avoid the destruction of the ancient times, I will talk to you in detail. Elder, pay attention to safety. Chu Zhongshan not only didn't have the slightest opinion on the White Tiger's attempt to eliminate the evil ape, but also agreed. There is such a demon ape that contains far more than the smell of destruction. It is impossible to talk in detail while staring at it covetously. After responding to the request of White Tiger, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to fall into the valley. Kong Rulin, who has been prevented from entering the valley by the magic knife using the black gas, took the initiative to recover the black gas at the moment of the emergence of the White Tiger. Brother Chu, are you okay? Kong Rulin, who rushed into Shandong Valley, just saw Chu Zhongshan falling in the valley and immediately ran over to greet him. "I'm fine." In reply to Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongshan quickly raised his head to watch the upcoming battle between the white tiger and the exterminating demon ape. At the same time, he began to explain the origin of the white tiger to Old Huang. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Old Huang immediately looked at the white tiger in mid-air, who was fighting with the exterminating demon ape through Chu Zhongshan's understanding of the sea. Unfortunately, the suppression of the divine mind in the valley made him unable to use the divine mind at the top of the supreme level to see. The real state of the white tiger at this time could not be seen by the naked eye alone. "Huang Lao, did you see any records about the 4 divine beasts in that ruins?" After explaining his relationship with the white tiger, Chu Zhongshan Horse interrogated the origin of the 4 divine beasts. After all, in his understanding, the white tiger belongs to one of the 4 divine beasts. If you want to understand the origin of the white tiger, you must understand the origin of the 4 divine beasts. Yes. Originally, I didn't want to disclose too much information about the beginning of heaven and earth, so as to affect the future cultivation of Chu Zhongshan. However, with the emergence of the extinct demon ape and the long-extinct divine beast white tiger, Huang gradually felt that something was wrong. It seemed that during the millions of years he hid in the ruins, there had been some changes in the eternal continent that he didn't know. If you want to know the origin of the 4 divine beasts, you must know something about the beginning of heaven and earth. Later, Huang told Chu Zhongshan the secret he knew about the beginning of heaven and earth and the falling fairy cliff. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a look of longing and hatred. According to Huang Lao, thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of millions of years ago, the world was still chaotic, and there were no creatures in the chaos. Later, for some unknown reason, chaos was suddenly split, the sky formed by the rising of clear and turbid gas, and the earth formed by the sinking of turbid gas finally formed a new world. At the beginning of the world, there were no creatures in the whole world, and I don't know how long later. In the east of the new world, a blue dragon was bred in a mass of blue gas. This dragon is the ancestor of all dragon creatures in later generations, which is called Zulong. Shortly after the birth of Zulong, in the west of the new world, a white tiger was bred in a mass of killing gas. This white tiger is the ancestor of all tigers in the world, known as Zuhu. Shortly after the birth of Zulong and Zuhu, in the north of the new world, a thick dark yellow gas gave birth to Xuanwu, which is the ancestor of all creatures with shells in the world and is called Xuanzu. While the northern Xuanzu was pregnant in the new era, a fiery rosefinch was bred in a congenital fire in the south. This rosefinch is the ancestor of all birds in the world and is called the fire ancestor. The green dragon, the white tiger, the Xuanwu and the rosefinch were the first creatures conceived when the world was first opened. After they were really born, other creatures gradually appeared in the whole new world. As the green dragon, white tiger, Xuanwu and rosefinch were the first creatures bred, they were rewarded with the complete law of heaven at that time when they were just born, that is, how to understand the practice. Since there were only 4 creatures in the new world at that time, they called the new world the wilderness, regarded the wilderness as their home, and always guarded their home from destruction. At the same time, they also began to guide the newly emerging creatures, teach them how to survive and teach them how to practice. Later, with the emergence of more and more creatures, many creatures with outstanding talents appeared. According to their own conditions, these creatures combined with the cultivation methods taught by the 4 divine beasts to create their own cultivation methods. As long as it is a living creature with life, it must have desires. These desires include the pursuit of power, the competition for territory, and the competition for cultivation resources. When the ancient creatures began to fight each other because of their own desires, the 4 divine beasts couldn't bear to see their carefully instructed offspring kill each other, so they had to come forward and resolve it constantly. At the beginning, there were not many conflicts, and the 4 beasts were able to deal with them, but when there were more and more conflicts later, they gradually felt unable to do what they wanted. However, from some of the disputes they dealt with in the early stage, they also gradually found out some truth, that is, the desire of creatures is infinite, and they alone cannot eliminate this kind of dispute. Therefore, they finally decided to let go. As long as these creatures do not destroy the ancient order, they will not intervene in any disputes. Originally, this treatment is correct and reasonable, but they forget that among the ancient creatures, there are a group of highly qualified and ambitious creatures. On the surface, they are competing for the cultivation resources of the New World and expanding their territory, but they use the resources they have won to improve their strength and enhance their power. When their strength and power reached a certain level, they began to consciously hunt and kill the first batch of creatures who had been guided by the 4 divine beasts at the beginning of the world. Because they want to calculate the weaknesses of the 4 divine beasts through what these creatures have learned. Through the unremitting efforts of these creatures, they finally found a way to defeat and kill the 4 divine beasts. Later, through a small matter, they began to set off the whole war of the ancients, which surrounded all the creatures of the ancients. With the increasingly fierce war and more dead creatures, the whole ancient order has been seriously affected. In this case, of course, the 4 divine beasts can't sit idly by, so they are the most popular. The rosefinch with extremely limited speed personally came forward to stop them, but what she doesn't know is that those creatures have long found out the character of the 4 divine beasts, and know that the rosefinch will be the first divine beast to jump out, so they have long laid a net, and waited for the rosefinch to take the bait. As the first batch of creatures in the beginning of heaven and earth and the rosefinch rewarded by the law of heaven, her strength is really strong, but she was finally killed by those creatures in the elaborate network of heaven and earth. As the first batch of creatures born in the New World, there is a special telepathy between the 4 divine beasts. That is, when the rosefinch is ambushed, the green dragon, white tiger, and Xuanwu immediately rush to rescue. However, because they are separated on weekdays and in 4 directions of east, west, north, and south, it is too late to rescue the rosefinch. At the same time, those creatures who had already found out the action law of the 4 divine beasts laid ambushes in different positions and began to hunt and kill the other 3 divine beasts. Chu boy, do you know who these creatures are? Introduced here, old Huang couldn't help asking. Human. There is no need to think about it at all. Chu Zhongshan also knows that such things can be done only by human beings with endless desire, and only by human beings who understand and make use of their own strengths. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan guessed the answer directly, Huang Lao was not selling off, and continued to talk about the things between the 4 divine beasts and humans. In order to completely strangle the 4 divine beasts, those strong human beings have thought of all the problems they can think of in advance. Although the strength of Qinglong and Beihu was the strongest, they were defeated by dozens of strong people who were only a line worse than them and the means of arranging in advance. Xuanwu, which has the strongest defense in the world, is not afraid of these human attacks, but in the face of a steady stream of attacks, it is gradually unable to bear and has to retreat. When the 3 beasts are forced to gather together, what is waiting for them is not to resist together, but to enter the trap carefully prepared by mankind. This trap is an array mage who knows how to arrange arrays in a special environment with the help of the potential of heaven and earth. The array mage used countless precious treasures and the assistance of several supreme saints to arrange an array powerful enough to destroy the ancient world. Just when the 3 beasts were about to be destroyed, 3 creatures suddenly appeared in the array in which the 3 beasts were besieged. 2 of the 3 creatures were very famous in the ancient world at that time, and they were also the objects that the strong human beings were unwilling to provoke. The first is Qinglian, which was bred by a Jiupin Qinglian when the world first opened and created its own Qinglian sword technique. The strong human beings don't want to provoke Qinglian because no one knows how strong Qinglian is, but they know that Qinglian once fought with the 4 gods. Although I don't know the final result of the fight, I can know from his safe departure after each fight that even if he is not as good as the 4 beasts, I'm afraid the 4 beasts can't stand him. Otherwise, with the status and strength of the 4 divine beasts at that time, they would never tolerate the creatures that provoked them and live in the ancient world intact. The second strong man is also a creature cultivated by a spirit tree containing the Chi of life at the beginning of heaven and earth. This creature is called the Tree of Life. The reason why strong human beings do not want to provoke the Tree of Life is not because the Tree of Life is strong. In fact, although the strength of the Village of Life is very strong, it is still weak compared with the 4 divine beasts and the supreme saint among the strong human beings. However, the Tree of Life is proficient in pills and healing techniques, and her character is very gentle and treats all creatures equally. No matter who asks for her, she will do her best to help and win the respect of all life in the ancient world. It is precisely because of her ability, selfless practice, and the respect of countless creatures that the strong human beings did not provoke the Tree of Life in hunting and killing the first batch of creatures who received the guidance and practice of the 4 divine beasts. The third creature in the array is a human, a middle-aged man of about 40. The middle-aged man has a knife in his back and a faint smile on his face. None of the human strongmen on the scene knew who the sudden human strongman was, but in order to strangle the 4 divine beasts and make mankind the real master of the ancient world, no matter who the creatures in the array center were, even the respected Tree of Life, they attacked without worry. When they really attacked, they found that their initial intelligence was wrong. Kinglian's strength was indeed not as good as the 4 gods, but with the help of the Tree of Life, his strength was no weaker than the rosefinch gods they killed. At the same time, the middle-aged man they have never seen, and who has been wearing a faint smile on his face, is even more terrible. The magic knife will take 1 life with 1 move. More importantly, the 3 divine beasts gradually recovered their strength under the treatment of the Tree of Life, which was proficient in the art of healing and the art of pills. Under the joint counterattack of the 6 strong forces, the strong human beings immediately fell into crisis. In the face of the 3 divine beasts that may turn over at any time, and the 3 strong men who helped the war, several people who are really the main men among the strong men of human beings directly detonated the array that is enough to destroy the whole ancient world, which makes the 3 divine beasts, the mysterious middle-aged man, the green lotus, the Tree of Life, and countless strong men of human beings all buried in the array. At the same time, the destructive power generated by the self-explosion of the array directly destroyed nearly 2/3 of the ancient world, and the remaining 1/3 was the eternal continent in the later ancient times, which is also the real reason for the destruction of the ancient times. Chu boy, according to what I learned from the records of the ruins, the falling immortal cliff is the Tree of Life. It was used to cultivate spiritual grass, spiritual fruit, and medicinal materials. And the strong man who suppressed the evil ape was also the Tree of Life. After explaining why the 4 sacred beasts were slaughtered and destroyed in the ancient times, Huang Lao began to reveal the secret of falling immortal cliff. I just didn't expect that the Tree of Life that popularized the world was only to suppress the evil ape and didn't kill it. What, falling immortal cliff is the treasure of the Supreme Saint's Tree of Life? Chu Zhongshan almost jumped up in shock. Although Huang Leagang just said that in the face of the siege of the strong human beings, the Tree of Life is the weakest of the 6 creatures, it is compared with the 3 divine beasts, Kinglian and the mysterious middle-aged man. If she is compared with other creatures, she is definitely the top strength. Chu Zhongshan was shocked that the treasures left by the strong, such as the Tree of Life, actually appeared in front of his eyes. Yes, falling immortal cliff is the treasure of the Tree of Life. Huang understood Chu Zhongshan's shock very well, so he confirmed in a very positive tone. Huang Lao, the immortal cliff is about to fall. It has not been destroyed, and the divine beast white tiger suddenly appears. Is the Tree of Life. Huang's confirmation made Chu Zhongshan reluctantly accept this reality, but seeing the white floating in the air, he immediately thought of whether the Tree of Life proficient in treatment and pills would leave the means of rebirth, so he immediately asked Huang for confirmation. However, his question was not finished yet. In mid-air, he suddenly spoke to the exterminating demon ape who had been holding for a long time, which directly interrupted Chu Zhongshan's thinking of interrogation. The white tiger is supreme. Unexpectedly, the destruction array carefully arranged by countless human strongmen destroyed your original statue and divine beast, but I didn't expect that you still left a trace of divine thought and survived until now. The voice of the evil ape was like thunder, and the ears of Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin were hurt. Kong Rulin, who is guarded by the magic knife, quickly adapted to the sound of the exterminating demon ape like a macro bell with the power of the magic knife. The realm of the unity of heaven and man in the secret realm of Surabaya City has not only greatly improved his realm and body, but also improved his understanding of the law of space. In the face of the great sound that makes people feel painful in both ears, Chu Jingxiangxia consciousness forms a barrier to prevent the penetration of power in both ears with the help of the force of space law. Chu Zhongshan was stunned when the barrier formed by the power of space law disappeared, and the power brought by sound. The reason why he was stunned was not because of the real origin of the white tiger, but because he could use the power of the law of space. The martial arts can rely on the power of laws below the third floor. The realm is the period of the Great Road. They can rely on the power of laws above the third floor and below the sixth floor. The realm is the realm of the king. They can rely on the power of laws above the sixth floor and below the ninth floor. The realm is the realm of the emperor. Although the level of the power of space law just now is only less than one level, it also shows that he has the means of the powerful and powerful in the Avenue period, and indirectly proves that his own perception and realm have reached the Avenue period, and the only thing he lacks is cultivation. For Chu Zhongshan, who has a copy and paste program, cultivation is the easiest process to improve. In other words, he is likely to be like a demon king. In just 10 years, his cultivation will break through to the supreme title. Even if it is impossible to break through the title of supreme within 10 years, there is no problem to break through the chaotic period and become the supreme strong. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan couldn't control his inner joy. If he can really break through the title of supreme within 10 years, he has succeeded in at least half of the goal of returning to Earth. I also didn't expect that the huge vitality left by the Tree of Life in the medicine field will enable you to condense the divine soul and reshape the divine body. For the exterminator ape to point out his state, the white tiger also refers to the reason why it can survive to the present. Yes, if there were no strong human beings to besiege your 4 divine beasts, the old lady of the Tree of Life was forced to come forward to help because of her special relationship with the green dragon. How could I have the chance to reunite with the spirit of my world-destroying demon ape? How could I have the ability to reunite the spirit if there was no human strong self-exploding destruction array, killing countless ancient creatures and forming endless resentment between heaven and earth? If there is no self-exploding array of the human strong to completely destroy the noumenon of the Tree of Life, how can I use her vitality left in the medicine field to reshape the holy body of my exterminator? The evil ape said proudly, "Maybe you don't know that when the world first opened, the first living creature conceived and born in the ancient times was not our 4 divine beasts, but the Tree of Life. However, as plant creatures, the consciousness of the Tree of Life is later than us, so we have won the reward of heaven. But what the world doesn't know is that the Tree of Life has also received the reward of heaven, and this reward is eternal life." Seeing that the exterminating demon ape is complacent, the white tiger scoffed with disdain. "White tiger, what do you mean? Eternal life means that the Tree of Life cannot die. If it is impossible for the Tree of Life to die, how can it use the power of life left by the Tree of Life to condense and reshape the god of destruction? The meaning is very simple. It seems that you have reshaped the divine body, but the reshaped divine body is only temporary. Just an idea of the Tree of Life, your divine body will dissipate automatically." The white tiger said without any concealment. "Impossible. His life and death have been in the hands of others." For what White Tiger said just now, the exterminator ape was unwilling to believe it and shouted, "Impossible!" The White Tiger snorted coldly, a strong murderous spirit rose from it, and the tone was full of anger and regret. If it weren't for the mercy of the Tree of Life, in order to preserve the ancient world and endless creatures, she expanded the whole ancient world with her body, so that her strength was too scattered. Finally, she was seriously injured by the power of the self-explosion of the destruction array, resulting in her sleeping all the time. If the Tree of Life protects 5 of us with her strength when the suicide array explodes, how can we be killed by the suicide array? Without the protection of the Tree of Life, the medicine field where you live, the eternal continent where mankind now lives, would have been destroyed by the self-explosion of the destruction array. This roar of the divine beast White Tiger made the exterminating demon ape don't know how to refute. In the ancient times, the Tree of Life was only a compassionate creature who was proficient in the art of pills in the eyes of others. His own strength was not excellent, but for the exterminating demon ape, he was probably the first and only creature who had seen her hand in the ancient times. As a living creature at the beginning of heaven and earth, the realm of the evil ape has also reached the supreme saint. It is also the top strong man in the ancient times. Even if it is not as good as the top saint among the 4 divine beasts and human strongmen, it is not easy to kill him. However, when facing the Tree of Life, a branch breaks the divine body, and a leaf cuts away the divine soul. If it were not for the fact that the Tree of Life does not like killing and leaves a glimmer of vitality, he would not be able to reunite the spirit, let alone reshape the spirit. White Tiger, maybe you're right. The Tree of Life didn't die in the self-explosion of the destruction array, but you just said that she was seriously injured and unconscious and didn't wake up, so I'm still safe now. Although the exterminator ape is grumpy and likes killing in his bones, as the existence of the Supreme Saint, his wisdom is very high, so when he calmed down, he quickly found the information beneficial to himself from the words of White Tiger just now. White Tiger, with the help of the resentment generated by the death of countless ancient creatures and the vitality left by the Tree of Life, I not only condense the spirit and reshape the divine body, but also my strength is not far from restoring the Supreme Saint. And you, it's just that when your body is destroyed, it's good that you can give full play to the supreme strength of the title. Next, what can you take to resist my attack? The evil ape said proudly. Yes, I'm just a trace of spirit left in my body. My strength barely reaches the supreme title, but you think I have no means to deal with you. At this point, the White Tiger Saint turned his head and said kindly again, Chu Zhongshan, please use the means of true element attribute to transform the form to transform the body of our 4 divine beasts. Yes, White Tiger Saint, Chu Zhongshan responded respectfully. With the improvement of cultivation, the speed and volume of his magical objects are much stronger than before. Ow! With a roar, a blue dragon about 100 meters long appeared on his right. Woo! As like as 2 peas of a white tiger, the white tiger, which is exactly the same as the white tiger in the air, appears on his left side. Hiss! With a low roar, a huge basalt about 100 meters long and more than 30 meters wide appeared behind him. Squeak! With a bright cry, a rosefinch about 100 meters high appeared in front of him. As like as 2 peas, the 4 gods are still the same as the gods, but the white tiger and the holy beast are still the guardians of the wild world. They have also rescued themselves for 2 times. Chu Zhongtian still complied with its request, and had 4 souls. As the green dragon, the white tiger, the Xuanwu and the rosefinch were transformed, there was a flash of joy on the tiger face of the White Tiger Saint, but a flash of shock and fear on the face of the exterminating demon ape. Because the 4 divine beasts created by Chu Zhongshan, by using the true element attribute, are no different from the real divine beasts. They are completely living creatures. The breath on the 4 divine beasts was not only the spirit period, it even felt that the 4 divine beasts in front of it were the 4 divine beasts it had seen in the ancient times. White Tiger Saint, I don't know what I should do next. Chu Zhongshan respectfully asked the white tiger after he turned out 4 spirits. Chu Zhongshan, if you believe me, let me control these 4 spirits. How about that? Put away the happy look on his face, and the White Tiger Saint asked with great expectation. Of course, without any hesitation, Chu Zhongshan nodded and agreed directly. He is different from others in using the power of genuine and divine soul to transform spirits. If others want to make their illusory creatures full of spirituality and can assist their own battle, they must integrate part of their divine thoughts into the illusory creatures, so as to control the illusory creatures. If you give the spirit thing integrated into the divine mind to others, others can use the divine mind in the illusory spirit thing to hurt the master of the illusory spirit thing. Therefore, few people are willing to hand over their illusions to others. Even if they give them to others, their strength is much lower than that of their illusions. However, Chu Zhongshan is different. Because the spirit he transformed completely relied on his own understanding of the mysterious attribute of genuine, and the transformed soul only contained the power of genuine and divine soul, without his divine mind. Even if the supernatural object is finally destroyed, it will have little impact on him. At most, it will lose some real yuan and the power of God and soul. Thank you. Seeing Chu Zhongshan without a trace of worry, the White Tiger Saint was happy and looked at him with a special meaning. Give orders to the 4 magical creatures and order them to obey the command of the White Tiger Saint. Then, 4 spirits left him one after another and appeared beside the White Tiger Saint. At the same time, the White Tiger Saint, who was originally about 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters long, quickly shrinks in size. When it shrinks to the size of a palm, it flies directly into the giant white tiger in the illusion of the sky in the middle of Chu, and then fully integrates into it. Woo! When the White Tiger Saint was fully integrated into the body of the illusory white tiger, the White Tiger Saint raised his head and roared into the deep valley. The roar was deafening, and the spiritual fruits on countless spiritual trees in the whole valley fell one after another. After the White Tiger Saint was integrated into the illusory white tiger body, Chu Zhongshan found that the connection between himself and the illusory spirit was not cut off, but also closer to each other. He could even feel the rapid improvement of the strength of the illusory white tiger. At the same time, he also clearly felt the existence of the power of the law of destruction in the illusory white tiger. Through the special relationship between himself and the white tiger, his perception of the power of the law of destruction is rapidly improving. In just 30 seconds, his perception of the power of the law of destruction has reached a level, that is, he can rely on the power of the law of destruction. After watching the white tiger holy master integrate into the illusory spirit, the exterminator ape grasped the black stick in his hand and made a gesture of about to take the shot. However, after 3 roars in response to the white tiger holy master suddenly came from the valley, the exterminator ape controlled the impulse of taking the shot and immediately turned his head to watch. Since the tree of life was destroyed by the suicide array, he was the only living creature after rebirth in the whole medicine field. He didn't know whether he had lived in the medicine field for tens of millions of years or hundreds of millions of years. He never knew that there were other lives in the deep valley where he lived. Ow! With the roar of anger, a blue dragon with a slightly dim body and a length of tens of thousands of meters flew out of the valley. He nodded at the white tiger saint who was integrated into the giant white tiger. The body of the green dragon saint shrinks rapidly for tens of thousands of meters. When the body shrinks to the same size as the white tiger saint, it also integrates into the illusory blue dragon. After the blue dragon saint was integrated into the illusory blue dragon, Chu Zhongshan was shocked to feel that his illusory blue dragon contained a strong force of space law. Feeling the power of space law, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking up at the blue dragon, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. The green dragon saint, who protects the ancient world, even controls the space law ranked second among the thousands of laws. I'm afraid the strength of the green dragon supreme is the first of the 4 divine beasts. However, the horror returned to the horror. Chu Zhongshan knew that opportunities were hard to find, so he took the time to feel the power of the dense space law in the cyan dragon. When he began to feel the power of the space law in the blue dragon, he found that the space law in his danshan began to operate rapidly. When the operation reached a certain degree, he suddenly disappeared in his danshan and then appeared in the blue dragon. The space law, which has always been regarded as more precious than life, suddenly left his danshan. According to the quantity, Chu Zhongshan should be very anxious. However, after the force of the space law entered the blue dragon's body, he felt closer to the space law, as if the force of the space law was a part of his body. Therefore, instead of being in a hurry, he improved his exclamation about the power of space law and increased the level of his ability to rely on the power of space law with the help of a closer relationship. In just 1 minute, he was able to reach the 2nd level with the help of the power of space law, and his strength was increased by at least dozens of times. Hiss! When the green dragon saint was integrated into the illusory blue dragon, a roaring sound came from the depths of the valley. With the roaring sound, the whole valley seemed to be hit by heavy objects, producing a violent shaking after another. Accompanied by the violent shaking of the valley, a huge basaltic came out from the depths of the valley. Seeing the huge basaltic transformed in the air and the basaltic coming out from the depths of the valley, there was a trace of sadness in his small eyes, but he was relieved to see the green dragon saint and white tiger saint integrated into the green dragon and white tiger. When it saw Chu Zhongshan, who was experiencing the law of space and the law of destruction with the help of green dragons and white tigers, his dry, wrinkled face showed a happy look. Then, like the white tiger saint and the green dragon saint, it began to shrink its body and integrate into the illusory Xuanwu body. When the Xuanwu saint was integrated into the illusory Xuanwu body, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt a heavy force of law. Unfortunately, he had never felt the power of the law of this heavy feeling and did not understand the origin and function of the power of the law. Therefore, he ignored the power of the law in the Xuanwu body and continued to understand the law of space and the law of destruction he was good at. After the Xuanwu saint was integrated into the illusory Xuanwu body, with the sound of squeaking, a huge red rosefinch appeared next to the illusory spirit rosefinch at a speed hundreds or even thousands of times faster than lightning. Before Chu Zhongshan came and watched carefully, the huge rosefinch had quickly shrunk and integrated into the illusory spirit body. Then, Chu Zhongshan felt an incomparably strong force of fire system law. Although Chu Zhongshan is also the constitution of fire attribute, He doesn't have a deep understanding of the power of fire system, so he just pays a little attention, and then plans to continue to understand the law of space and the law of destruction. However, when the rosefinch saint fully integrated into the giant rosefinch, the high temperature contained in the power of the fire system law made him feel that his blood was almost boiling. With the boiling blood, he was surprised to find that the purple blood, which is more and more difficult to transform in the body, is transforming and improving exponentially. The instrument spirit who tried the Dan Pavilion once said that the origin of purple blood in his body is extraordinary. When all the blood in his body is transformed into purple blood, he will know the real origin of purple blood. Unfortunately, when the rate of purple blood conversion exceeded 60%, he found that the speed of purple blood conversion was getting slower and slower. Even the high-quality pill given by the trial Danj Kyling was difficult to convert in a short time. Now, when integrating into his illusory spirit, the rosefinch saint can actually accelerate the transformation of purple blood in his body, so he next divided part of his energy and began to transform the purple blood in his body with the help of the fire system law that can make the blood boil in the illusory rosefinch. I have seen the green dragon saint, the white tiger saint, the Xuanwu saint, and the rosefinch saint. After the 4 divine beasts were integrated into the 4 magical objects, the exterminating demon ape seemed to see the gap in status and strength of the 4 divine beasts in the ancient times, which made it salute subconsciously. Destroy the world, didn't think we were still alive. Seeing the exterminating demon ape who was about to restore the Supreme Saint's strength, the green dragon saint said in a very emotional tone, "Yes." The evil ape nodded, then turned his head to look into the deep valley and said in a puzzled tone, "Since the gathering of gods and spirits and the reconstruction of gods and bodies, I have lived in this valley for tens of millions of years or hundreds of millions of years. In order to harvest more life power left by the tree of life, I searched the whole valley up and down, inside and outside, and even ordinary spiritual grass and fruits. But what I didn't expect is that in the valley where I live, the 3 saints have always existed. I think you can escape my search. It must be the help of the tree of life." When referring to the tree of life, there was a flash of panic in the eyes of the extinct demon ape, because he thought of a passage mentioned by the white tiger holy master. As long as he had an idea of the tree of life, with the help of her left power of life, the reconstructed flesh would collapse completely. Exterminate the world. In fact, there is another place in the whole valley that you haven't searched. Otherwise, it's hard for us to avoid you who will restore the strength of the Supreme Saint. At this time, the Xuanwu Saint replied, "It's impossible. I have checked every inch of land and every node space in the whole valley with special methods. There is absolutely no place to reveal." Shook his head vigorously, and the evil ape retorted that he didn't believe it. Just as he shook his head, he suddenly saw his arms and a look of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. "Have you been hiding in my body?" the evil ape asked with some annoyance. "That's right. The Xuanwu Saint should prove the conjecture of the exterminating demon ape, and then he explained in detail. At the beginning, when the powerful human beings detonated the destruction array, the Tree of Life felt that with her strength, she could not completely hold the ancient world. Helpless, she could only overdraw her eternal vitality to protect the real core of the ancient world, and then use her huge vitality to bring our 4 divine beasts, Kinglian who helped us, and the spirit of the powerful human beings, forced into the medicine field she used to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit. I hope we can recover from her remaining vitality. Unfortunately, because our battle with the strong of human beings is too fierce, our injuries are very serious. In addition, as the guardian of the ancient world, the collapse of the ancient world has a great impact on ourselves, so that when we were just sent into the medicine field space, the divine body completely collapsed, and the divine soul is about to collapse. In order to keep us alive and help the strong human beings who fought with us, Kinglian and the second brother helped us consolidate the spirit by means of the destruction of the spirit, avoided the crisis of the collapse of the spirit, and gave us a chance to recover, but the strong human beings, Kinglian and the second brother, disappeared forever. However, what we never thought of was that you could use the grievances generated by the broken ancient times and the wasted death of countless creatures to reconstitute the spirit, and then use our original vitality to reshape the god's body in advance, forcing us to hide temporarily. Although we have never fought, we know your means and that the spirit alone is definitely not your opponent, so we have been hiding in your body for years and waiting for the chance to recover. I see. After hearing Xuanwu's explanation, the evil ape nodded, and the doubts in his heart were finally solved. Why is there such a huge vitality in the medicine field space? Originally, this is the power of life left to the four divine beasts, Kinglian and the strong human beings to restore the energy of the divine body. However, it also indirectly proves that the tree of life is still sleeping, and there is no residual will of the tree of life in the medicine field space. Otherwise, the three great beasts don't have to hide in their bodies all the time. Thinking of this, the evil ape raised the black stick in his hand, looked relaxed and said, Xuanwu Saint, even if you now use the phantom spirit to act as your own god body, but limited by the strength of the master of the phantom spirit, you can give play to several layers of strength and fight me who is about to restore the strength of the Supreme Saint. If I can devour the spirits of your four divine beasts today, my cultivation of killing demons and apes is very likely to surpass the Supreme Saint and reach a new realm. At that time, even if the Tree of Life wakes up, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear me. Xuanwu Saint, if I devour the spirits of your four saints today and get the reward of heaven at the beginning of heaven and earth, then I am likely to surpass the realm of the Supreme Saint and achieve a new realm. When I go beyond the realm of no one, devour the eternal vitality of the Tree of Life, and then destroy all the creatures left in the ancient world. With the help of the resentment after the death of the creatures, do you think it is possible for me to go beyond the new realm and become the existence of the way of heaven? The more relaxed the evil ape said, the more excited he became, and the more arrogant his tone became, so that his final goal was the Tao of heaven without any emotion. For the arrogant attitude of the exterminating demon ape, the Xuanwu Saint looked calm and said in a calm tone for a long time, The exterminating demon ape, you're right. Affected by the illusion of the body and the residual spirit of the second brother, even if we cast the four-elephant divine beast array, we can't kill you. However, the reason why we show up is not to kill you, but to awaken the sleeping tree of life and let it recover our original vitality. At this point, the huge body of the Xuanwu Saint exploded directly into countless black and yellow qi, and then the black and yellow qi merged into the valley earth. As the Xuanwu Saint merged into the valley earth, the body of the supreme green dragon was slightly shocked, cutting off the relationship between the internal space law and Chu Zhongshan, and then the body turned into countless cyan gas, completely enveloping the whole valley. Fortunately, when the body of the green dragon saint scattered into blue gas, he had used the power of the law of space in advance to send him and Kong Rulin to the channel leading to the valley, so that he could get out of danger temporarily. When the blue gas formed by the green dragon saint shrouded the valley, the blue gas and the dark yellow gas intertwined, making the whole valley completely chaotic. At the same time, the white tiger saint and the rosefinch saint have also changed. The white tiger saint became a huge axe with a length of about several kilometers and a strong murderous spirit. The rosefinch saint turned into a middle-aged man full of fire. The middle-aged strong man, holding the giant axe transformed by the white tiger saint, made every effort to split into the chaotic valley. This is not the scene of Pangu opening the sky and splitting the earth. When the green dragon saint and the Xuanwu saint changed into blue gas and dark yellow gas, Chu Zhongshan didn't know what they wanted to do, but when the rosefinch saint turned into a middle-aged strong man and held the giant axe that the white tiger saint turned into, he passed through the myths he had heard before, which made him cry out uncontrollably. Chu boy, what is Pangu breaking the sky and earth? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's cry, old Huang hurriedly asked. Because the actions of the four great beasts just now were not recorded in the ruins with countless classics, he wanted to know what the four great beasts were doing. Huang Lao, the so-called Pangu opening the sky and splitting the earth, is a legend I heard when I was a child. This legend. Originally, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to reveal more secrets before he crossed, but just now he leaked some information, so that he didn't know how to round the field in a short time. At the same time, considering the relationship between him and Huang Lao, and the need to determine the specific location of the earth through him in the future, he finally decided to disclose a rumor about Pangu's opening up the sky and splitting the earth. Is this the real reason for the formation of the ancient world? After listening to Chu Zhongshan's story about Pangu's opening the sky and splitting the earth, and then combined with the ongoing actions of the four divine beasts, old Huang couldn't help guessing. Damn it, you want to wake up the sleeping tree of life by repeating the process of forming heaven and earth and the birth of thousands of lives. Like Chu Zhongshan, the actions of Qinglong Saint and Xuanwu Saint made the exterminating demon ape unable to guess what they wanted to do at first, but the actions of Rosefinch Saint and White Tiger Saint made it guess the purpose of the four divine beasts. The moment when the Tree of Life wakes up is when it collapses, so it should prevent the four divine beasts from repeating the opening of heaven and earth. Waving a black stick weighing tens of millions of kilograms, he directly smashed the giant axe transformed by the White Tiger Saint to prevent the giant axe from splitting chaos. At the same time, the ape jumped up and stamped directly on the strong man transformed by the Rosefinch Saint. Looking at the waving black stick, the White Tiger Holy Master's magic axe emitted a white light, which contained a strong murderous white light, and directly met the black stick. The strong man, who turned into an illusion by the sacred Rosefinch, opened his big mouth and shouted a fire at the rushing evil ape. The word fire turned into a fire phoenix about hundreds of meters long to meet the rushing evil ape. Chu Zhongshan, standing in the valley passage, was completely attracted by the actions of White Tiger Saint and Rosefinch Saint after explaining to Huang Lao about Pangu's opening the sky and splitting the earth. This is because the powerful man of the illusions of the Rosefinch Saint, holding the axe of the illusions of the White Tiger Saint, not only contains the power of the law of destruction and the law of space, but also a trace of the power of the law of time. Time is supreme and space is king. If someone can master the power of the law of time, he can not only become the real peak power of the eternal continent, but also obtain eternal life through the use of the power of the law of time. Thinking of this, an idea flashed through Chu Zhongshan's mind. According to the introduction of the White Tiger Saint and the Xuanwu Saint to the Tree of Life, he felt that the heavenly reward obtained by the Tree of Life was not eternal vitality, but probably the first law of time among the thousands of laws. If the Tree of Life gains the power of the law of time, it proves why countless creatures in the world have never been able to cultivate the power of the law of time. Because the laws of time and space are unique laws, as long as someone has mastered one of these two laws, other creatures will have no chance to obtain these two laws. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan had another question in his heart. Since the law of time and the law of space are unique, how can we explain the space law he obtained in the Shura secret when the Green Dragon Saint was just integrated into the illusory spirit and the breath of the power of space law in his body? The White Tiger Saint is only a vestige of divine thought. Even if it has a magical spirit as its noumenon, it can give full play to its strength. However, in the face of the exterminating demon ape, who is about to restore the Supreme Saint's strength, its white light is still not enough to resist the full strength of the exterminating demon ape, but only slightly delays the speed of the black stick bombardment, but the direction of the black stick bombardment cannot be changed. The fire phoenix formed by the Supreme Rosefinch Saint by using the power of the fire system law is also not the opponent of the exterminating demon ape. It was directly torn in half by the exterminating demon ape. Seeing that the black stick weighing tens of thousands of kilograms was about to explode on the giant axe of the White Tiger Saint, and the ape foot was about to stamp on the strong man of the Rosefinch Saint, a small branch directly wrapped around the black stick, and a leaf the size of a finger directly supported the ape foot of the extinct demon ape. Tree of Life. Impossible. Seeing the branches and leaves suddenly appearing in the chaos, the exterminator ape's face suddenly changed and shouted out in disbelief. The four divine beasts turned into chaos and gave birth to the first god of chaos. The purpose is to repeat the process of the beginning of heaven and earth, so as to awaken the sleeping Tree of Life. But just now the god just cleaved the first axe, and the whole chaos has not been completely split, so it is impossible for the Tree of Life to wake up. Thank you, four Taoist friends. In the unbelievable look of the extinct demon ape, the branches entangled with the black stick suddenly made a force, and directly twisted the black stick about hundreds of meters into pieces. At the same time, the leaves holding the body of the evil ape lifted hard and directly threw the evil ape to one side. Then, the branches and leaves merged together and gradually formed a small tree about 2 meters high with only one branch and one leaf. At the top of the small tree, there was a face similar to a female face. Friend of the Tree of Life, you finally wake up. Just after the branches and leaves became a small fruit tree, the strong man who turned into the sacred Rosefinch said with a sigh of relief. Then, it became the Rosefinch Saint again, and then the spirit broke away from the body of the phantom and appeared in front of the Tree of Life. The Green Dragon Saint, the Xuanwu Saint and the White Tiger Saint are also the spirits who break away from the body of the illusory spirit and stand side by side in front of the Tree of Life. Chu Boy, the Tree of Life is the first living creature in the beginning of the world. It is not only powerful, but also proficient in the art of pills. You don't hurry up to get close to her and compete for enough benefits from her. When the four divine beasts appeared in front of the Tree of Life with the body of gods and souls, old Huang quickly reminded. At the same time, there was a trace of expectation in his tone. Chu Zhongshan knew what he expected from the expectation expressed in Huang Lao's tone. The vitality of the Tree of Life can even reshape the divine body of the Supreme Saint level, exterminating demon ape. I'm afraid the vitality plays a greater role for Huang Lao, who has only the supreme level of cultivation, so I want Chu Zhongshan to help him strive for the vitality of the flesh. However, Chu Zhongshan shook his head and did not see the Tree of Life in front, nor did he intend to get any benefits from the Tree of Life. As the first living creature in the beginning of the world, the Tree of Life treats all living creatures equally. On the surface, she is very kind, but in essence, she is ruthless. As all creatures are the same in her eyes, there is no so-called closeness and alienation, nor the so-called attention and disregard. Chu Zhongshan doesn't think she has the advantage of words. She can get the favor of the Tree of Life and let her help herself selflessly. Huang Lao, if you want to restore your flesh with the vitality of the Tree of Life, you'd better ask her yourself. Through the exchange of divine thoughts, Chu Zhongshan informed Huang Lao of his views on his Tree of Life, and then reminded him. Wait a minute. Chu Zhongshan's explanation made Huang also understand the reason. The impulse to restore the flesh with the help of vitality gradually calmed down, and planned to wait and see for a while. I don't know what major secrets are involved in the conversation between the Tree of Life and the four divine beasts. All the conversations between them are based on the exchange of gods and ideas, which makes Chu Zhongshan unable to know what they are talking about. After talking for nearly an hour, the conversation between the Tree of Life and the four divine beasts was over. There was a trace of sadness on the faces of the Green Dragon, Rosefinch, and Xuanwu, but the look of the White Tiger Saint was very calm. At the end of the conversation, the Tree of Life swung its branches towards the evil ape standing on the edge of the valley, who was desperately pounding the edge barrier. The evil ape was waving his black stick, and his whole body was instantly fixed, followed by milky energy extracted from his body. When a milky energy leaves the body of the killer ape, the hundreds of tall body of the killer ape will shrink a little. After hundreds of milky white energy separated from the extinct demon ape, the demon ape hundreds of meters high was reduced to only more than 2 meters high, and its breath had been weakened to the supreme level of the title. The Tree of Life, the four divine beasts, I destroy the world. The evil ape is still born from the gas of sexual resentment between heaven and earth. As long as there are creatures in the world and they fight with each other, I will be reborn sooner or later. When the height was reduced to 2 meters, the body could not carry the spirit. Just when the spirit was about to break through the spirit, the exterminating demon ape roared reluctantly. Boom. As the more than 2 meters body of the evil ape was exploded, and the whole valley was about to be destroyed by the destructive force generated after the self-explosion, the leaves on the branches of life directly separated from the tree body, and then quickly became larger. When the leaves became the same size as the valley, they directly shrouded the destructive force generated when the evil ape exploded, so that the valley was not hurt at all. When the leaves return to the body of the Tree of Life, her tree body begins to be illusory and finally disappears into the valley. In the end, the Tree of Life didn't look at the sky in Chu, and her behavior just confirms Chu Zhongshan's evaluation of her. Chu Zhongshan, when the Tree of Life completely disappeared in the valley, the White Tiger Saint among the four divine beasts shouted to the sky in Chu. Out of the passage, Chu Zhongshan came to the four divine beasts, looked up at the White Tiger Saint and obeyed its next orders. Thank you. After Chu Zhongshan entered the valley, led by the Supreme Green Dragon, the four divine beasts thanked Chu Zhongshan at the same time. You're welcome, four saints. He stepped back a few steps to avoid the thanks of the four divine beasts, and then Chu Zhongshan said politely, if the four saints hadn't appeared in time, the boy would have died under the stick of the evil ape, so if he thanked, he should thank the four saints. Chu Zhongshan, if you didn't enter the Blood Devil's secret place and take away the portrait of Blood Ancestor, I couldn't leave the Blood Devil's secret place. If you hadn't taken me into the medicine field space of the Tree of Life, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to summon my eldest brother, 3 younger sisters, and 4 younger brothers. Without you, we would not be able to repeat the process of the beginning of heaven and earth and the rebirth of all things, let alone awaken the sleeping tree of life. Therefore, you are qualified to accept our thanks in terms of emotion and reason. The White Tiger Saint said with great kindness. Chu Zhongshan didn't refute or accept the explanation of the White Tiger Saint, he just chose silence. Chu Zhongshan, in addition to our verbal thanks for your help, we will also give you some of the most substantial returns. At this time, the Qinglong Supreme Master took over the topic, and then pointed to the 4 magic spirits in the air, and the Qinglong Holy Master said, "Each of us has left part of the energy in the body of the phantom as a temporary phantom of our body. The energy left by the second brother in the phantom is enough for you to fully control the power of the law of destruction, so as to advance to the supreme level in 2 to 3 years. The energy left by the 3 sisters in the illusory spirit object can enable you to use the power of the fire system, law close to the Supreme Saint 3 times, which is enough to kill any enemy that threatens you. Energy left by the 4th brother in the phantom object can make you bear 3 attacks close to the power of the Supreme Saint, which is enough to make you worry-free about life and death in this space. As for the energy I left in the phantom object, I took the initiative to peel off the law that is not suitable for me. It should enable you to control the power of that law, and give you a real chance to break through the restrictions between heaven and earth, and advance to the level of Supreme Saint in the future. Thank you, 4 saints." After hearing the detailed introduction of Qinglong Saint, the heart of heaven in Chu was overjoyed. At the beginning of the evolution of the world, the 4 divine beasts took the initiative to cut off the connection between him and the spirit, which also made him lose the opportunity to continue to understand the laws of space and destruction. It was not a pity for him to lose the opportunity to understand the law of destruction. Because most of his martial arts and cards are biased towards the law of destruction, through his martial arts and cards, he can continue to understand the law of destruction and be sure to rely on the power of more levels of the law of destruction in a short time. However, after losing the space law, he wants to continue to understand the space law. With the help and control of the space law, the difficulty has increased at least thousands of times or even tens of thousands of times. It is even possible that he could not break through the supreme level with the power of the law of space in his life. Thank you, Qinglong Saint. Now Qinglong Supreme takes the initiative to deprive the law of space, which gives him the opportunity to control and integrate into the law of space. How can Chu Zhongshan not be excited? Chu Zhongshan's heart is not eager to advance to the realm of the Supreme Saint in a short time. As long as he can control the power of the law, and with the help of advancing to the supreme title, he will be satisfied with his ability to tear the void and roam the stars. When he has fulfilled his wish, there will be plenty of time to break through the No One Saint in the future. Chu Zhongshan, it was a gift from your eldest brother just now. It's my turn next. After the Supreme Qinglong accepted the thanks of Chu Zhongshan, the White Tiger Saint said, "Because I have only a trace of mind left now, I have little energy and can't help you much." Speaking of this, the tiger claw of the White Tiger Saint was caught at the Sea of Knowledge in Chu Zhongshan. Huang Lao had been hiding in the Sea of Knowledge and was forcibly sucked out. White Tiger Holy Master, this body of divine soul benefits teachers and friends with me. I hope White Tiger Holy Master won't hurt him. Seeing Huang Lao forced out of the sea, Chu Zhongshan's face changed and begged quickly. Huang Lao, who was forced out of the sea, looked at the White Tiger Saint with a frightened face. Although the White Tiger Saint is only a vestige of divine thought and can only give full play to the strength of the title Supreme, as one of the 4 sacred beasts in the ancient times, it has the means to easily kill the title Supreme Peak Strong. Chu Zhongshan, don't worry. I know the relationship between the spirit and you clearly, so I won't hurt him. It indicated that Chu Zhongshan didn't have to worry. The White Tiger Saint stretched out his claws and sucked hundreds of milky white energy not far away. Then, 11 milky white energies were absorbed and floated in front of the White Tiger Saint. Then, the White Tiger Saint forced the body of Huang Lao's spirit into the milky white energy. At the same time, a mysterious message entered the body of Huang Lao's divine soul. Thank you, White Tiger Saint. After receiving the message from the White Tiger Saint, old Huang thanked with ecstasy. Thank you, White Tiger Saint. Chu Zhongshan was also very excited to thank him. In fact, just when the White Tiger Saint absorbed the milky energy, Chu Zhongshan had guessed its intention. He is very grateful for this. Although at the beginning, when Huang Lao inherited his array knowledge, He wanted to help Huang Lao reshape his flesh in the future. In his later contact, Huang Lao's help and care for him made him regard Huang Lao as his closest elder. And Chu Zhongshan not be happy if he can help him reshape his flesh in advance, and reshape his flesh with the vitality of the tree of life. Chu Zhongshan, as the first living creature born in the beginning of heaven and earth, contains a lot of wonderful energy in the vitality released by the tree of life. After your elder uses the vitality to reshape the body, he will not only be promoted to the highest rank, but also the array level will reach a new level, which is a strong guarantee for your future safety. Thank you, White Tiger, Chu Zhongshan said gratefully. Since the eldest brother and the second brother have given their own gifts, as the third sister, I can't be stingy. After Chu Zhongshan thanked the White Tiger Saint, the hot-tempered Rosefinch Saint said, "Just now, when my spirit merged into the phantom, I found that the blood in your body is very special, some like the blood of the person in the rumor. Moreover, I found that the high temperature contained in the power of fire system law can accelerate the transformation of purple blood in your body, so I will leave a congenital fire in your body, so that you can use the congenital fire to complete the transformation of blood within a year." Cheng. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to open his mouth to thank him, the Rosefinch Saint Zun waved fiery red wings and signaled that she had something to say. Since you are also a person with the attribute of fire, you can also use some of the secrets of the fire system. Next, I will teach you a set of secrets of Rosefinch transformation. After mastering this set of secrets, you can use the skill of Divine Beast transformation. You can change into Fire Phoenix at the time of supreme cultivation, give full play to the strength of the highest rank, and turn into Rosefinch at the time of supreme cultivation, giving full play to the reality of surpassing the highest rank force. Thank you, Rosefinch Saint. Chu Zhongshan would appreciate it if he could accelerate the speed of blood transformation and let him know the origin of purple blood in his body earlier. Now she has presented the transformation secret method that can cross a great realm. How can he not be excited to thank her? The eldest brother, the second brother and the third sister all gave gifts. I can't be a little brother without expressing it. When the Rosefinch Saint taught the transformation secret to the Queen of Chu, the Xunwu Saint said with a smile. Hearing that the Xunwu Saint also wanted to give gifts, Chu Zhongshan brightened his eyes and stared at the Xunwu Saint. Chu Zhongshan, just now I found that you are a martial artist of double cultivation of spirit and body. Now the grade of your body has reached 5 grades. Then I will give some ancient essence, which can make your body break through the supreme level within 3 months, break through the title of supreme within 6 months, and advance to the holy body within 2 years. When the strong claws grasped the valley ground, a ball of dark yellow qi the size of a volleyball appeared in front of Chu Zhongshan, motioning Chu Zhongshan to put away the ancient essence, and the Xunwu Saint explained. Thank you, Xunwu Saint. In less than 3 years, his physical quality can be promoted to the holy body. Such a treasure is an opportunity that Chu Zhongshan can't believe in his dreams. Apart from the requirements for cultivation, the most important thing is the strength of the flesh. After all, the endless interstellar space is very dangerous, and it may be hit by meteorites when it is not young. Therefore, if you want to roam the stars, cultivation is as important as the flesh. Chu Zhongshan, put away the illusory spirit first. I have a few words to tell you alone. When the Xunwu Saint finished giving it the gift, the White Tiger Saint ordered. Yes, White Tiger Saint. As soon as Chu Zhongshan waved his hand, the 4 illusory spirit objects were integrated into his body, and the force of the law retained by the 4 divine beasts in the spirit objects all floated in his danshan until they were understood and absorbed. Chu Zhongshan, talk to me deep in the valley. After Chu Zhongshan put away the 4 magic objects, the White Tiger Saint looked at Kong Rulin holding the magic knife, especially the magic knife, and then told Chu Zhongshan. Rulin, after the ray evolution of the 4 saints, and the beginning of the opening of heaven and earth, in addition to the purer aura in the valley, the aura of the spirit produced by the self-explosion of the evil ape remains in the valley. You can continue to improve your accomplishments with the help of aura of the spirit. The White Tiger Saint deliberately avoided Kong Rulin, indicating that his next conversation was not suitable for him, so Chu Zhongshan specially told him before entering the valley. Brother Chu, don't worry about me, just do it yourself. I know what I should do. He motioned Chu Zhongshan to ignore himself. Then he sat down and began to absorb the aura and spirit of the valley. The 4 divine beasts used special techniques to repeat the scene of the first opening of heaven and earth. Although the rosefinch saint only chopped an axe at last, he was interrupted by the exterminating demon ape, and did not complete the whole process of the first opening of heaven and earth, but the valley once belonged to chaos, which still made the whole valley change. In the middle heaven of Chu, chaos is achieved before the heaven and earth are opened. Chaos contains the chi of chaos. No one can absorb this energy except the first god who opened the sky and split the earth. Chu Zhongshan just told Kong Rulin that although he felt the changes in the valley, he didn't fully understand the real changes in the valley, so he took the initiative to explain. White Tiger Saint, I once saw a record about the chi of chaos from an ancient book. It is said that a trace of the chi of chaos weighs tens of millions of kilograms, which cannot be absorbed by innate creatures. After hearing the explanation of the White Tiger Saint, the heavenly horse in Chu recalled that he had heard some myths and rumors before he crossed, so he couldn't help asking. Shook his head, White Tiger Saint Zun said, "The weight of chaotic chi is beyond imagination. The tree of life and our 4 divine beasts are the first batch of creatures at the beginning of heaven and earth, which can be regarded as the most orthodox innate creatures. However, except for the 4th brother Xuanwu, because of his special constitution, he can barely absorb the diluted chaotic chi, and even the strongest tree of life cannot absorb the chaotic chi." I see, Chu Zhongshan nodded, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his heart. According to the process of the 4 divine beasts repeating the beginning of heaven and earth, Chu Zhongshan feels that the world he crosses, the process of formation and evolution, is basically similar to that of the earth, but the energy after the formation of the world and the creatures born in the world are much worse than that of the earth. In other words, the formation time of the earth is much longer than that of the eternal continent, and the strong who leaves the earth is much stronger than the eternal continent, which provides a favorable clue for him to find the earth in the future. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan understood the reason for the chaotic chi, the White Tiger Saint continued to explain. After the evolution of heaven and earth is completed, the chaotic chi that is not suitable for living creatures to absorb gradually begins to transform into the innate chi that can be absorbed by innate living creatures. Although the innate chi is not as powerful as the chaotic chi, the energy possessed by the innate chi and the special laws contained therein are also extremely rare energy for living creatures. Unfortunately, the greed and desire of the strong human beings have led to the destruction of the ancient times, and the environment in which the innate chi is formed has been greatly damaged. Moreover, the resentment generated after the death of countless creatures has gradually evolved into the acquired aura, that is, the aura you absorb now. The acquired aura transformed from innate chi not only has thousands of times less energy quality, but also has no special rules in aura, so it can only improve cultivation. After explaining the transformation process between chaotic chi, innate Reiki and acquired Reiki, and the abilities of these 3 gases respectively, the White Tiger Saint pointed to the Reiki that was close to the center of the valley and could be seen with eyes and flesh. Chu Zhongshan, although we didn't complete the process of forming the whole heaven and earth just now, when we evolved the beginning of heaven and earth, it also filled the whole valley with innate chi. After we leave, you can use the innate chi to raise your potential, understanding, qualification, and cultivation to the limit, and then use the power of space law left by Brother Qinglong to directly tear the medicine field, the space barrier of space, leave the falling fairy cliff. Thank you, White Tiger Saint. The innate chi, which is several times higher than the aura for many years, can be absorbed by yourself. The explanation of the White Tiger Saint made Chu Zhongshan find another way to quickly improve his strength. At the same time, with the help of the force of the law of space, he can directly leave the falling immortal cliff and solve a layer of worry in his heart. Following behind the White Tiger Saint, the deeper he went into the valley, the denser the innate aura formed after the evolution of heaven and earth. At first, he could barely distinguish it with the naked eye, but after going deep into the valley, he gradually found that the innate aura had gradually atomized. However, the medicine field space used by the tree of life to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit was not too large. After only 20 minutes, Chu Zhongshan followed the White Tiger Saint to the middle of the valley. In the middle of the valley, there is a very wide tomb. In front of the tomb, there is a stone tablet about 3 meters high, but there is no inscription on the stone tablet. Falling fairy cliff in the valley, standing in front of the wordless stone tablet, the supreme white tiger looked full of sadness. This sad breath affected the middle heaven of Chu and made him feel that the man buried in the grave in front of him was a great hero who could save all the people from water and fire. Chu Zhongshan, you know the spirit body in the sea. You are stained with the spirit of green lotus. Presumably, his spirit body has accidentally entered the Taoist arena of Brother Green Lotus. Maybe you can see the whole process of the ancient war. The relic that old Huang once entered was the Taoist temple of the Supreme Saint Qinglian. Chu Zhongshan was very surprised to hear the speculation of the white tiger saint. However, in the twinkling of an eye, he felt something wrong. Because after the ancient war, the Qinglian saint, like the white tiger saint, is basically close to the destruction of the gods and souls. It is impossible for him to have the time and opportunity to continue to record the information after the destruction of the ancient period. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan asked some questions. White Tiger Saint, old Huang is sure to enter a relic with countless classics, and he did see the specific process of the ancient war from that trace, but the classics in that relic not only recorded some information in the ancient times, but also in the ancient and near-ancient times. I think it should not be the Daechang of Qinglian Saint. It's the ashram of Qinglian Saint. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, the White Tiger Saint even more determined that the relic was the Taoist field of the Qinglian Saint. At the beginning of heaven and earth, when Brother Qinglian was conceived, there was an accompanying spirit beast around him. This spirit beast is called listening. Listening can recognize all things in the world and eavesdrop on the conversation between all creatures, so there is nothing in the world that it doesn't know. When Brother Qinglian came to help in the war, he had considered that in case his gods and souls were destroyed, so he stayed in the Taoist field and let it continue to record the major events in the world. I see. After hearing the explanation of the White Tiger Saint, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help nodding, and finally wanted to understand why many secrets that the world didn't know could be recorded in that ruins. At the beginning of the ancient war, when our three divine beasts were faced with the dilemma of death, there were three great saints to help. One is the Tree of Life. Before she helped us, she had saved the spirit of the third sister in advance to avoid her death. The other one is Qinglian, who doesn't know us. Long before the human holy and powerful negotiated against us, Brother Qinglian had heard the news through listening and told us in advance. However, as the guardian of the ancient times and the strongest in the ancient times, we didn't believe in Brother Qinglian at all, so that we were finally broken by the strong human beings. The last one is the human beings that are four divine beasts, and all human beings don't know. Even when we have to overdraw the power of the divine spirit in order to protect the spirits of our eldest brother, 3 younger sisters and 4 younger brothers, we still don't know the origin of the human strong man, but we know his name is nameless, and he comes from a place called the Earth. After hearing the White Tiger Saint's introduction to the nameless human strongman, although the divine feeling in Chu was very calm, there had long been ups and downs like a raging wave in his heart. This is the first time he has heard about the Earth since he crossed the eternal continent, and this news is enough to show that there is a certain connection between the eternal continent and the Earth, and the strong have been able to cross the barrier of the two worlds by tearing the void, which makes him a big step away from reaching the final goal in his heart. Speaking of this, the White Tiger Saint looked directly at Chu Zhongshan and said, "Chu Zhongshan, do you know why you can get the jade pendant of the Control Palace in the 2nd floor of the Blood Devil Secret Territory, and why you can smoothly enter the palace on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil Secret Territory? Chu Zhongshan, do you know why you can get the 2nd space law among the thousands of laws in the Shura secret realm?" Chu Zhongshan actually had some thoughts about the interrogation of the White Tiger Saint, but he shook his head and said he didn't know. Because you have the same breath as the Nameless Saint, I suspect you may be the reincarnation of the Nameless Saint. Whether Chu Zhongshan really didn't think of the relationship between him and the unknown saint, or pretended to be confused, the White Tiger Saint didn't care. He truthfully said his thoughts. "Impossible," shook his head, Chu Zhongshan denied. He knows his origin too well. He can have the same breath as the Nameless Saint, not because he is the reincarnation of the Nameless Saint, but also because the two people come from the same planet. Chu Zhongshan, I know it's hard for you to accept this answer in a short time, but what I want to tell you is that as the life-saving benefactor of our 4 divine beasts, whether you are the reincarnation of an unknown saint or not, we will sincerely help you. The White Tiger Saint didn't care about the denial of Chu Zhongshan, because he knows that a person suddenly knows that he is the reincarnation of a big man, which is difficult to accept in a short time. Chu Zhongshan, the reason why I brought you here is not only that this place is the central area of the whole valley and gathers the thickest innate qi, but also that this wordless stone tablet can improve the understanding of a martial artist dozens or even hundreds of times, and can make you feel the law of space and the law of destruction faster. After hearing the introduction of the White Tiger Saint, Chu Zhongshan, who had pretended to be a meditative picture, suddenly raised his head and stared at the stone tablet, with a glimmer of joy on his face. Now, through the laws and energy left by the 4 divine beasts in the illusory spirit object, he has been able to give full play to the strength of the road period with the help of the power of the space law of 1.5 layers and the power of the destruction law of 2 layers. If the ability of understanding can be improved with the help of the stone tablet, he can use more power of laws in a short time, which can not only continue to improve his strength and enable him to more easily participate in the competition for hidden dragons, but also enable him to break through the supreme level as soon as possible. Chu Zhongshan, after the ancient world is broken, the residual world can no longer let us saints and powerful people continue to survive, so when the eldest brother recovers his flesh, he will tear the void and leave the eternal continent. Therefore, what achievements you can achieve in the eternal continent in the future depends on yourself. Thank you, White Tiger Saint. Seeing the White Tiger Saint who helped him everywhere, Chu Zhongshan knew that the other party would give full help only because he was the reincarnation of the powerful unknown saint. However, the result of the full help of the 4 divine beasts could make him rapidly improve his strength and realm in a short time. He should be grateful for his emotion and reason. Chu Zhongshan, take care of yourself. After accepting Chu Zhongshan's thanks, the White Tiger Saint looked complex and said a sentence, and then completely disappeared in front of the stone tablet. Falling fairy cliff in the valley in front of the wordless stone tablet. Looking at the White Tiger Saint who suddenly left, Chu Zhongshan was a little stunned. Because in his opinion, the White Tiger Holy Master helped himself so much. In addition to suspecting that he may be the reincarnation of the unknown Holy Master, he is also likely to have very important things that need his help. As Huang Lao tried his best to help himself, his final wish is to help him reshape his flesh. However, from the fact that the White Tiger Saint left without hesitation, it is enough to see that he sincerely wants to repay himself, which makes Chu Zhongshan have to guess how the nameless saint helped the 4 divine beasts in those years, so that the 4 divine beasts can be so grateful. If you want to really understand the ideas of the 4 divine beasts, the premise is that your strength must be in the same state as them. Only when you have the same status and strength can you be qualified and able to know the ideas of others. Only with stronger cultivation and strength can we have the ability to understand what the unknown saint did during the ancient war. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan scattered his thoughts and observed Huang Lao, who was reshaping his body, and Kong Rulin, who fully absorbed the innate aura and spirit, and found that they were immersed in their own cultivation. Race straight to the wordless stone tablet, bend your knees and sit down. Chu Zhongshan began to try to improve the understanding of the wordless stone tablet. Is it as powerful as the White Tiger Saint introduced? When he began to understand the law of space, a trace of cyan gas was emitted from the wordless stone tablet. These cyan gases entered the sea of knowledge along his nostrils, making his thoughts more and more transparent, his ideas simpler and simpler, his attention more and more focused, and his understanding of the law of space more and more transparent. All his energy is focused on the perception of the law of space, which makes him gradually forget the passage of time and all his thoughts. At the same time, he can rely on more and more forces of space laws, but let him know his strength, just like the launched rocket, is getting higher and higher. When his perception of space law reached the limit, he found that he had reached the 9th floor with the help of the power of space law, which was equivalent to the strong man at the peak of the imperial realm. However, he only reached the peak of the imperial realm in the perception of the power of law, but the real cultivation is still the 3rd level of the divine soul period. After the perception of the power of space law reaches the limit, the clear gas emitted by the nameless stone tablet has no great effect on him. Next, if you want to break through the limit, with the help of the power of space law on the 10th floor, or even control the power of space law, you need a long time of closed and semi-latent cultivation. After a short rest of 5 minutes, Chu Zhongshan closed his eyes again, then continued to improve his understanding ability with the help of the unknown stone tablet, began to understand the law of destruction, and improve his level of being able to rely on the power of the law of destruction. Compared with the difficult perception of the power of the law of space, he has the improvement of the understanding of the unknown stone tablet and the destruction law left by the white tiger saint, which makes him more and more deeply aware of the power of the law of destruction and can rely on more and more power of the law of destruction. It only took less than half the time to understand the power of the law of space, and the power of the law of destruction can reach 9 levels. Different from the power of space law, the power of space law can't continue to feel after it reaches the 9th floor, because its own perception reaches the limit. The power of the law of destruction is influenced by cultivation and realm. If his cultivation at this time breaks through the longevity period, he can not only rely on the power of the 10-layer destruction law, but may even control the destruction law in advance, so as to promote his realm to the supreme level. Therefore, after finishing his perception of the power of the law of destruction, he found several spirit grasses that can help refine the soul of heaven from the depths of the valley, and then while refining the soul, he attracted the innate chi and improved his cultivation. As an innate aura 1 level higher than the acquired aura, the improvement of cultivation is hundreds of times higher than the acquired aura. In only 5 minutes, his cultivation successfully broke through the 4th floor of the divine soul period. 7 minutes later, the cultivation will break through the 5th floor of the divine soul period. 10 minutes later, the cultivation will break through the 6th floor of the divine soul. The more innate aura he absorbed, the faster his cultivation improved. Only half an hour later, his cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine soul period. At the moment when the heavenly soul is completely refined and successful, cultivation also enters the 10-level perfect state of the divine soul period. At this time, Chu Zhongshan temporarily stopped the improvement of cultivation. According to Huang Lao, the competition for the Qianlong list is aimed at the spirit period. If your cultivation breaks through the spirit period in the process of the competition for the hidden dragon list, your qualification will be cancelled immediately. The unknown stone tablet has reached the limit for the improvement of understanding. If you want to continue to increase the improvement of the power of space laws in a short time, you must not lose the opportunity for the hidden dragon list to compete for independent space. Therefore, even if his current cultivation and realm have reached the level that can break through the longevity period, and he can even take risks to try to break through the avenue period, but he can only suppress it temporarily. However, the improvement of strength, in addition to cultivation and realm, as well as the perception of the power of law, the improvement of physical grade and martial arts is also very important for the improvement of strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan continued to use the innate aura, the ancient essence left by the Xunwu saint, and the improvement of the understanding of the wordless stone tablet to begin to improve the quality of the flesh. Compared with the improvement of cultivation and realm, the speed of upgrading the physical grade is slightly slower. It took nearly an hour to upgrade the physical grade to the peak of 5 grades, which is equivalent to the peak of longevity. Although the ancient essence given by the Xunwu saint has an unimaginable improvement in the promotion of physical quality, the promotion of physical quality pays attention to step by step, so he did not continue to force it. After the full promotion just now, the improvement of cultivation, realm, physical body, and the power of law have reached the limit. The next thing to cultivate is martial arts. However, considering that this valley is a medicine field used by the Tree of Life to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, and there are bones of unknown saints buried in the valley, Chu Zhongshan temporarily put out the idea of cultivating martial arts. Standing up, Chu Zhongshan used his mind to observe the state of Huang Lao and Kong Rulin. He found that Huang Lao's flesh has recovered nearly 2/3, and his breath has exceeded the peak of the imperial realm, which is likely to reach the supreme level. As for Kong Rulin, with the help of the innate aura in the valley and the aura of the spirit left after the explosion of the spirit of the evil ape, he has reached the peak of the Sea of Qi and is trying to impact the spirit period. Seeing here, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. There is still some time before the competition for the list of hidden dragons. If Kong Rulin can break through the Soul Period, he is qualified to participate in the Hidden Dragon Peak. With the help of Magic Knife, he is absolutely capable of reaching the final. Seeing that it would take some time for Huang Lao and Kong Rulin to finish their latent cultivation, Chu Zhongshan stood up and began to search the whole valley for some spiritual grass and fruit. As the first living creature at the beginning of the world, the medicine field used by the Tree of Life to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit contains many top spiritual grass and spiritual fruit. Many medicinal materials are legendary miracles. Although after great changes in ancient times, innate aura has been transformed into acquired aura, resulting in the drying up and death of more than one product of divine medicinal materials and fruit, there are still many second and first product of spiritual grass and fruit. As the first living creature in the beginning of heaven and earth, the strength exceeds the existence of the four divine beasts. The spirit grass and fruit cultivated by the Tree of Life, no matter how high the quality and how precious the species are not accompanied by spirit beasts, which saves Chu Zhongshan a lot of effort. Spiritual grass and fruit above the third grade are still very helpful to his current cultivation and strength, and he is surrounded by some friends, relatives, and lovers. These people also need high-quality spiritual grass and fruit to improve their cultivation and strength. What's more, after the evolution of the four divine beasts, the whole valley is filled with innate aura again. After absorbing these innate auras, these spiritual grasses and fruits have stronger quality and efficacy, and enhance the cultivation, realm, strength, and potential of martial artists. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan plans to take this opportunity to pick more spiritual grass and fruits, and then give them to his lovers, friends, and relatives, so that they can not only obtain strong strength, but also prolong their life. Just less than 30 meters from the stone tablet, a spirit grass with top grade appeared in front of him. Popular grass, the second-class upper-level spirit grass, is naturally yin. Does the top spirit grass with pure wind attribute among the 5 elements attributes? For martial artists with wind attribute physique, it can not only improve their cultivation and strength, but also enhance their perception of wind attribute. After taking off the popular grass, Chu Zhongshan carefully felt the energy contained in the popular grass, and found that the energy contained in the popular grass had a qualitative improvement on his own wind attribute, body method, and martial arts. Through the improvement of the understanding of the wordless stone tablet and the breakthrough of his cultivation, the lower-level body method and martial arts of Xuanpin he practiced have reached the peak, and it is possible to break through the peak at any time and advance to the middle-level body method and martial arts of Xuanpin. If the lower-level body skill of Xuanpin can be supplemented by the top wind attribute spirit grass when breaking through, it can not only increase the success rate of the breakthrough, but also break through the body skill and enter the middle-level peak of Xuanpin in one fell swoop. Happily, he put the popular grass into the box prepared in advance. Chu Zhongshan continued to look for spiritual grass and fruit around the wordless stone tablet. Less than 500 meters from where he picked the popular grass, he found another spiritual grass with higher grade, red blood grass. Red blood grass, a kind of lower-level spirit grass, contains special energy that can improve blood grade and enhance blood strength. At the same time, it is also the main medicine for refining the top pill red blood pill. Without the power of the fire system, law of the rosefinch saint left in the spiritual object, red blood grass will become an auxiliary medicine for the purple blood in his rotation in the future. However, even if the purple blood in the body is not transformed by red blood fruit, after all the purple blood is transformed successfully, the red blood grass with first-class quality will also play a certain role in improving the purple blood. Put away the red blood grass. Chu Zhongshan continued to look for the spirit grass and fruit. When he turned to the back of the tomb, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a spirit tree about 1 meter high on the back of the cemetery, whose trunk was like a flying dragon. Before looking for Huang Lao's reconstruction of the flesh, he specially taught him some information about precious natural materials and earth treasures, and soon found out the origin of the spirit tree. Huanglong tree, a top-level spirit tree, blooms once in 10,000 years, bears fruit once in 10,000 years, and matures once in 10,000 years. The mature Huanglong tree will bear 9 spirit fruits. These 9 spirit fruits can not only improve the cultivation and realm, and improve the physical fitness of martial artists, but also the dragon effect contained in the huanglong fruit, can enable martial artists to use this energy to have the ability to transform into a dragon for a short time. Its effect is very similar to the transfiguration taught by the rosefinch saint. The only difference is that the transfiguration taught by the rosefinch saint consumes your own energy, and using the yellow dragon fruit to perform the transfiguration directly uses the energy contained in the spirit fruit, which basically does not consume much for yourself. Of course, the energy contained in the yellow dragon fruit is limited, which leads to the time limit for using the spirit fruit to perform the transformation. Unlike using its own strength to perform the transformation taught by the rosefinch saint, it can maintain the transformation for a long time. Take out the pill bottle specially used to hold the spirit fruit. Chu Zhongshan carefully put 9 yellow dragon fruits in 3 pill bottles with different income, and 6 yellow dragon fruits in 1 pill bottle, which is reserved for his own use. Put 2 yellow dragon fruits into a pill bottle, which is reserved for Kong Rulin. Another pill bottle contains a yellow dragon fruit, which he plans to give to Tian Jun, because just when he left the Qianlong Peak, Tian Jun once paid a special visit, saying that he would try his best to improve his cultivation, strive to break through the divine soul period within 3 months, get the quota to participate in the competition of the Qianlong list, and then use the remaining 4 months to improve his cultivation to the high level of the divine soul period, so as to compete for the final of the Qianlong list, break through the divine soul period within 3 months, and advance to the high level of the divine soul period within 4 months. If others hear Tian Jun's statement, they will scoff and even laugh at his arrogance, but Chu Zhongshan believes he can do it. As the successor to replace Long Xingyun in managing Zhang Zhufeng, Tian Jun's qualification is indeed the top and best. The reason why his cultivation is slow is that he wants to lay a very solid foundation for every small realm. If he is willing to make every effort to improve his cultivation, it is not impossible for him to break through the divine soul period in 3 months and advance to the high level of the divine soul period in 4 months. What's more, as one of the most valued disciples of the sect leader's generation, I'm afraid the sect leader will help him improve his cultivation and strength. However, even if Tian Jun's cultivation is promoted to the high level of the divine soul period, it is quite cruel for the competition of the diving dragon list. He is afraid that it will be difficult for him to reach the finals. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan plans to give him a yellow dragon fruit, so that he can improve his chances of reaching the finals by means of the transformation of the yellow dragon fruit. Put away the 3 pill bottles containing huanglong fruit, and Chu Zhongshan continued to look for the spirit grass and fruit around the tomb. As the first creature bred in the early days of heaven and earth, there are too many high-quality spiritual materials and earth treasures planted in the medicine field of the Tree of Life, used to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, and most of the spiritual grass and spiritual fruit need to mobilize the data left by old Huang. Therefore, when Huang Lao's body was fully recovered, and Kong Rulin successfully broke through the divine soul period, he searched only 1/3 of the cemetery area. The search scope only occupies 1/10,000th of the whole valley. Use the mind to see that Huang Lao has completely shaped the body and is moving his hands and feet to adapt to the reconstructed body. Kong Rulin also successfully broke through the divine soul period and has consolidated his cultivation after the breakthrough. Chu Zhongshan used his divine mind to greet them to the wordless stone tablet. When Huang Lao and Kong Rulin appeared before and after the wordless stone tablet, Chu Zhongshan briefly introduced Huang Lao to Kong Rulin. Kong Rulin has witnessed how Huang always appeared and what his previous state was. Therefore, he quickly adapted and accepted Huang's introduction. Huang Lao, how does it feel to have the flesh again? Looking at Huang Lao after reshaping the flesh, Chu Zhongshan asked with a smile. In the past, whether he stayed in the sea or left the sea, there was a faint layer of divine power on him, so that he couldn't see the real face of Huang. Now, he has the flesh again, without the cover of dark and yellow gas, revealing his true face of Lushan. Huang Lao's reconstructed body is a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. His tough face has sharp edges and corners, and there is a small gap behind his ears, as if there were a pair of ears, which makes him look a little different from normal human beings. At the same time, under the scattered hairline in front of the forehead, there are 7 slight protrusions, silver light spots like stars. Although he was surprised at Huang Lao's strange appearance, Chu Zhongshan didn't have the idea of asking the bottom, but asked him how he felt after having the flesh again. It's wonderful, it's wonderful. After carefully feeling the strength and potential contained in the flesh and the degree of integration with the spirit, Huang couldn't help praising. Just fit the body. Seeing that Huang was very satisfied with the reconstructed body, Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When accepting Huang Lao's inheritance array, he once promised Huang Lao to do his best to help him reshape his body, and even promised him to venture into a very dangerous secret place when his cultivation broke through the supreme level, which made him feel pressure all the time. Now, Huang Lao's body has been completely remodeled, which can be regarded as the completion of his original commitment. The pressure that has been pressing on his heart dissipated in an instant. As the first living creature in the beginning of heaven and earth, the vitality contained in the tree of life itself is too strong. Now the physical body has just recovered, which has brought me back to the supreme peak. After I completely adapt to the reconstructed physical body and integrate into the power of law, I can easily enter the realm of title to the supreme level. After introducing the beauty of the flesh, old Huang looked directly at Chu Zhongshan for nearly 10 seconds and then bent over to thank him. Chu boy, I can use the vitality of the tree of life to reshape the perfect flesh. The 4 divine beasts are entirely for your face, so you must accept my gift. Huang Lao, you are too polite. You are like the closest elders in my heart. These are what I should do as a younger generation. He dodged to avoid Huang Lao's salute, and Chu Zhongshan quickly explained. Chu boy, you don't understand the power of vitality contained in the tree of life, and you don't know the help to me after reshaping the flesh. This not only makes me reborn, but also gives me the ability to revenge blood and hatred, so you should accept this gift anyway. Seeing Chu Zhongshan dodging, Huang Lao moved his body and continued to bend over to thank him. Forget it. Seeing Huang Lao with a firm attitude, Chu Zhongshan knew that Huang Lao's thanks were to calm his heart, which was closely related to his next promotion, so he accepted his thanks. However, in order to transfer Huang's gratitude, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly said, Huang, there are too many high-quality spirit grass and spirit fruits in the valley. I don't know many precious spirit grass and spirit fruits, so I need you to distinguish them and I'll pick them. As a strong man at the top of the supreme level, after millions of years of vicissitudes, old Huang couldn't see that this was Chu Zhongshan's idea of deliberately changing the topic. Therefore, in addition to being grateful, he also cooperated with his actions and began to pick precious medicinal materials in the valley. Even with the help of Huang Lao and the sharing of Kong Rulin, it took nearly 10 days for Tianzu and Chu to search the core area of the valley. Even in the core area of the valley, he was allowed to harvest 130 kinds of spirit grass and 30 kinds of spirit fruit at different levels. There are 590 plants of second-grade spirit grass and 70 kinds of second-grade spirit fruit. There are 1070 kinds of spirit grass and 120 kinds of spirit fruit in different grades of sanpin. The spirit grass and fruit below the 3rd grade and above the 6th grade occupy 1/10 of his storage ring. As for the spirit grass and fruit below 6 grades, Chu Zhongshan didn't collect them because he didn't want to waste more time on these low-grade herbs. Huang Lao, now my accomplishments and strength have reached the limit. It takes a period of precipitation to turn into combat power, so I want to return to the sect next. When the picked spirit grass and spirit fruit were sorted out, Chu Zhongshan immediately left his heart. Yes, I just need time to adapt to the new body, and then fully integrate the power of the law I master into the flesh and spirit, and then advance to the title of Supreme. Huang agrees that Chu Zhongshan wants to end the calendar training ahead of time and return to the sect for latent cultivation. However, as soon as his tone changed, he looked worried and said, At the moment when my body recovered, the power of the law I mastered was integrated into the falling immortal cliff. I found that the whole falling immortal cliff has been completely blocked by the power of the chaotic law, forming a natural trap with no entry or exit. Chu boy, with my current array level, I can't break the array of falling immortal cliff for the time being. I'm afraid it's very difficult to leave in a short time. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything. He just mobilized the true yuan in the danshan and the power of knowing the spirit in the sea, and then used the power of the 9-layer space law to draw a line towards the void in front of him. Then a gap about 4 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared in front of him. Huang Lao, such as forest, let's go. Without too much explanation, Chu Zhongshan took the lead in entering the gap, followed by Kong Rulin. Huang was always a little stunned. First, he felt the fluctuation of the force of law on the edge of the gap with his hand. Then, a shock flashed on his face, and then he immediately entered the gap. Through the gap torn by the force of space law, Chu Zhongshan appeared at the top of the falling immortal cliff. Looking at the falling immortal cliff blocked by the force of colorful law at his feet, he couldn't help sighing. It's not a long time to enter the falling immortal cliff. It's only half a month from front to back, but it's this half a month that has qualitatively improved his own insight, vision, cultivation, and strength. It can be said that if he can be promoted to the supreme title within 30 years, or in a shorter time, the experience and harvest of falling into immortal cliff will definitely account for half of the credit. Chu boy, have you mastered the legendary law? Huang Lao, who left the valley, rushed to Chu Zhongshan in 2 or 3 steps and asked in an expectant tone. The law of space, the second law among thousands of laws, can be called the king if you get this law, which is known as a powerful law that can always be in an invincible position. Yes, I do control the legendary law. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan didn't hide his secret of mastering the law of space. At the same time, he also put all the reasons for his harvest of the power of space law on the green dragon saint. In the valley, when the 4 divine beasts gave me gifts, the green dragon saint deprived the law of heaven to reward him as a gift, and then passed it on to me through illusory spirits. Now I can use the 9 layers of the power of that law. In such a short time, he can feel and use the power of the 9 layers of space law. The space law stripped by the green dragon saint only occupies 4 layers, and the remaining 7 layers are entirely due to harvesting the seeds of space law in the Shura secret realm. However, he accepted Huang Lao's array inheritance after harvesting the seeds of the power of space law, and allowed Huang Lao to stay in his sea of knowledge all the time. After such a long time of contact, the relationship between the 2 people, from the beginning of mutual use, to now is not a relationship between relatives than relatives. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to make Huang unhappy because he conceals the seeds of the power of space law. Great! Chu Zhongshan not only admitted that he had mastered the power of space law, but also was able to use the power of space law on the 9th floor when he reached the peak of cultivation in the spirit period. Huang couldn't help but applaud and say his own thoughts. Chu boy, when you can master the power of space law on the 10th floor, and your accomplishments and realm are promoted to the highest level at the same time, I need you to use the power of space law to return to the relics of countless classics I harvested. No problem. Chu Zhongshan readily agreed. Return to the Taoist arena of Kinglian St. Zun. Even if Huang doesn't take the initiative to invite him, he will ask Huang to take him after the battle for the Qianlong list is over. Because the Kinglian Taoist field not only records countless secrets such as Wu Dao, Dan Dao, Qi Dao, Fu Dao, and Prophecy Dao, but also collects countless secrets of the mainland, as well as the knowledge of some star giants in ancient and near-ancient times. He wants to find clues about the Earth. After all, mastering the power of the space law of the 10th floor has made him no less powerful than the title supreme, and has the ability to tear the void and find the Earth. Chu Zhongshan's quick reply made old Huang very happy. Then he began to determine the location of Li Yun's sect, and planned to tear the void and return directly to the sect. Huang Lao, wait a minute. Seeing that old Huang was going to tear the void directly and return to the sect, Chu Zhongshan quickly stopped him. Then he dispersed his mind, and began to take the falling immortal cliff as the origin and extend to the southwest. In the medicine field where the tree of life is used to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, in addition to the overall improvement of cultivation, realm, potential, understanding, and the power of law, his divine mind has been qualitatively improved at the same time. Originally, the range that could extend nearly 3 million kilometers has been raised to more than 10 million kilometers, so he wants to use the way of divine positioning and the force of space law to tear the void, arrive at Waishan Island in the fastest and shortest time, and then leave a message to Zhou Zai, delaying the battle between the 2 people to the battle of the hidden dragon list. After all, with Zhou Qi's qualification and talent, it is not very difficult to break through the divine soul period. He will certainly be able to harvest the quota of the competition for the hidden dragon list. Since both of them are contestants from the southern region, they are bound to meet in the competition for the Qianlong list qualifier, so delaying the appointment to the competition for the Qianlong list is also regarded as completing the original agreement between the 2. When his mind reached the limit, he still didn't reach the position of Waishan. However, Chu Zhongshan had to turn to Huang Lao for help. There was no need for Chu Zhongshan to speak. Old Huang knew what he wanted to do, so Old Huang directly dispersed his thoughts of the supreme peak and soon found the exact location of Weishan. Then he took the initiative to tear the void and appeared over Weishan with Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin. To determine the position agreed by the two people, Chu Zhongshan took out a blank jade slip from the storage ring and planned to leave a message by means of divine cohesion, but just when he stood at the agreed position, an illusory figure rose slowly from the bottom of the lake. Brother Chu, seeing Chu Zhongshan standing in mid-air, an illusory figure greeted him with a fist. Brother Zhou, although the shadow rising from the bottom of the lake was very illusory, Chu Zhongshan recognized that the shadow was Zhou Qi. Brother Chu, after the First World War of fighting for the spirit beast, my master and I returned to Weishan Island and accidentally harvested 3 bodhi fruits. With the help of these 3 bodhi fruits, I not only successfully broke through the Divine Soul period, but also directly improved my cultivation to the peak of the Divine Soul period within 1 month. Bodhi fruit. Hearing Zhou Qi say that he has harvested 3 bodhi fruits, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but raise a trace of envy. Bodhi fruit is a superior spiritual fruit. Its attribute is yang. It blooms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and matures once every 30,000 years. The mature bodhi fruit can comprehensively improve the cultivation, realm, qualification, potential, and understanding of martial artists, as well as the power of law. It can be said that it is the top spiritual fruit in the eternal continent. In the medicine field where the tree of life is specially used to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, there is a bodhi tree, but it is in the growth stage, and it will take tens of thousands of years to bear bodhi fruit. Brother Chu, you came from Liyun sect, one of the 9 major forces in the southern region. You must know the competition of Qianlong list very well. In order to advance to the final of Qianlong list competition, I will follow my master to a secret place that can enhance my strength, so I hope to postpone the engagement to the competition of Qianlong list and test the real strength between you and me with the competition of Qianlong list. Brother Zhou, I just want to. Seeing that Zhou Qi's idea was the same as his own, Chu Zhongshan nodded, which just saved him a lot of explanation. Brother Chu, although you and I are only on one side, I can feel that Brother Chu is the same person as me. He is a person who improves his cultivation by virtue of countless bloody battles, so I think Brother Chu will certainly agree with me. Facing Chu Zhongshan's response, Zhou Qi ignored it and still said to himself. Zhou Qi said to himself, which made Chu Zhongshan frown. He didn't understand why Zhou Qi ignored himself. Chu boy, Zhou Qi uses the secret method of taking a picture. Record what he wants to say in advance by using the secret method of taking a picture. He won't take the initiative to emerge until he comes into contact with your breath. Seeing Chu Zhongshan frown, Huang Lao, who stopped by the lake, explained. I see. Nodded. Chu Zhongshan said he understood. In fact, the principle of taking pictures in secret place is the same as that of using mobile phone and DV to record videos in advance before he crossed. Rulin, now you have broken through the Divine Soul period and won the quota for the competition of the Hidden Dragon list. In the next period of time, use the pill, spirit grass, and spirit fruit I gave you to continue to improve your accomplishments and strength, and compete that in the preliminary competition of the Hidden Dragon list. Your accomplishments can break through the high level of the Divine Soul period, and your combat power can reach the peak of the Divine Soul period. Chu Zhongshan told Kong Rulin, who was sitting on the lower head on the left. After receiving the information from Weishan Island that Zhou Qi delayed the engagement to the competition for the Qianlong list, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to refine, but returned to the Qianlong peak through the gap torn by Huang Lao. He planned to use less than 3 months to adapt to the power of realm breakthrough, improve the level of martial arts, and fully prepare for the competition for the Qianlong list. Brother Chu, I know, nodded, Kong Rulin responded. Rulin, in addition to the number 9 other hospital where I live, there are 9 vacant other hospitals in Qianlong Peak. Except that number 7 other hospital cannot be used, you can choose one of the remaining 8 other hospitals. If you want to meditate, you need an independent practice chamber. He has to use the practice chamber of number 9 other hospital. He can only arrange Kong Rulin to other hospitals. Fortunately, when Jiao Enjun first arranged the Qianlong Peak, he built 10 other courts, each of which had an independent practice chamber, so that he could arrange Kong Rulin to stay in the Qianlong Peak. As for the number 7 other courtyard, it was the first friend he made after becoming an elite disciple, Zhang Xing's other courtyard. Although Zhang Xing disappeared for no reason when participating in the experience of the Blood Demon's secret place, and there is no news until now, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want others to occupy his other courtyard, and has been looking forward to his return to the Hidden Dragon Peak. Brother Chu, I just checked with my mind, and found that number 10 Other Hospital is closest to number 9 Other Hospital. I'll choose number 10 Other Hospital. After the cultivation broke through the Divine Soul period, with the help of the magic knife, Kong Rulin's divine mind broke away from the sea and could extend to 90,000 kilometers. Therefore, when Chu Zhongshan asked him to choose another hospital, he had checked it with his divine mind. The 10 other courtyards of Qianlong Peak are built according to the upper and lower directions. The distance between number 8 and number 10 is the same as that of number 9. Kong Rulin chose number 10 to mean that he will always follow behind Chu Zhongshan. Guangaming, you go to the trial peak to find some factotum disciples, and ask them to clean number 10 other courtyard so that Rulin can live more comfortably. Seeing that Kong Rulin chose another courtyard, Chu Zhongshan ordered Tianliang, who was on the side. Yes. According to the order, Time Light turned and left the living room to arrange for hands to clean number 10 other courtyard. Huang Lao, what are your plans next? When the time came to light and left, Chu Zhongshan looked at Huang Lao, who sat on the lower head on the right side and kept his eyes closed. Chu boy, in the next period of time, I will leave the Qianlong Peak and go to a special secret place to strive to advance to the highest level before the opening of the Qianlong list, so as to ensure your safety after participating in the Qianlong list. Open your eyes, Huang Lao responded. Yes. Considering the special status of Qianlong Peak in the sect, and the importance of Huang Lao's promotion to the supreme level, Chu Zhongshan nodded and agreed. Chu boy, don't go to your master for the time being, because your master is trying his best to break through the realm of title supremacy in that secret place. When we are promoted to title supremacy, we will go directly to Qianlong Castle to watch the competition for the list of Qianlong. Before getting up and leaving, old Huang told me. Yes. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan stood up and congratulated in advance. Old Huang, I wish you a smooth promotion to the title of the supreme power. After leaving the hall, Huang Laojun ignored the mountain protection array of Liyun's sect and directly chose to tear the void at the weakness of the array and left the sect. Rulin, go to practice. He waved his hand and Chu Zhongshan motioned. After Kong Rulin left, Chu Zhongshan glanced at the guest rooms in other hospitals and sighed uncontrollably in his heart. 3 months ago, he decided to leave the sect and go out to practice and try his best to improve his cultivation and strength so that he could get good results in the competition for hidden dragons, which completely stimulated Zhang Qian. Shortly after he left the sect, Zhang Qian left the sect with Wang Zhongning and chose to go out to practice. Zhang Qian broke through the realm of the gas melting period before she left the sect. Wang Zhongning chose to break through the gas melting period after she left the sect. With their strength and the life-saving cards left to them, as long as they are not too dangerous forbidden areas, there is no problem in safety. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan left number 9 other courtyard, left Qianlong Peak, and flew straight to the trial peak. He planned to find Dongfeng Yuner and give her the spirit grass and fruit he had harvested from the medicine field. However, just as he was close to the trial peak, a familiar figure blocked him. Chu Zhongshan has seen Lord Zhang Feng. It was Zhang Fakan, the master of the trial peak, who blocked his figure. The relationship between the two people was also good, so Chu Zhongshan greeted him with disciple etiquette. Zhongshan, are you going to find Dongfeng Yuner? Seeing that the cultivation has not lost to him, and the strength is far better than his own Chu Zhongshan, who still holds the etiquette of his disciples, Zhang Fakan was deeply relieved and asked with a smile. Yes. Zhang Fakan didn't know the relationship between him and Dongfeng Yuner, so Chu Zhongshan wouldn't feel embarrassed and admitted directly. 10 days ago, Dongfeng Yuner broke through the Qi transformation period, pulled the range of heaven and earth aura to 9,000 miles, and revealed the talent of top peerless genius. Now he has been promoted to the inner disciple and moved to Yunlong Peak. Zhang Fakan explained. Hearing that Dongfeng Yuner not only successfully broke through the Qi transformation period, but also reached more than 9,000 li, Chu Zhongshan felt a burst of joy. A talent close to the demon level can make her take high-quality pills and natural materials and earth treasures to continue to improve her cultivation. Lord Zhongfeng, thank you. Chu Zhongshan plans to go to Yunlong Peak to find Dongfeng Yuner, but before leaving, he looks at Zhang Fakan with his mind and unexpectedly finds that he is on the edge of breakthrough. The edge of this breakthrough is somewhat unique. Without the help of external forces, he will be promoted to the half-step longevity period next. However, with the help of external forces, he can go beyond the half-step longevity period and directly promote to the longevity period. Chu Zhongshan decided to give him a hand when he thought of the help Zhang Fakan gave him and his good relationship later. Take out the pill bottle containing the blood god fruit from the storage ring and throw it directly to Zhang Fakan. Then he opened his mouth to remind while flying away from the test peak. Lord Zhongfeng, there is a blood essence fruit in the pill bottle, which I picked from the blood god tree in the peak of 5 products. Taking this blood essence fruit can make you directly break through the longevity period and enjoy 10,000 years. This, after receiving the pill bottle thrown by Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Fakan was stunned by Chu Zhongshan's introduction to the linguo in the pill bottle. The reason why he saw Chu Zhongshan and tried his best to get on well with him was not to read about him, but because he felt that Chu Zhongshan was a good descendant and wanted to help him as much as he could. However, what he didn't expect was that his insignificant help was so valuable in return from Chu Zhongshan. Although the weight of the Dan bottle is very light, less than 3 or 2, it weighs more than 1,000 kilograms in the feeling of Zhang Fakan. Chu Zhongshan, thank you. I Zhang Fakan have nothing to help you. The only thing I can promise is that I will stand firmly behind the Qianlong Peak in the future when there is civil strife in Shupai. Looking at Chu Zhongshan who left, Zhang Fakan swore secretly. I don't know which elder came to my Yunlong Peak. Just when Chu Zhongshan arrived at Yunlong Peak, a question came from a delicate courtyard at the top of Yunlong Peak. Junior Chu Zhongshan, I've seen the elder. Stopped over Yunlong Peak, Chu Zhongshan responded respectfully. Chu Zhongshan, are you Yuner's sweetheart? After hearing Chu Zhongshan's response, accompanied by the voice of interrogation, a kind-hearted old man in his 60s appeared in front of him. A strong person who is proficient in the laws of the wind system and can rely on the power of the 9 layers of laws. Seeing the sudden appearance of the old man, Chu Zhongshan was surprised and aphasia. Since he realized the power of spatial law in the medicine field space, where the tree of life was used to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, the ability of Chu Zhongshan to perceive the realm has been greatly improved. He can not only ignore the gap of the realm, but also feel the law attribute of each other's perception. Oh, the young man's vision is excellent. He can know the law attribute that I can use. The old man was surprised to hear Chu Zhongshan point out his realm and the power of law when he made a mistake. Chu Zhongshan is only the cultivation of the divine soul period. Logically speaking, he can't see the realm beyond his cultivation, but he can not only see his realm at a glance, but also distinguish the power of the law he is proficient in, which surprised the old man and immediately became vigilant. If I go back to my predecessors, my younger generation's perception is naturally excellent. Maybe this is a reward from God. Pushing his ability to perception, Chu Zhongshan then turned to the mobile topic. Elder, who are you? What's your relationship with Yuner? Chu Zhongshan asked. During the time when he was with Dongfeng Yuner, he once heard her mention Yunlong Peak. He said that he was the strongest in Yunlong Peak in the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty, that is, the grandfather who accompanied her to the law enforcement peak at the beginning, that is, the strong man in the peak of the divine soul period, and never mentioned the old man in front of him. My surname is Dongfeng and my single name is Yue. According to my generation, I should be the grandfather of Dongfeng Baksheng, that is, the ancestor of Dongfeng Yuner. After being transferred by Chu Zhongshan, the old man didn't continue to pay attention to why Chu Zhongshan knew that he was proficient in the law of wind system, but introduced himself in great detail. It's Yuner's ancestor. The younger generation Chu Zhongshan has seen the Oriental elder. According to his relationship with Dongfeng Yuner, he should call the other party an old ancestor, but his relationship with Dongfeng Yuner only got the consent of Dongfeng Yangping, and the elders of both sides haven't agreed yet, so he temporarily calls the other party's predecessor. Chu Zhongshan, are you looking for Yuner? For Chu Zhongshan's name, Dongfeng Yue had no opinion. He asked with a smile for a long time. Well, when I went out to practice, I harvested some natural materials and earth treasures. I want to give them to Yuner. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan said. Alas, 3 days ago, Yuner went to Kangyu's secret place to practice with her brother Yongping. It's impossible to come back in a short time, Dongfeng Yue said sadly. Hearing that Dongfeng Yuner followed Dongfeng Yongping to the Kangyu secret place for refining, Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly. Kangyu secret place is a well-known secret place in the southern region, because Kangyu secret place belongs not only to any force, but also to a public secret place. The Kangyu secret place is opened every 3 years. As long as the cultivation of the whole southern region exceeds the training period, all martial artists can enter the secret place for training. Reason why Kangyu secret place is famous is that there are dozens of natural materials and earth treasures that can improve cultivation and potential in Kangyu secret place, but also that there may be the inheritance of a powerful person with the title of supreme level hidden in Kangyu secret place. It is said that more than 30,000 years ago, there was a female monk named Kangyu in the southern region. She was born in the very remote state of Jin, and was the 7th princess of the Lord of Jin. Later, Jin was destroyed because of a treasure, and Kangyu escaped from Jin under the protection of an old slave. By chance, Kangyu, who escaped from the state of Jin, got the inheritance of a supreme peak strongman in ancient times and became the top strongman in casual cultivation. The hatred of parents and the hatred of destroying the country turned the surging moon of cultivation into a god of death. It not only killed all the kingdoms that occupied the state of Jin, but also slaughtered 36 cities and became a real female devil. Slaughtering ordinary people is an absolute taboo in the southern region, so the 9 forces in charge of the southern region sent experts to chase Kangyu. However, Kangyu, who has inherited from ancient times, is not only powerful, but also proficient in the art of escape. She has escaped the dilemma of death several times. In this environment of being chased, Kangyu's cultivation soon broke through the supreme level. After Kangyu was promoted to the supreme and achieved Kangyu supreme, the 9 forces stopped hunting and recognized her status. After Kangyu was promoted to the supreme level, she was invited by the 9 forces to become the supreme elder of their respective forces, but Kangyu declined politely and practiced alone. Later, someone found a secret place containing countless natural materials and earth treasures, which attracted countless strong people to enter the secret place for refining. At that time, Kangyu, who had just broken through the title of supreme, was in urgent need of some precious medicinal materials to improve her accomplishments, so she also entered the secret territory for refining, but no one knew what happened in the secret territory. The Kangyu in the secret territory accidentally fell, and the ancient inheritance she obtained was left in the secret territory. Therefore, every time the secret territory was opened, countless martial artists would enter the secret territory. I look forward to the inheritance of Kangyu Venerable. Elder, since Yuner has gone to the Kangyu secret place to practice, I will go back temporarily. When Yuner comes back, I will disturb you. Dongfeng Yuner has Jiao Enjun's life-saving card and Dongfeng Yongping's experienced brother. Chu Zhongshan is not worried about her safety, so he plans to return to Qianlong Peak for latent repair. Okay, I'll send someone to inform you when Yuner comes back. Dongfeng Yue didn't ask Chu Zhongshan to stay. His tone was very warm. Just after Chu Zhongshan turned and flew away from Yunlong Peak, he had a kind-hearted Dongfeng jump, flashed a sinister smile on his face, and whispered to himself, Hey, after Dongfeng Yuner accepts the inheritance of Kangyu Venerable, the chi of Xunian in his body will contain the complete law of the moon. As long as I pick her Union body, I will be promoted to the supreme title within 3 years. After whispering to himself, Dongfeng Yue disappeared over Yunlong Peak, but what he didn't notice was that a weak force of law flashed away on a cloud over Yunlong Peak. Damn old thing, you dare to pay attention to Yuner's Xunian body. I think you're impatient. In addition to the power of space law, the gift given by Qinglong Shengzhen also has some secret methods of how to operate the power of space law. He just used the space secret method to leave a means of monitoring at the top of Yunlong Peak, because he doesn't believe in Dongfeng Yue. And as he guessed, Dongfeng Yue really has bad intentions. The real purpose is the Xunian body of Dongfeng Yuner. The anger in his heart made him want to turn around and kill Yunlong Peak and kill all the gods and souls who jumped to the east and killed them. However, his strong state of mind cultivation made him control the murderous spirit in his heart, and then turn to number 10 other hospital. Now Huang Lao and Shifu are not in the sect, and Dongfeng Yue is the strong one in the peak of the imperial realm. With his current strength, he is far from the opponent of Dongfeng Yue, so he must ask for foreign aid. After telling Kong Rulan to continue his closed-door practice, Chu Zhongshan left the sect, and then made full use of the means of divine positioning and the law of space to tear the void to rush to the Tianlong imperial dynasty. As the overlord of the Tianlong imperial dynasty in the southern region, Dongfeng Xingba is not only a prophet proficient in prophecy, but also a powerful top strongman in the imperial realm. Dongfeng Yuner is his favorite daughter. As long as he knows that Dongfeng Yue wants to capture the Xunian body of Dongfeng Yuner, he will stop it. Perhaps because he often uses the space law, he found that his perception of the space law was improving at one time, and the power of the space law he could use was vaguely up to 10 layers. If he reaches the 10th floor with the help of the power of space law, his realm will be between the peak of the imperial realm and the chaotic period, and his strength will be more powerful. Who broke into the Tianlong Emperor? When the sky in the middle of Chu tore the void for the 5th time and appeared above the palace of the Tianlong Emperor, there was an unhappy cry from the palace. Then, a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, dressed in a dress embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragon, and with a face similar to that of the Oriental tyrant, appeared in front of Chu Zhongshan. At the beginning of the Dao period, he was proficient in the law of fire. With the help of the power of the law of fire, he looked at each other's cultivation in general, and Chu Zhongshan immediately knew it. Junior Chu Zhongshan from Ligun sect follows Zhao Enjun and wants to meet martial uncle Dongfeng. From each other's accomplishments and clothes, Chu Zhongshan knew that the other party was not only the elder of Dongfeng Yuner, but also the prince of Tianlong Emperor, so he responded with a very respectful attitude. Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's introduction, the other party shouted a few words, and then his face was shocked, and a trace of murderous spirit flashed in his eyes. Then the other party changed his look and said with a smile, "It's an expert from Ligun sect. It's impolite. My name is Dongfeng Zarin. I'm Yuner's third uncle. I'm now the saint's cousin. Now you are the benevolence and righteousness lord of the Tianlong Emperor. You're welcome, sir. I wonder if martial uncle Dongfeng can be in the palace." Although Chu Zhongshan didn't see the murderous spirit flashed in Dongfeng Zarin's eyes, he felt a little wrong between hiding, and always felt that Dongfeng Zarin's smile was fake. However, he didn't understand the personnel structure of the Tianlong Emperor, and Dongfeng Yuner didn't talk to him in detail, so he could only temporarily suppress his doubts, and plan to meet the Oriental hegemony first and talk to him about the plot of Dongfeng Yue. Brother Huang is receiving the distinguished guests. I can't come for the time being. Chu Xiao can wait in the Huibin building with me for the time being. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to see the Oriental tyrant wholeheartedly, Dongfeng Zarin turned his eyes and warmly invited him. All right, since the Eastern tyrant was dealing with state affairs, Chu Zhongshan had to wait for a while, so he followed Dongfeng Zarin and went straight to Huibin building. However, the closer he was to the palace, the stronger the feeling of something wrong in his heart. Finally, he couldn't help dispersing his mind and wanted to check the situation in the palace. Even if the Oriental tyrant finally startled, he couldn't make an apology. However, when his mind checked the whole palace inside and outside, he not only didn't find the figure of the Oriental tyrant, but also found 3 hidden strong smells in the Huibin building. As the third highest-ranking imperial dynasty in the southern region, it is not surprising that the Tianlong imperial dynasty has 3 or 4 masters in the Dao period. But what makes Chu Zhongshan puzzled is why Dongfeng Zarin lied when the Oriental overlord was clearly not in the imperial palace. Chu Zhongshan, who was alert, stopped at the last moment when he entered the palace, and then said to Dongfeng Zarin, "Lord, I suddenly remembered that there was a very important thing to deal with. I won't wait for martial uncle Dongfeng for the time being. I'll visit you another day. Now that you're here, you don't have to go." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's sudden proposal to leave, Dongfeng Zarin changed his look and said in a gloomy tone, "Dongfeng Zarin, what do you want to do?" Seeing Dongfeng Zarin's face changing, Chu Zhongshan also put away his respectful attitude and asked directly by his name. "Very simple. I want to invite you to stay in the dungeon of the palace for a few days." For Chu Zhongshan's behavior of calling his name directly, Dongfeng Zarin was not angry but said with a smile, "It's up to you." Glancing at Dongfeng Zarin with contempt, Chu Zhongshan said disdainfully, "Although the opponent is a powerful person in the Dao period, he can only rely on the power of the fire system law, which can only give full play to the strength of the early stage of the De Dao period. Although his accomplishments are only the peak of the Divine Soul period, he can give full play to the strength of the early peak of the Avenue period with the help of the power of more than 9 layers of space laws. At the same time, as the second space law among the thousands of laws, it not only has strong attack power, but also has a variety of attack means, making the opponent impossible to defend. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan has the confidence to despise each other, even if the other party has the same cultivation helper. Ha, I Dongfeng Zarin have seen arrogant sect disciples, but I haven't seen arrogant disciples like you. Their cultivation in the period of divine soul dare to ignore the strong ones in the period of great energy. Chu Zhongshan's contemptuous attitude made Dongfeng Zarin feel very ridiculous. All right, my time is very precious. You'd better call out the 3 associates and I'll solve it together. For the ridicule of Dongfeng Zarin, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be impatient and said, how do you know? Hearing Chu Zhongshan point out the accomplices of the 3 main roads hidden in the Huibin building, Dongfeng Zarin asked in surprise. How do I know? You have no right to know. If you want to live a little longer, you'd better call out your accomplices quickly, Chu Zhongshan said disdainfully. Brother Z, since people have found us in advance, it's impolite for us to continue to hide. 3 middle-aged men in black clothes appeared around Chu Zhongshan in an instant, completely blocking his retreat. You are the people of the Devil Heart sect. Just after the appearance of 3 middle-aged men in black robes, Chu Zhongshan soon felt a trace of familiarity from the 3 men. Recalling that in the secret land of the wilderness, when the pit killed the top strong man in the king's territory of the Devil Heart sect, the breath of the other party was very similar to that of the 3 powerful strong men in front of him, so he speculated that the other party might be the strong man from the Devil Heart sect. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a good eye. You can recognize our origin at a glance. Chu Zhongshan could recognize the real origin of the 3 at a glance, which surprised the experts from the Magic Heart sect. It's not that I have eyesight, but because I once killed the 2 kings of the Evil Heart sect in the secret land of the end of the world. It's hard to forget the disgusting smell on you, Chu Zhongshan joked. At the same time, he also felt that things were getting more and more complicated. Boy, it's all because of you that the supreme master of the Evil Heart sect died in the secret land of the wilderness. Chu Zhongshan himself admitted that he killed the top strongman in the king's realm of the Devil Heart sect. The 3 powerful strongmen from the Devil Heart sect roared angrily, and then took out their own real weapons, a gesture of imminent attack. Seeing the 3 master of the Devil's mind, Chu Zhongtian's dignified look, secretly mobilizing the power of the space law, intends to deal with it, but the Oriental Z Ren takes the initiative to take the offensive request. 3 senior brothers, how can you kill a chicken with an ox knife? I'll give this boy to junior brother. That is, he didn't use the real weapon of this life, nor did he use the powerful martial arts. Dongfeng Zarin used the power of fire system law, and then combined with the power of genuine and divine soul to form a huge palm and grasp it directly to the middle heaven of Chu. Dongfeng Zarin took the initiative to resist the attack, not because he wanted to curry favor with the powerful power of Morxinzong, but because he was worried that the powerful power of Morxinzong would be reckless and destroy the palace below. Because when their plot succeeds, the position of the Emperor of Tianlong belongs to his Oriental Zarin. Looking at Dongfeng Zarin, who was supporting the big attack, Chu Zhongshan sneered in his heart, scattered the power of space law, mobilized the power of destruction law with the help of nearly 7 layers, and then cooperated with the second move of 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies Divine Fist. Soul-Killing Fist. The power of the law of destruction and the soul-killing fist form an iron fist the size of a mountain, which blows directly into the wrapped palm. Although limited by cultivation, Chu Zhongshan could not exert the power of the 7 layers of destruction law. With the increase of Mishan Fist, the power of Iron Fist was no less than the peak at the beginning of De Dao period. Poof! Without any accident, the Iron Fist directly explodes the giant palm, and then fiercely blows to Dongfeng Zarin. 3 senior brothers help me. Eastern Zarin, who is too big, never thought that Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation is only the peak of the Divine Soul period, can not only rely on the power of the law of destruction, but also rely on the level of the power of the law far beyond himself. Having no time to prepare for counterattack and defense, he can only turn to the 3 powerful men of Morxinzong. Without a trace, the devil eats the world, kill the heart and break the immortal. After hearing that Chu Zhongshan killed the top strong man in the kingdom of our sect in the secret land of the wilderness, the three cautious powerful men of the Magic Heart sect guessed that he was likely to be a genius who could challenge higher and higher levels, and he might have the card to kill the powerful man in his hand. Otherwise, they would not take out the real-life weapon at the beginning. Chu Zhongshan was able to rely on the power of the law of destruction, and the level of assistance was far higher than them, which made the powerful men of the three evil heart sects more vigilant and prepared secretly. Therefore, after hearing Dongfeng Zaren's help, they immediately used their powerful martial arts they had prepared to directly attack the key of Chu Zhongshan. Space cutting. The three powerful people of the evil heart sect, regardless of their knowledge and strength, as well as the power of the law they can use, are far more than Eastern Zaren. Chu Zhongshan knows that he is limited by the influence of cultivation, and it is difficult to deal with the strong people of the evil heart sect only by the power of the law of destruction. Therefore, he immediately dissipated the power of the law of destructive power, and then used the secret law of space left by the green dragon saint to deal with the three powerful demons. Impossible. Only by mastering the power of space law can we perform the art of space cutting. Hearing Chu Zhongshan shouting space cutting, a trace of disdain flashed on the face of a powerful man from the Magic Heart sect. However, after Chu Zhongshan showed the art of space cutting and felt the cutting power everywhere in the void, the powerful man couldn't believe it. Poof, poof, poof. Ah, the attack formed by space cutting is not only powerful, but also the attack range is everywhere and difficult to defend. When the three powerful men of the Magic Heart sect tried their best to defend, they were cut into countless pieces by the art of space cutting, and even the body of the spirit did not escape the fate of being cut. Not far from Dongfeng Zaren, due to the distance and preparation in advance, he was only cut by space and did not suffer fatal injury. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was able to exert the power of the legendary space law, Dongfeng Zaren knew that he was not his opponent at all, so he used the power of Zhenyuan and the spirit to stabilize the injury and immediately turned and ran away. Unfortunately, in the face of Chu Zhongshan, who can use the power of space law, his escape speed does not occupy any advantage at all. Whereas martial uncle Dongfeng locked up by you, a space jump, Chu Zhongshan appeared in front of Dongfeng Zaren and asked coldly. I don't know. Seeing Chu Zhongshan easily stop himself, Dongfeng Zaren casually dealt with it, then changed his aspect and continued to escape. My patience is limited. Don't force me to kill you now. A jump continued to intercept Dongfeng Zaren's escape route, and Chu Zhongshan threatened murderously. He was sealed in the dungeon by my grandfather using the taboo secret method. With the help of the power of space law, Dongfeng Zaren can shuttle through space. Dongfeng Zaren knows that it is impossible for him to escape the pursuit of Chu Zhongshan in a short distance, so he only throws out the position where the Dongfeng tyrant is locked down in exchange for his chance to escape. After getting the specific location where the Oriental tyrant was locked down, Chu Zhongshan did not continue to pursue Dongfeng Zaren, but directly checked the location of the palace dungeon and whether the Oriental tyrant was under pressure in the dungeon. When Shenian saw the Oriental tyrant who was locked at the bottom of the dungeon, Chu Zhongshan directly used the power of space law to stir the Oriental Zaren, who had escaped thousands of miles away and had been badly hit, into meat pieces with a technique of space scintillation. After completely killing Dongfeng Zaren, Chu Zhongshan flew to the dungeon and remembered the power of the law of space just now. Different from other laws, the attack damage formed by the force of space law can not only act on the flesh, but also damage the body of the spirit, so as to avoid the object being attacked. There is the possibility of Dongshan in the future. By recalling the secret attack of space cutting and space flickering just now, Chu Zhongshan had to sigh about the power and terror of space law, which ranked second among thousands of laws. At the same time, after using the secret method of space law just now, his understanding of space law has deepened one step, and the power of space law he can rely on has increased 1 point. The dungeons of the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty are divided into inner dungeons and outer dungeons. The outer dungeons are in the southwest outside the palace, where some criminal imperial subjects are locked. The inner prison is located in the southeast corner of the palace. It is a dungeon specially used to punish the royal family. The eastern tyrant is being locked up at the bottom of the inner prison at this time. God determined the specific location of the eastern hegemony. Chu Zhongshan directly tore the void and appeared in front of the Eastern hegemony. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, seeing the Oriental tyrant with closed eyes and no breath, Chu Zhongshan whispered, but the Eastern hegemony did not respond. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, I have offended you. Seeing the Eastern tyrant without any response, Chu Zhongshan confessed, and then used his mind to invade his body and know the sea to see the reasons for his unconsciousness. When his mind intruded into the body of the Oriental tyrant, he immediately felt that the energy, like a vast ocean, was constantly impacting his mind and preventing his mind from approaching the Danshan. Compared with the gap between Shenyang and Zhenyuan, Chu Zhongshan gave up the idea of entering the Danshan, and along the meridians of the Oriental hegemony, Shenyang extended upward to know the sea. But Shenyang just came into contact with the sea, and a powerful Shenyang attack came like a fierce tiger, which forced Chu Zhongshan to take back the Shenyang immediately. After Chu Zhongshan's mind withdrew from the sea, the mind power that lost the attack target returned to the sea. At the same time, the Oriental tyrant woke up. Its nephew Chu, seeing that the person who used his mind to check his knowledge of the sea was the Queen of Chu, the Oriental tyrant breathed a long sigh of relief and a glimmer of joy flashed on his face. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, you are not only a strong man in the peak of the imperial realm, but also a prophet proficient in prophecy. How can you come to this end now? When the Eastern tyrant woke up, Chu Zhongshan asked in great doubt. Alas! In the face of Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Dongfeng Xingba couldn't help sighing and said in a helpless tone, although prophecy is powerful, it also depends on the object of prediction. If there is a strong person who is far more powerful than you to interfere with prediction, I have no way. Then, the Eastern tyrant told Chu Zhongshan the story in detail. 5 days ago, Dongfeng Xingba, who was dealing with government affairs in his study, welcomed a group of unexpected guests. These unexpected guests were Dongfeng Zaran, his cousin, who lost more than 30 years ago in order to compete for the supremacy of the Tianlong imperial dynasty. Dongfeng Zaran was the genius of Dongfeng family at that time, second only to Dongfeng hegemony, and also the most powerful contender for the throne. If the Oriental tyrant does not leave the sect, then the new generation of overlord of the Tianlong emperor must be his Oriental Zaran. Unfortunately, in the face of the Oriental hegemony whose cultivation was already the peak of the king's realm and acted ruthlessly and decisively, Dongfeng Zaran was not an opponent at all, and the first round of competition ended in failure. After the failure to compete for the throne, Dongfeng Zaran fled Tianlong City with some confidence. Afterwards, Dongfeng Xingba also sent people to pursue and look for it, but he never got any news. Later, with his own cultivation breaking through the peak of the imperial realm and the improvement of prophecy, he gradually forgot the Oriental Zaran. However, what he never expected was that Dongfeng Zaran's coming this time not only broke through the road period of his own strength, but also brought Dongfeng Yue, which has been missing for hundreds of years. Dongfeng Yue is the strong man of the grandfathers of Dongfeng hegemony and the strong man of Dongfeng Zaran. It is also the loser who fled the Tianlong dynasty after the failure of competing for the throne. Although Dongfeng Yue's seniority is higher than that of Dongfeng Xingba, their accomplishments are basically the same, so Dongfeng Xingba is not afraid of Dongfeng Yue. But when he starts, Dongfeng Xingba finds that he is not the opponent of Dongfeng Yue at all. It's not that his strength is not good, nor his martial arts are not good, but because there is a terrorist force in Dongfeng Yue that he can't resist at all. Dongfeng Yue is relying on that terrorist force to defeat him quietly and seal him. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, does the master of that power come from the Demon Heart sect? The power to defeat the Eastern hegemony is at least the power of the strong above the supreme level. However, the supreme level strong can't guarantee the power stored in the Oriental leap body and can give full play to the power of the supreme level. Only the strong whose cultivation reaches the title of the supreme level can do it. Considering that he had just been besieged by 3 powerful men of the Magic Heart sect, Chu Zhongshan suspected that the people who remained in the power of Dongfeng Yue were likely to come from the Magic Heart sect. Thus, the master of that power is from the Devil Heart sect, and it's also the one your master and the sect leader's elder martial brother have always been wary of. Nodded, the Eastern tyrant confirmed Chu Zhongshan's guess and directly pointed out the real identity of the power master. Is it the man standing behind the law enforcement peak and the Hall of Merit? Hearing the Eastern tyrant point out the origin of the man, Chu Zhongshan immediately thought of the super-powerful man named by Jiao Jun. Oh. Elder Martial Brother Jiao introduced that man to you. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan also knew the real origin of the man, Dongfeng Xingbao was surprised and asked, "Well, Shifu once told me that man is the real sea god needle of the Magic Heart sect. He is the top 3 strong person in the title Supreme. It is also the reason why they have not dealt with the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Hall." While responding to the Eastern hegemony, Chu Zhongshan's face gradually became dignified. According to Jiao Enjun, the man fell into a deep sleep because of his injury after fighting with the king of Qin of the Qin Empire. Now that he can leave the power in Dongfeng Yue, it means that he has awakened and began to fight against Yunzong. Because some people know that Dongfeng Xingbao has a good relationship with the leader of Liyun's sect and is also the strongest ally of the leader. Martial Nephew Chu, if that person didn't disturb the secret of heaven and be proficient in prophecy, I wouldn't be able to detect the coming of danger. If it wasn't for the power that person left in the East Jump body, trying to capture and seal me alive is basically a dream. The Eastern tyrant said reluctantly. I see. After nodding, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why the Oriental tyrant was captured alive and suppressed in the dungeon. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's expression gradually dignified, Dongfeng Xingbao knew what he was worried about. He thought of his relationship with Dongfeng Yuner and his concern for the protection of the Tianlong Emperor in the past and future. Nephew Chu, don't worry too much about the old monster of the Evil Heart sect, because he is the elder martial brother of the sect leader and the opponent your master needs to deal with. Your current state and level are not up to him to deal with you. Yes. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan indicated that he understood, but he didn't agree with the view of Oriental hegemony in his heart. With the strength of the old monster of the Magic Heart sect, even if Jiao Enjun and Huang Lao both broke through the title of Supreme and became popular with the joint Patriarch Shen, I'm afraid they are not the opponent of the old monster. If things really come to the last step, as Jiao Enjun's only disciple, he may have to come forward and work hard, so he feels great pressure now. Fortunately, according to the speculation of the Eastern hegemony, the old monster of the Evil Heart sect can only act secretly for the time being because he is afraid of the Qin king of the Qin Empire. This gives Chu Zhongshan the opportunity to continue to improve his strength. By the way, Nephew Chu, why did you suddenly come to the Tianlong Emperor? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's dignified look gradually returning to normal, Dongfeng Xingbao knew that he had figured it out and immediately thought of the reason why he suddenly appeared in the palace dungeon. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, Yuner is in danger. The interrogation of Dongfeng Xingbao made Chu Zhongshan realize his purpose of coming to the Tianlong Emperor. He immediately informed Dongfeng Xingbao of his encounter with Dongfeng Yue and overheard Dongfeng Yue's words to himself. Damn it. Hearing that Dongfeng Yue wanted to capture the mysterious and yin body of Dongfeng Yuner, Dongfeng Bully cursed with a ferocious look. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, I just heard you say that you were sealed by Dongfeng Yue and locked up in the dungeon. Can you unlock the seal yourself? Chu Zhongshan agrees with the idea of killing Dongfeng Yue, but he must know whether Dongfeng Xingbao can still do it. Dongfeng Yue's strength is almost the same as mine. I can't seal it with his own strength, so in addition to using the terrible power in his body, he also borrowed the semi-best real weapon Soul Sealing Needle. Soul Sealing Needle. Hearing that the Eastern tyrant lifted the Soul Sealing Needle, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help taking a breath. The Soul Sealing Needle is specially designed for the supreme strong genuine and divine soul. On the contrary, it is the strong person sealed by the Soul Sealing Needle. In addition to retaining normal thoughts, it is basically a useless person. In my current situation, I can't force out the Soul Sealing Needle in my body, and I can't break the seal in a short time. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan asked whether he could break the seal, Dongfeng Xingbao looked very depressed and said. Then he put away his depressed expression, looked very expectant and asked, however, if your master can help, the seal in my body is not a problem at all, so I hope Nephew Chu can return to the sect and ask your master to help. Alas, Martial Uncle Dongfeng, if it was 3 months ago, I only need to use the life-saving card left by the master to summon him. Chu Zhongshan said helplessly about the request of Oriental hegemony. Unfortunately, 3 months ago, my master went to a special secret place in order to break through the title of Supreme. I can't contact him for the time being. What, Elder Martial Brother Jiao has reached the state where he can break through the Supreme title? After hearing Chu Zhongshan's answer, the first consideration of Dongfeng Xingbao is not that the seal in his body cannot be broken, but that he cares about Jiao and Jun's cultivation. That's right, nodded, Chu Zhongshan Yin testified. Alas. After being confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, the Oriental tyrant's face showed a look of envy and regret. Chu Zhongshan can probably guess the reason for the envy and regret shown by the Oriental hegemony. I'm afraid he is regretting that he chose to leave the sect. Otherwise, with his qualifications that are not inferior to Jiao and Jun, his accomplishments are definitely more than the peak of the imperial realm. However, Chu Zhongshan, as a younger generation, is not convenient to say more about the mood of the Oriental hegemony. He can only continue to shift the topic to the seal in his body. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, is there any other way to break the seal in your body, besides inviting the supreme-level strongman to fight? I'm afraid we need some treasures containing the power of law, which may weaken the seal formed by the soul-sealing needle. After adjusting the emotion of inner emotion, Dongfeng Xingba said the second way to remove the seal. Treasure containing the power of law. While reading, Chu Zhongshan used his divine mind to check whether he had such a treasure in his storage ring. 3-grain Guangaming grass and Huangji. After the inspection of the divine mind, Chu Zhongshan finally turned his attention to these two treasures. Huangji was found in the desolation vein of the secret land of the wilderness. It is a top treasure that contains a trace of the law of time, can improve the quality of the flesh and help break through the title of the supreme level. The 3 stripes bright grass was found in the medicine field space of the tree of life. It contains a trace of life law and is the top healing herb in the world. After weighing, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to take out the 3-grain bright grass. Because Huang Zhai is involved in the Qin Empire, in order to avoid an accident in the east window and unnecessary trouble with the Qin Empire, he can only use 3 stripes of bright grass. Martial Uncle Dongfeng, see if this spirit grass can help you explain the seal. Take out the 3-grain Guangaming grass from the storage ring and give it to Dongfeng Xingba. Chu Zhongshan asks, This is a legendary top spirit grass, 3-grain bright grass. Seeing the spirit grass taken out by Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Xingba said in shock, Yes, this is the spirit grass I got in a dangerous place. I wonder if it is effective for the soul-sealing needle in your body. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan pointed out the origin of the 3-grain bright grass. It's so useful. The effect is better than your master, the Oriental tyrant said in surprise. Since it works, Martial Uncle Dongfeng should use the 3-grain bright grass to remove the seal. Seeing that the 3-grain bright grass is useful, Chu Zhongshan directly put the spirit grass in the hands of the Oriental tyrant. Martial nephew Chu, don't worry. The Emperor Tianlong will always stand behind your master and be your master's most reliable ally. Seeing Chu Zhongshan send out the 3-grain bright grass without worry, the Oriental bully clenched his fists. Thank you, Martial Uncle Dongfeng. After receiving the promise of the Oriental hegemony, Chu Zhongshan was delighted. Because even if Dongfeng Xingba doesn't have the promise just now, he must try his best to help Dongfeng Xingba remove the seal in his body. Who makes him the biological father of Dongfeng Yuner and his future old father-in-law? After taking the 3 stripes bright grass, the Oriental tyrant uses the medicinal power of the 3 stripes bright grass to expel the sealing power of the soul-sealing needle in his body, while persuading him. In 3 months, it will be the competition for the Qianlong list. With my nephew's qualification and strength, I'm afraid I can compete for the champion of the finals of the Qianlong list, so next you will try your best to improve your strength. As for Yuner and Dongfeng Yue, you don't need to pay attention to it. Leave it to me. Qianlong Peak, in the number 9 other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan, who was ready, looked up at the other courtyard at the top of Qianlong Peak, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. It has been more than half a year since Jiao and Jun left the sect, and chose to go to the secret place recommended by Old Huang to break through the title of Supreme. So far, there is no news about him, and I don't know whether he has successfully broken through the title of Supreme. However, Huang Lao, who then rushed away, was worried about whether the spirit was perfectly integrated with the body, and whether the cultivation had broken through the title of Supreme, which is what Chu Zhongshan is most worried about now. Elder Martial Brother Chu, it's getting late. You and Elder Martial Brother Kong should hurry. Seeing Chu Zhongshan standing in the hospital for a long time without moving, Time Liang couldn't help reminding him. Less than 3 days before the preliminary competition of the Qianlong list competition, all the players of the whole sect have been ready for the competition. Time Liang is worried that Chu Zhongshan will delay too much time, which will cause the dissatisfaction of other players and even the strong ones of the sect. Let's go, taking back his eyes, Chu Zhongshan said to Kong Rulin and Time Liang. Long Yuefeng is a peak specially used by Liyuan's sect to receive distinguished guests and host the grand festival of the sect. All the contestants participating in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list, this time, will go to the Hidden Dragon Castle in the preliminary competition of the competition for the Hidden Dragon list, led by one of the top strongmen in the Imperial Realm and 3 of the top strongmen in the Imperial Realm. Originally, according to Chu Zhongshan's idea, he didn't want to start with these players of the sect. He planned to wait until the day before the start of the competition, use the space law to tear the void, and take Kong Rulin to Qianlong Castle. However, Tian Jun, who came from the first line of the Patriarch, reminded him that every competition for the Hidden Dragon list was extremely dangerous. There were some people with ulterior motives on the way, either to make a fortune or to clear the obstacles for the players behind them, who would make a means of intercepting on the way. In order to ensure the safety of the contestants, the major forces will send experts to escort every competition for the Hidden Dragon list. Even if they can participate in the casual repair of the competition for the Hidden Dragon list, they will unite in advance and go to the Hidden Dragon Castle together. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of Chu Zhongshan, Tian Jun ordered him to follow the army as a senior brother, mobilize Zhenyuan and wave his sleeves. Chu Zhongshan flew directly to Longyu Peak, but when passing Yunlong Peak, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking at it. 3 months ago, under the powerful effect of Sanwen Guangaming grass, Dongfeng Xingba spent only half an hour to expel the soul-sealing needle in his body. After his cultivation and injury were fully recovered, Dongfeng Xingba quietly left the Tianlong Imperial Dynasty and went to Kangyu's secret place to protect Dongfeng Yuner. He also directly returned to Qianlong Peak to improve his strength. For Dongfeng Yue, who stays at Yunlong Peak waiting for Dongfeng Yuner's return, Dongfeng Xingba means to find a way to deal with Zhao Enjun after he breaks through the title and returns to Qianlong Peak. Old man, let you live longer for a while. When I participate in the competition for the complete Hidden Dragon list and my accomplishments can continue to break through, I will kill you myself without others. After secretly making an oath, Chu Zhongshan accelerated to Long Yuefeng. As the competition for the Qianlong list, the most popular event in the Eternal Mainland, it can be said that a person has the best chance to become famous in the world. No matter whether he can win the championship or even the final, it is an honor to be qualified to participate in such an event. Therefore, after the sect determined the final departure time, many players stationed in Long Yuefeng early, waiting for the strong sect to lead them to the Hidden Dragon list. By the time Chu Zhongshan arrived at Longyu Peak, the top strongmen of the sect's Imperial Territory and Imperial Territory had already entered the top-grade genuine spacecraft and were ready to start. You are a disciple of which sect? Do you understand the importance of respecting teachers? Do you want us elders to wait for you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan and others stopped in front of the spaceship, a strong man in the realm of King and Peak flew out of the spaceship and then criticized with an unhappy look. Have you set out? If it weren't for Tian Jun's face, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to be crowded with these people at all. With his current control over the law of space, no one would want to stop him except the strong one who is titled the Supreme Peak. Therefore, facing the criticism of the top strongman of the sect King's realm, he also asked angrily. We're leaving soon, the king replied subconsciously. Since I haven't started yet, you don't care when I'll come. In a tough response, Chu Zhongshan raised his feet to enter Faban, but at this time the strong man at the top of the king's territory directly blocked in front of him and said with a gloomy look, This is my private spaceship. You and your companions are not welcome to enter. Really? Chu Zhongshan asked with a sneer. Yes, I'm in charge of my ship. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan's attitude is still tough, the temper of the king's top strongman is also tough. Elder Marshal Brother Tian, I'm really sorry. I'm not allowed to enter the spaceship, so younger Marshal Brother left alone. He shouted loudly to the spacecraft. Chu Zhongshan turned his head and nodded to Kong Rulin. He planned to fly away from the sect, and then use the law of space to go on his way. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, wait a minute. With the sound of stopping, Tian Jun, who had been guarding the door of the spacecraft, appeared outside the spacecraft. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, don't be petty, follow me into the spaceship. Flying to Chu Zhongshan, Tian Jun's face sank. Then he grabbed his arm and took him to the spaceship. Nephew Tian, I'm sorry. If this disciple doesn't apologize to me, I won't allow him to enter the spaceship. Seeing that Tian Jun didn't even say hello, he directly took Chu Zhongshan and others into the spaceship. The strong sect at the peak of the king's territory directly stood at the door of the spaceship and stopped the way. Elder Wang, younger martial brother Chu, is the seed player in this competition for the Hidden Dragon list. You want him to go to the Hidden Dragon Castle alone, or you want him to encounter accidents outside. Seeing that the other party didn't even give face to the Patriarch's first department, Tian Jun, who has been in charge of the Patriarch's first department for more than half a year, showed a momentum of self-anger. The seed player is also a young disciple surnamed Chu. Is he Chu Zhongshan of Qianlong Peak? Hearing that Tian Jun mentioned that Chu Zhongshan was a seed player, the King's Peak strongman immediately thought of the true identity of Chu Zhongshan. Yes, he is Chu Zhongshan from Qianlong Peak. Nodded, Tian Jun said in a gloomy tone. It's Nephew Chu, come on, come in. After getting Tian Jun's confirmation, the king's top strongman immediately showed a smile on his face, and then turned aside to invite him. Tian Jun snorted coldly, shook his sleeves, and then took Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin into the spacecraft. If it weren't for the fact that the Veterans League attached too much importance to this competition for the Hidden Dragon list, the 3 seed players are not allowed to have any accidents before the competition. If they want to enter my spaceship dream. After Chu Zhongshan and others entered the spaceship, the strong man at the top of the king's territory cursed secretly. Younger martial brother Chu, did you deliberately provoke Elder Wang and take this opportunity to go to Qianlong Castle alone? After taking Chu Zhongshan and Kong Rulin into a private room in the spacecraft, Tian Jun criticized with an unhappy look. Elder martial brother Tian, how can it be? Seeing Tian Jun's gloomy face, Chu Zhongshan quickly denied. In order to participate in the competition for the list of hidden dragons, Tian Jun has tried his best in the past 6 months. In addition to the full support of the sect, and the help of the demon genius Xiao Shan of the sect leader, who uses the ancient inheritance secret method, he is now at the peak of the divine soul period, and his cultivation is the same as that of Chu Zhongshan. This is also the reason why the 2 people didn't change their names. 6 months ago, when Jiao Enjun left Qianlong Peak, he specially asked Tian Jun to take care of Chu Zhongshan during the period when he left Qianlong Peak. Therefore, Tian Jun took Jiao Enjun's instructions before leaving as a token to discipline him in many aspects. Originally, according to Chu Zhongshan's character, Jiao Enjun couldn't manage him in some things. His strength was far inferior to his Tian Jun, and it was impossible to manage him. However, Tian Jun was disciplined from the heart, just like a brother's concern for his brother, which made Chu Zhongshan unwilling to refuse his kindness. Younger martial brother Chu, I know your strength is very strong now. I'm afraid even the strong in the peak of longevity may not be your opponent, but you should understand that there are mountains outside the mountain and people outside the people. You are not the only genius in the world, and you are not the invincible strongest in the world, so you must listen to me. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's interpretation, Tian Jun did not let go of his criticism. Elder martial brother Tian, younger martial brother, I know I'm wrong. All actions in the future will follow your command. Seeing Tian Jun's interest in continuing criticism, Chu Zhongshan quickly apologized. At the same time, he also found that Tian Jun has more and more potential as a leader since he took over the patriarchal department from Long Xingyun. He criticizes people one by one. Now that you know it's wrong, you can stay in the room. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had realized his mistake, Tian Jun nodded with satisfaction. Younger martial brother Kong, because there are many disciples of the sect participating in the competition this time, the room is relatively tight. You can only be wrong to stay with us for the time being. Chu Zhongshan was severely criticized, and Tian Jun was very kind to Kong Rulin. Elder martial brother Tian, you're welcome. The environment here is very good. Facing Tian Jun's kind attitude, Kong Rulin felt quite flattered. After all, Chu Zhongshan, who can respect him as the spiritual support, was speechless to criticism, which was quite shocking to Kong Rulin. Although the spaceship speed of the top-grade real weapon is very fast, the Qianlong Castle is quite far away from Liyun's sect, and there are several no-fly forbidden areas on the way, which makes it take the people of the sect 2 days to get to the Qianlong Castle. As one of the 9 forces in the southern region, Liyun's sect has its own courtyard in Qianlong Castle, so the spacecraft landed directly in another courtyard. Listen to all the players participating in the competition for the Qianlong list. There is still one day before the budget competition for the Qianlong list. Now almost all the players from the major forces in the southern region have arrived. In order to avoid your breakthrough with those players and affect the competition for the Qianlong list tomorrow, I hope you all stay in the yard and don't go out for the time being. After all the contestants left the spacecraft, as the strongest leader this time, the strong man at the peak of the sect Huangjing asked. Yes. Facing the requirements of the top strong in Huangjing, all the players on the scene nodded their heads and then went to find a room to rest. As the top force in the southern region, Ligun sect has a lot of players in every competition for Qianlong list, so there are many rooms built in the other courtyard of Qianlong Castle, which can basically ensure that each player has an independent room to repair. Zhang Yue, Bailey Fengyun, and Chu Zhongshan, you three stay. When thousands of sectarian players began to choose their own rooms, the top power of Huangjing shouted to the 3 seed players in the preliminary competition of Qianlong list. Elder Wu, hearing the emperor's top strongman call himself, Chu Zhongshan nods to Tian Jun and Kong Rulin, and then goes straight to the sect's strongman. However, when they meet Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun, strong hostility flashed in their eyes. To be exact, it was Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun who had strong hostility to Chu Zhongshan, and Bailey Fengyun's eyes were mixed with a trace of hatred in addition to strong hostility. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this. Since he chose to become Zhao Enjun's disciple, he has been in a state of irreconcilable conflict with Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun. What's more, when he broke through the Divine Soul period, Zhao Enjun directly killed the Lord of the Merit Hall, which led to the situation between him and the Merit Hall, and between him and the 100 miles of wind and cloud. As the seed players selected from the Diving Dragon list, although you don't have to participate in the early knockout, I hope you can come to the competition site in person to experience the atmosphere of the competition of the Diving Dragon list and pay attention to some excellent players, so that you can be fully prepared for the qualifying. After Chu Zhongshan and other 3 people saluted, Elder Wu nodded kindly and then told him, Elder Wu, don't worry. Younger martial brother Bailey and I will come to the game site in person. Zhang Yue, who thinks he has the strongest strength and the highest identity, responded on behalf of Bailey Fengyun. This made a trace of displeasure flash on the face of Bailey Fengyun, who originally wanted to answer, but considering the subordinate relationship between the forces behind the 2 people, he could only keep his dissatisfaction in his heart for the time being. Elder Wu, I will participate in the knockout as an ordinary player, Chu Zhongshan calmly replied. To participate in the knockout as an ordinary player is a decision he negotiated with Zhao Enjun and Huang Lao at the beginning. The purpose is to improve his strength and vision through the duel with different players. Oh yes, have backbone, Elder Wu praised. As an Elder Wu who did not participate in any factional struggle in the sect, after being arranged by the Presbyterian group to lead the team this time, he always held the attitude of not offending anyone and not being close to anyone. Therefore, he did not appear to mediate when the strong at the top of the king's territory embarrassed Chu Zhongshan. However, hearing that Chu Zhongshan was going to participate in the cruel knockout as an ordinary player, Elder Wu showed appreciation on his face. Idiot, fool, for Chu Zhongshan's decision, Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun reacted with great disdain, because participating in the knockout as an ordinary player not only increases the risk of being eliminated in advance, but also loses the glory of being a seed player. Chu Zhongshan didn't fight back against Zhang Yue's and Bailey Fengyun's comments. He just looked at them with the eyes of a swallow and a bird who knew their ambition. Then he confessed to Elder Wu and walked to Tian Jun and Kong Rulin. Younger martial brother Chu, Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun are just villains. There's no need to be angry because of their evaluation. Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun's satire just now did not deliberately lower their voice, which made Tian Jun and others listen to their evaluation. Thinking of Chu Zhongshan's hot temper and lawless character, Tian Junsheng was afraid that he could not control his temper and lost his temper on the spot, so he quickly comforted him. Elder martial brother Tian, don't worry. Younger martial brother, I'm not the kind of person with a small belly and chicken intestines. Chu Zhongshan smiled and comforted. Long before departure, Tian Jun had selected the room through the staff stationed in the other courtyard of Qianlong Castle. After confirming that Chu Zhongshan was not angry because of the sarcasm of Zhang Yue and Bailey Fengyun, he took Chu Zhongshan and others back to the room. Nothing happened all night. The next morning, Chu Zhongshan got up early and went to the competition field of Qianlong List under the leadership of the strong sex. The competition for the Hidden Dragon List is to face all the Shenhun martial artists over the age of 18 and under the age of 25 in the whole southern region. Although not all Shenhun martial artists will participate in each competition for the Hidden Dragon List, at least nearly 9 layers of martial artists will participate, so the contestants in each competition for the Hidden Dragon List will reach more than 100,000. When Chu Zhongshan and others arrived at the game scene, the whole game scene was already crowded. As the 9 major forces in the southern region, each force has a fixed area at the competition site, so the strong Li Yunzong who rushed to the competition site led thousands of players to cross the people gathered in the competition field and appear in the center of the competition field. Younger martial brother Chu, there is no host discussion in the competition for the Hidden Dragon List. Whether it's the knockout, qualifying, or even the final, it's all arranged by the consciousness of the Hidden Dragon List. After standing in a specific area, Tian Jun explained in a low voice. Yes, nodded. Chu Zhongshan said he had understood. For the next period of time, people either looked around or closed their eyes to adjust their state and wait for the start of the knockout. With the golden scroll emitting golden light, it appeared in the sky over the competition site, and the originally messy scene suddenly quieted down. At the same time, in the sea of knowledge of Chu Zhongshan and other seed players, there was a sudden choice, that is, whether to directly participate in the final qualifying as a seed player or participate in the next knockout as an ordinary player. Without any worries, Chu Zhongshan directly chose to participate in the knockout as an ordinary player, and 3 of the more than 50 seed players also made the same choice. After more than 50 seed players have made different choices, the golden scroll floating in the air slowly unfolds. For each point, a golden light will shoot into the air. The golden light shot into the air eventually evolved into a wide challenge arena with a diameter of tens of meters. After the golden scroll was fully unfolded, 365 challenge arenas floated over the competition site. As an array mage with a certain level, Chu Zhongshan looked at the 365 challenge platforms floating in the air. The more he looked, the more he felt that the 365 challenge platforms were arranged in a certain array situation. As for what array it was, based on his current array cultivation, he could not know for the time being. After 365 challenge platforms are fully formed, 2 strong suction forces will be generated on each challenge platform, and the 2 suction forces will directly act on the players waiting for competition below. The players who are shrouded by the attraction generated by the challenge arena can't resist and bring them into the challenge arena. There are 365 challenge arenas, and there are 2 contestants in each arena, that is, 730 contestants compete in each round. With more than 100,000 players participating in the knockout, the first round of the competition will be hundreds of games. Therefore, the knockout of the competition for Qianlong List will take a long time. Chu Zhongshan, who was bored, spread his mind directly and observed the players who made him unable to see through or master special martial arts skills. He himself closed his eyes and continued to understand the law of space. Many people on the scene, like him, paid attention to the game with part of their mind, and I continued to practice. As time went by, when Chu Zhongshan felt the attraction from the challenge arena, the first round of the game had been nearly 100 games. When he appeared in the challenge arena, he found that his opponent in the first round was only a player whose cultivation reached the 7th floor of the Divine Soul period. Wang Jinji, I've seen elder martial brother. Chu Zhongshan, have you seen younger martial brother? After the 2 sides introduced each other, Chu Zhongshan didn't use any martial arts skills, but just waved his sleeves. Zhenyuan cooperated with the power of God and soul to form a strong wind force, directly blew his opponent down the challenge arena, and easily won the first round of knockout. 2 days and 3 nights, the first round of the knockout of the Qianlong List is the end. Tian Jun, Kong Rulan and Qin Wushuang, whom he was familiar with, also easily advanced to the next round. As for Zhou Qi, who had an engagement with him, Chu Zhongshan didn't find him, which made him very puzzled. Without any delay or rest, the challenge arena floating in mid-air directly began the second round of the game. The opponent Chu Zhongshan met in the second round of the competition was also an opponent whose cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Soul period, but his breath was a little stronger. Moreover, the player was very arrogant. He not only didn't take the initiative to introduce himself, but directly attacked. People respect me afoot, and I respect people afoot. Since you don't give me any face, I don't need to be merciful. Chu Zhongshan directly uses his body method and martial arts to deceive himself, and then kicks the other party off the challenge arena with an autumn wind and fallen leaves leg. At the same time, the strength generated by the leg technique makes the opponent spit blood in mid-air. Under the challenge arena, a middle-aged man in his 40s, Ziyue, was already in the early stage of the Avenue period. Seeing the young man kicked off the challenge arena and spitting blood, he cursed with an iron-blue face. Damn, then, fly to catch the young man kicked out of the challenge arena. With a cold look at the strong man in the early days of the De Dao period, Chu Zhongshan returned to the specific area of the sect. After seeing that Chu Zhongshan was a disciple of Li Yun's sect, the middle-aged strong man changed his face and took the injured disciple away from Chu Zhongshan. Younger martial brother Chu, for players who don't respect you, you can kill them directly. Tianjun, who has not participated in the second round of the competition for the time being, has been paying attention to Chu Zhongshan's competition. He was very dissatisfied with Chu Zhongshan's performance, especially Chu Zhongshan's lack of ruthlessness, so he told him murderously. Yes, nodded, Chu Zhongshan responded. Compared with the first round, which took 2 days and 3 nights, the second round of the knockout competition progressed much faster and ended in only 2 days and 1 night. In the third round of the knockout competition, there is also no delay. The challenge arena directly starts to select the players participating in the third round of the knockout competition. The third round of the competition of Chu Zhongshan is a talented player whose cultivation reaches the peak of the Divine Soul period, and the breath is far better than that of the Divine Soul period. Talented players have a trace of pride and like to be respected by each other. Therefore, the talented players selected into the challenge arena look at Chu Zhongshan with great pride and wait for Chu Zhongshan to take the lead in reporting to his family. Chu Zhongshan, who has mastered the power of space law, can easily distinguish the other party's realm and the real strength achieved by the breath. Although the other party's realm is only the peak of the soul period, I'm afraid the real strength has reached the 4th floor of the longevity period. For Chu Zhongshan, who has been able to control the law of space and the law of destruction, the strength of the other party is not enough to attract his attention, so he is too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He records the sky punch of basic boxing, which is far more powerful than the other party's momentum, and directly blows the other party off the challenge arena. I disagree. When he was kicked out of the challenge arena, the other party still had a faint pride on his face, but when he realized that he had been kicked out of the challenge arena, he immediately shouted unconvinced. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the competition for the Hidden Dragon list, it is considered a loss to admit defeat, die or be kicked out of the challenge arena. Therefore, even if the other party is not convinced, he can only reluctantly accept the result. When he saw Chu Zhongshan returning to the gathering area of Li Yun's sect, he had to accept this reality. As the top force in the southern region, the strength of Li Yun's contestants is generally very strong, so there are basically no eliminated contestants in the first 3 rounds of competition, but some contestants have been eliminated one after another since the 4th round of competition. When the last pair of players in the 4th round of knockout match decide the outcome, the 5th round of competition will begin immediately. At the beginning of the 5th round of competition, Chu Zhongshan was selected by the list of hidden dragons, and the opponent of this round is a talented player from the Yan family. He is a strong man whose cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th floor of the Divine Soul period, but his strength has reached the peak of the 5th floor of the longevity period. Yan Xuan has seen elder martial brother Chu. After the 2 sides stood in the challenge arena, the genius from the Yan family took the lead in greeting. Chu Zhongshan has seen younger martial brother Yan. People respect me afoot, and I respect people afoot. In the face of Yan Xuan, who knows the rules and etiquette, Chu Zhongshan also responded quite politely. Elder martial brother Chu's reputation is thunderous among the disciples of the younger generation of our 9 forces. Ziwen admires him whether he kills the law enforcement peak with a knife or breaks through the spirit period. As the 9 forces in charge of the whole southern region, there is no secret between them. Chu Zhongshan is not surprised that Yan Ziyuan can know that he killed the law enforcement peak with a knife and broke through the spirit period. Ziyuan knows he is not the opponent of Elder Martial Brother Chu, but he still wants to compete with Elder Martial Brother Chu to see the shortcomings of Ziyuan so that he can improve in the future. After saluting each other, Yan Ziyuan didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he humbly belittled himself. Younger Martial Brother Yan, if it's at ordinary times, I'm sure I'd like to compete with you more and see the mystery of the martial arts possessed by the Yan family. However, you know the importance of the competition for the hidden dragon list and the cruelty of the knockout, so I can't allow me to relax. In the face of Yan Ziyuan's self-deprecating modesty, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sneering and didn't let go of his words. Elder Martial Brother Chu, please. Seeing that his scheme had not succeeded, Yan Ziyuan did not continue to install it and took out the top-grade spirit sword, a gesture of impending attack. Please. Yan Ziyuan's strength is not enough for Chu Zhongshan to use too much strength, so he just waved with one hand and motioned. Wind and clouds are surging. Seeing Chu Zhongshan who didn't take out his weapons, Yan Ziyuan knew that the other party didn't take himself in the eye at all. He was angry. He directly used the martial arts at the bottom of the box to compete for the upper hand. Chu looks down on people too much. Facing a strong man like Brother Wen, he even refuses to use weapons. Brother Wen will certainly blow him off the challenge arena. Yan Danshan, one of the 9 forces, the gathering area of the Yan family, the double pearl of the Yan family, looked very unhappy and cursed. Although Yan Danshan is also an excellent genius in the southern region, she is still young after all. Now her cultivation has barely reached the peak of the 7th floor in the Kihai period, and there is still a certain distance from breaking through the divine soul period, so she has no resources to participate in the competition for the hidden dragon list. However, as one of the most gifted talents of the young generation of the Yan family, she still has the opportunity to personally visit the competition site of the Qianlong list competition, personally feel the cruel atmosphere of the Qianlong list competition, and observe the duel of various experts, which is very helpful for her to participate in the next Qianlong list competition. In fact, not only the Yan sisters have such treatment, but only the families or sects with certain power. In addition to the contestants, the strong families and sects will lead some talented people and disciples to watch the competition. Elder sister, Brother Wen is not the opponent of Elder Martial Brother Chu. Facing Yan Danshan's curse, Yan Dangxi gave a different answer. Zir, I know your prophecy is very powerful, but don't forget that Chu is a man of the same age as you and me. His practice time is only 3 or 4 years. How can he be the opponent of Brother Wen who has been practicing for 8 years? Yan Danshan retorted unconvinced. Sister, facts are better than arguments. You can see the result next. Yan Dangxi didn't explain Yan Danshan's refutation, but just motioned her to continue to observe the game. Yan Ziyuan, who showed his surging wind and clouds, said that the power contained in the top-grade spirit sword has reached the 7th level of longevity. Therefore, in the face of this move, Chu Zhongshan did not hold up the power of the 7th level of the flesh, and directly met the opponent's spirit sword with a move of Xuanpin's lower-level fist technique. Boom! The fist and the top-grade spirit sword collided with each other, and suddenly made a roar. Accompanied by a strong roar, Yan Ziyuan was directly thrown out of the challenge arena by the rebound force formed by his fist and spirit sword, as well as the fist strength that was not completely offset. How possible? Seeing that he could blow his brother out of the arena with only his fist, Yan Danshan opened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief on his face. This is normal. Facing the result that Yan Ziyuan was directly kicked out of the challenge arena by Chu Zhongshan's fist technique, Yan Dangxi's reaction was very indifferent. Zir, what's going on? Not to mention that Yan Danshan couldn't believe the result of the competition between Yan Ziyuan and Chu Zhongshan, even the elder of the Yan family standing beside her, a strong man whose cultivation reached the peak of the king's realm, was also very shocked. Third uncle, just now I used the prophecy to predict Elder Martial Brother Chu's physical grade, and found that his physical grade has exceeded the limit I can predict. That is to say, Elder Martial Brother Chu's flesh grade has reached at least 4 grades, and may even be more than 4 grades. How is this possible? After hearing Yan Dangxi's explanation, the top strongman of the Yan family asked in disbelief. Reaching the fourth grade of physical quality is equivalent to the cultivation accomplishments in the Avenue period, but the promotion of physical quality is dozens of times more difficult than the promotion of cultivation accomplishments and realm. Therefore, the strong people of the Yan family at the scene can't believe Yan Dengxi's speculation. If you don't believe it, you have to believe it, because only this result can explain why elder martial brother Chu can blow brother Wen away with one punch. Yan Dengxi said confidently, "Younger martial brother Chu, tell me, how many grades of your flesh have you reached?" When Chu Zhongshan returned to the area where the sects gathered, Tian Jun, who had not participated in the fourth round, asked with great expectation. Yan Dengxi calculated that Chu Zhongshan could win through prophecy, using his strong body. Tian Jun saw the key through his own eyes, so he wanted to know the real grade of Chu Zhongshan's body. The peak of the third grade is possible to break through the second grade at any time. For Tian Jun's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan did not hide and truthfully told his secret. After returning to Qianlong Peak from the Tianlong Emperor dynasty, Chu Zhongshan made very detailed arrangements for his next practice, in which the cultivation of the flesh was put in the first place. Because in the secret land of the natural famine, he got the first grade of barren stone, milk and fat that can greatly improve the grade of his flesh. Moreover, in the secret land of devouring spirit ants, Huang Lao once borrowed his body to absorb the power of the explosion of the holy beast corpse, so that his flesh experienced the process of upgrading from 5 grades to 1 grade, and completely broke through the bottleneck between these realms. At the same time, in the medicine field where the tree of life is used to cultivate spiritual grass and spiritual fruit, the Xuanwu saint presented the ancient essence that can continuously improve the physical quality. In this case, of course, he should try his best to improve the grade of the flesh, and with the help of these treasures, the grade of the flesh is indeed rising. If it were not for the reason of the competition for the hidden dragon list, his physical grade would have been promoted to the second grade, which would be equivalent to the supreme grade. Top of 3 grades. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's response, Tian Jun couldn't help taking a breath, and his tone was a little trembling. At the same time, he finally understood why Chu Zhongshan wanted to go to Qianlong Castle alone. It turned out that others had the ability to protect themselves for a long time. He was just being smart. Take a deep breath and forcibly suppress the excitement in your heart. Tian Jun wanted to ask Chu Zhongshan how he quickly improved his physical quality, but at this time, a suction came from the upper challenge arena and directly sucked him into the challenge arena. In the 5th round of the knockout of the hidden dragon list, most of the players' accomplishments are at the high level of the divine soul period, so although the number of participants is much less, it takes no less time than the 4th round. At the same time, more and more players were eliminated from the 9 forces, which made the leaders of the 9 forces look gloomy. Fortunately, several people familiar to Chu Zhongshan all survived the 5th round. After the 6th round of the knockout competition began, Chu Zhongshan was the first batch of contestants. This time, his opponent was an ordinary player whose cultivation reached the peak of the divine soul period and whose strength was equal to that of cultivation. Qian Feng, have you seen elder martial brother? Chu Zhongshan, have you seen elder martial brother Qian? The names of each other are different according to the difference in cultivation. Chu Zhongshan's cultivation is equal to that of the other party, and the other party is not a player from the 9 forces, so he doesn't call the other party a junior brother. Please. After a simple greeting, Chu Zhongshan indicated that the other party could do it. It's done. Due to the large number of players participating in the knockout, Qian Feng didn't notice the performance of Chu Zhongshan in the 5 rounds of competition the previous day, but he was cautious. He still made a good defense first, and planned to test Chu Zhongshan's strength by means of defensive counterattack. Seeing that the other party directly put on a defensive counterattack posture, Chu Zhongshan can only take the initiative to attack. For a long time, he didn't use his life spirit knife, but still only used the basic fist method. With a punch to the sky, he directly blew Qian Feng out of the challenge arena. Later, Chu Zhongshan returned to the area where the sectarian players gathered. For Chu Zhongshan's easy victory, the reaction of the 3 elders and other players in the sect was very calm without any accident. After all, Chu Zhongshan was originally the seed player selected by the Qianlong list. It is normal to have this strength. Compared with the first 5 rounds of competition, the cruelty of the 6th round of the hidden dragon list knockout competition is becoming stronger and stronger. Originally, there has been no competition with casualties. With the players of the High Wind family, they directly cut off the opponent's head, which can be regarded as the real bloody battle of the competition for the Hidden Dragon list. Fortunately, in the 6th round of the game, several people familiar to Chu Zhongshan met ordinary opponents, which made them easy to advance. Chu Zhongshan was the first batch of contestants in the 7th round of the knockout of the Hidden Dragon list. His opponent this time is a strong man at the peak of the Divine Soul period from the Magic Heart sect. You are Chu Zhongshan. When the two sides of the competition appeared in the challenge arena, the contestant from the Magic Heart sect asked with a gloomy look. Yes, I am Chu Zhongshan, nodded, Chu Zhongshan admitted. At the same time, he felt that the man in front of him looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. My surname is Feng and my name is Feng Lei. I have a brother who has excellent talent and is called Feng Hu by the sect. I don't know if you still have an impression. Feng Lei asked, gnashing his teeth. Oh, so you're Feng Hu's brother. No wonder you look familiar. Hearing that the other party mentioned the Feng Hu who had been killed by him, Chu Zhongshan immediately understood why the other party would give him a familiar feeling. Because the other side is nearly 70% similar to his brother. Since the Xuanwang heard the news that my brother was killed, I dreamed of peeling you and cramping you. I thought this wish would take a long time, but heaven has eyes, so I met you so soon. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't deny it, Feng Lei roared ferociously. Chu Zhongshan, next I'll show you how my evil heart sect tortures people. If you want to torture Chu Zhongshan, you're still far away. Chu Zhongshan said sarcastically about the threat of wind and thunder. Wash the world with blood. The wind and thunder hit his chest with a fierce right fist and sprayed out the blood essence with a strong smell of blood. With the help of the blood essence containing strong energy, he directly played the bottom card at the bottom of the box and planned to defeat Chu Zhongshan at one fell swoop. In the face of the blood fog formed by the wind and thunder, Chu Zhongshan directly raised the grade of the flesh to the first level of the 3rd grade in order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, and then used the boxing skills of the lower level of Xuanpin to directly bombard the blood fog formed by the opponent's blood essence. The power of blood mist has reached the peak of 8 layers in the longevity period with the bottom card of blood essence. However, in the face of the physical power in the avenue period, it was also smashed by a punch from Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, the remaining strength of the fist is not reduced and directly blows on the opponent's chest. Don't say you are an expert in the peak realm of the Divine Soul period. Even if you are the strong one in the peak realm of the king realm of your sect, I Chu Zhongshan can also kill you. The fist technique formed by Sanpin's physical strength hit each other's chest, Chu Zhongshan said softly. At the same time, a trace of the force of space law directly acts on the spirit of the other party. Then, in the eyes of wind and thunder, he turned directly into blood clots all over the sky and scattered at the scene of the game. Although there have been casualties on the challenge arena since the 6th round of the knockout, it is the first time for Chu Zhongshan to blow the other party into blood clots with one punch. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan's game just now not only attracts the attention of many people, but also makes many players who can continue to compete show a look of fear in their eyes. Younger martial brother Chu, good. After Chu Zhongshan returned to the sect gathering area, Tian Jun praised with satisfaction. Chu Zhongshan didn't say much about this. In fact, no matter whether the other party is Feng Hu's brother or not, as long as the other party is a disciple of the Devil Heart sect, he will not be merciful and will kill them all to avoid future troubles. Chu Zhongshan's move to blow his opponent into blood clots seems to open the real blood of the knockout of the Hidden Dragon list. In the next competition, not only the number of contestants dying is increasing, but also the process of being killed by his opponent is becoming more and more blood. This time, Tian Jun and Kong Rulin both met tough opponents. Tian Jun defeated his opponents hard after using his first card. Kong Rulin directly used the power of the magic knife to kill his opponent. As for Qin Wuxuang, although the strength of the opponent he met is very strong, his own strength is stronger, which makes him easily advance to the next round of knockout. Qin Wuxuang, who returned to the gathering area of the Qin Empire, felt the gaze of Chu Zhongshan, turned his head and smiled at Chu Zhongshan and whispered, "Qualifying," nodded. Chu Zhongshan responded to each other. In the 6th round of the knockout competition, at least 2/3 of the thousands of players from Lianzong were eliminated, which made the elders at the peak of the two kings look very gloomy. As for the look of Elder Wu, he was very calm. In the 7th round of the knockout competition, Chu Zhongshan Yijiu was the first batch of players to participate in the competition. This time, he was lucky. He met an opponent whose strength was not too strong, and the opponent had witnessed the process of killing his opponent with his own eyes, so he appeared in the challenge arena, briefly introduced himself to the opponent, and then directly turned around and jumped off the challenge arena, which was an automatic admission of defeat. Younger martial brother Chu, that's why I asked you to be cruel. Only if you are cruel, poisonous, and bloody enough can you deter some villains who want to be opportunistic, so that you don't have to waste too much power on these people. Seeing Chu Zhongshan returning to the gathering area again, Tian Jun reminded him, Elder Martial Brother Tian, thank you. For Tian Jun's good intentions, Chu Zhongshan sincerely thanked him. In the 7th round of the knockout, Tian Jun and Kong Rulin also had good luck. Although the strength of the opponents they met was very strong, they were still worse than the opponents they met in the 6th round, so they easily defeated their opponents and advanced to the 8th round with their own strength. Other players of Lianzong did not have this luck. This time, more than 700 players were eliminated, and less than 300 players were left to participate in the 8th round, which made the 2 elders at the top of the king's territory gnash their teeth in anger. Chu Zhongshan had just started the 8th round of the knockout, and had already made preparations for the game. Through the experience of the first 7 rounds of competition, he found a rule, that is, he participated in the knockout as a seed player and inadvertently received special care from the consciousness of the hidden dragon list. That is, he took the lead in every round of competition. The opponent in each round will not be very strong, and several seed players have never encountered in advance. After Chu Zhongshan appeared in the challenge arena, he found that his speculation was not wrong, and his opponent's strength was careless this time. Zhu Ziqiang has seen Elder Martial Brother Chu. Seeing that his opponent was Chu Zhongshan Tian, the contestant who appeared in the challenge arena looked very depressed and said hello. Chu Zhongshan has seen Elder Martial Brother Zhu. Chu Zhongshan replied calmly. Zhu Ziqiang is also a strong man in the peak of the soul period, and his breath has reached the middle peak of longevity. Then he waved with one hand and motioned, please. After standing in place and thinking for a while, Zhu Ziqiang finally stamped his foot, then turned and jumped off the challenge arena and automatically gave up the game. Chu Zhongshan's reaction to this was very calm. When Chu Zhongshan returned to the sect gathering area, before he could talk to Tian Jun and Kong Zhonglin, they were sucked into the challenge arena and began the 8th round of the knockout. After paying close attention to their opponents, Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of, although the strength of Tian Jun's opponent this time is similar to that in the 6th round, it is not too difficult for Tian Jun, who has many cards, to defeat his opponent. Kong Rulin's opponent this time is a talented swordsman from one of the 9 forces, Huashan's sword sect. His cultivation in the peak of the soul period has the strength of the 9 peaks of longevity. Kong Rulin's cultivation at the peak of the 8th floor during the divine soul period obviously does not occupy any advantage, but Chu Zhongshan is not worried at all. Because Kong Rulin, with the help of the magic knife, is afraid that it is difficult for even the super strong to speculate about the real combat power, so he believes that Kong Rulin will be able to defeat his opponent. As Chu Zhongshan expected, Kong Rulin was at a disadvantage and could be killed at any time, or when he was knocked out of the challenge arena, the magic knife began to be powerful. With a simple basic knife technique, he almost killed his opponent. Fortunately, the other party is not only strong, but also has excellent vision. He jumped out of the challenge arena in time to avoid the consequences of being killed. The 9th round of the knockout. At this moment, there are less than 1,000 players who can continue to participate in the competition. There are 365 challenge platforms, which can accommodate more than 700 people at a time. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan, Tian Jun and Kong Rulin basically participate at the same time. Chu Zhongshan's opponent this time is a core disciple from Law Enforcement Peak. When understanding the rules of the competition for the Hidden Dragon list, Chu Zhongshan has secretly decided that as long as he meets the players of Magic Heart Sect, Law Enforcement Peak, and Merit Hall in the competition, regardless of the strength of the other party, he will kill if he can kill, and hit his opponent if he can't. Therefore, after the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak appeared in the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan immediately mobilized Genuine. Without waiting for the greeting of his opponent, he looked like he was going to kill his opponent, but what he didn't expect was that the reaction of the other party was very rapid. Seeing that the opponent in this round was Chu Zhongshan, the core disciple of law enforcement Peak, turned and jumped off the challenge arena without saying anything, making Chu Zhongshan lose the opportunity to kill his opponent. Waste! Seeing that he didn't say a word, he directly turned and jumped off the core disciple of the law enforcement Peak in the challenge arena. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help cursing. Then he returned to the sect gathering area without anger and glared at the core disciples of law enforcement Peak. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's bad eyes, the other party wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and he was secretly glad that he had responded quickly. Otherwise, with the hatred between Chu Zhongshan and law enforcement Peak and his lawless character, he will definitely dare to kill himself under the challenge arena. Even if he was not angry, the other party had voluntarily admitted defeat, and Chu Zhongshan could not kill the other party in front of the strong sex. Therefore, after staring at the other party, he began to pay attention to the game between Tianjun and Kong Rulin. Chu Zhongshan didn't worry about Kong Rulin's game. With the help of magic knife, he really fought. I'm afraid he is not his opponent. However, for Tianjun's game, his face began to dignify. Because Tianjun's opponent this time is a talented player from the Qin Empire. The cultivation of the peak state of the divine soul period has the strength of the peak state of longevity. After dozens of moves, Tianjun has been forced to use his second hand. Even in this case, he is still at a disadvantage, which makes Chu Zhongshan worried. No matter when Tianjun broke through the divine soul period, and no matter how old he is this year, as the leader of the first clan, his success or failure is related to the influence of the first clan. If he can't even enter the qualifying match, I'm afraid it will affect the position of the patriarch in the sect. Brother Chu, don't worry about Elder Martial Brother Tian. I'm sure Elder Martial Brother Tian can defeat each other. Kong Rulin, who has a magic knife to help, quickly solved his opponent, and then watched Tianjun's game like Chu Zhongshan. After seeing the worried look on Chu Zhongshan's face, Kong Rulin persuaded him. Oh, unexpectedly, Rulin is very confident in Elder Martial Brother Tian's arrival. After hearing Kong Rulin's persuasion, Chu Zhongshan asked strangely. Brother Chu, it's not that I have confidence in Elder Martial Brother Tian, but that the magic knife has confidence in Elder Martial Brother Tian. Raised the magic knife in his hand, Kong Rulin explained. As a magic knife that can almost be promoted to the holy ware, it's normal to find that you can't find some secrets, so Chu Zhongshan was a little relieved. Ancient Awakening. Seeing that he couldn't beat his opponent by playing 2 cards in succession, Tianjun finally used the cards he planned to play only in qualifying. With Tianjun using his 3rd card, a strong ancient flavor directly enveloped the whole challenge arena, allowing his opponent to sink into the oppression of ancient flavor. At the same time, a giant animal claw stretched out from Tianjun's head and directly photographed his opponent out of the challenge arena. Elder Martial Brother Tian, the Ancient Awakening is really terrible. When Tianjun won and returned to the sect gathering area, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing. In the course of the game just now, he used his mind to check it clearly. He felt the pressure of the ancient breath, was a little afraid of the strength of the animal claw, and was surprised that Tianjun could master this card. If he is facing this move, he will awaken in ancient times unless he uses the power of more than 3 layers of laws. Otherwise, it will be directly photographed out of the challenge arena by the beast's claws. Alas! After hearing Chu Zhongshan's emotion, Tianjun couldn't help sighing and said in a rather depressed tone, "This is a trick specially made for me by Elder Martial Brother Zio according to my own situation and the inheritance and memory of his ancient blood 6 months ago. It was originally intended to be used in the key games of the ranking competition, but it was exposed in advance." Elder Martial Brother Tianjun, don't worry too much. Among the players who finally enter the qualifying competition, there are not many players who can resist your move, which is enough to ensure that you can finally reach the top 108. Heaven in Chu comforted. I hope so, Tianjun said with insufficient confidence. As the last opponent decides the outcome, the 9th round of the knockout is officially ended, and the 10th round is officially opened. The players who can persist to the 10th round are basically super talents who can surpass more than half of their own realm. Everyone has several cards at the bottom of the box, which leads to the brilliance, intensity, and cruelty of the 10th round, far exceeding that of the first 9 rounds. The opponent of Chu Zhongshan in this round of competition is one of the 9 forces. A super genius of the Chu family, whose cultivation reached the peak of the divine soul period, but whose strength reached the peak of longevity. The attention paid to super talents makes them far more arrogant than ordinary people. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan, the other party did not have the slightest fear because of Chu Zhongshan's bloody means in the 6th round, and said proudly for a long time, "Your surname is Chu, and your talent is pretty good. Is it possible that you are the illegitimate son left by my elders of the Chu family?" The super genius of the Chu family didn't lower his voice, which made everyone who paid attention to the two people's game suddenly change their faces. "The boy is dead. This is the double pearl from the Yan family, Yan Dangxi's inference. The boy will die miserably. This is the idea from the hearts of many players of Lian sect. The wind and cloud is too reckless." This is a criticism from the top strongman of the imperial realm of the Chu family. Hearing that the other party said he might be an illegitimate child, Chu Zhongshan's heart soared with anger. When he went out for training several times, he didn't have friendly contact with the Chu family, which made him feel bad about the Chu family. He always wanted to teach them a lesson. Now, for insulting him directly, which he didn't want to be insulted, it made him kill the players outside the Magic Heart sect, Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Hall for the first time. Wind-chasing soul-killing palm. Mobilize the strength of Sampin's flesh body, display the body skills of Xuanpin's middle-level peak, cooperate with Xuanpin's high-level body skills, and the angry Chu Zhongshan exposed his 30% strength for the first time. Forever. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan took the lead in launching the attack, the super genius of the Chu family also showed no weakness, and directly exercised the strongest sword technique he could master. Unfortunately, the 30% strength of Chu Zhongshan in anger, except that he did not use the power of law, his real combat power was close to the road stage. Therefore, the result of the collision between boxing and spirit sword was that the super genius of the Chu family was forcibly blasted to the edge of the challenge arena. Continue to use the medium-level peak body method and martial arts of Xuanpin. When the opponent has not removed the power of boxing, a basic boxing technique of Black Tiger takes his heart and directly blows into the opponent's heart. At the same time, mobilize the power of a trace of space law in boxing and start strangling the other party's spirit. Chu Zhongshan, stop. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's appearance of killing Chu family's super genius, the top strongman of the kingdom of Chu family standing under the challenge arena stopped loudly. However, he looked too high on his ability and too low on Chu Zhongshan's determination. Ignoring the voice of the top strongman in the kingdom of Chu family, Chu Zhongshan continued to display 30% of his strength and directly blasted the other party into a sky of blood and minced meat. Damn it! Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't give face at all, he directly hurt the killer, which made the top strongman of the kingdom of Chu family swear with a livid face, but he was only cursing, but he didn't dare to deal with Chu Zhongshan, who left the challenge arena. Because according to the rules of the competition for the Qianlong list, in the process of the competition for the Qianlong list, no one is allowed to shoot the contestants. If there are violators, they will be killed on the spot. What's more, the master of Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun, who is known as the Bloody Butcher, is the supreme top power that their Chu family can't afford. Boy, don't let me get a chance, or I'll give you a taste of the torture of the Chu family. After the blood rain disappeared, the strong man at the peak of the kingdom of Chu family did not find the spirit of the super genius of Chu family. He immediately knew that when the other party destroyed the body of the super genius of Chu family, he didn't know what secret method he used to directly strangle the spirit, which filled his heart with resentment. He calmly returned to the sect gathering area. Chu Zhongshan ignored the shock of the same clan players and quickly watched the game between Tianjun and Kong Rulin. Fortunately, they had good luck this time. Although the strength of the opponents they met was very strong, they were still slightly inferior to their opponents in the 9th round, which made them attack their opponents smoothly and win the 10th round. After the competition in the last arena, the Qianlong list did not continue to carry out the next round of knockout, but waited for about a minute. A message appeared in the minds of the players who won the 10th round and the seed players who did not participate in the knockout. The information released by the Diving Dragon list is that half an hour later, the qualifying of the competition for the Diving Dragon list will begin. The rules of the qualifying are very simple, that is, Each player will compete with all the players participating in the qualifying. The winner will accumulate 1 point, and the loser will have no point. Finally, the top 108 diving dragons in the southern region will be determined according to the number of points. In the 10th round of the knockout competition, there were 13 players in the challenge arena, and the jade and stone were burned in the final battle. As a result, a total of 342 players passed the final qualifying. With 58 seed players, the number of players participating in the final qualifying reached 400. In other words, every contestant participating in the qualifying competition will have 399 matches. For each contestant, it is not only a test of physical strength, true yuan and soul power, but also a test of IQ and strategy. Elder Martial Brother Tian, Rulin, time is pressing. You should seize the time to restore the consumed genuine and soul power. I'm here to help you protect the Dharma. After receiving the news released by the Qianlong list, Chu Zhongshan quickly reminded Tian Jun and Kong Rulin. As for him, there was no consumption in the 10 rounds of knockout, so there was no need to recover. Please, younger Martial Brother Chu, being in the sect gathering area and surrounded by the top strongmen of the Imperial realm, there can be no danger at all, but Tian Jun is very grateful for Chu Zhongshan's kindness. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan stood behind Tian Jun and Kong Rulin, vigilant about the surrounding environment, and secretly continued to understand the power of space law. Half an hour is so short that many players who participate in qualifying have no time to recover the consumed genuine and spirit. They can only participate in the next qualifying in a tired state. As soon as the time specified in the diving dragon list arrives, 365 challenge platforms in mid-air generate a force of attraction at the same time and begin to arrange qualifying competitions between different players. There are a total of 400 players participating in the qualifying competition. A one-on-one competition requires a total of 200 challenge platforms. Therefore, there is basically no front and back in the qualifying competition. Everyone participates in the competition almost at the same time. Chu Zhongshan had good luck in the first round of qualifying. He was a player with an injury and genuine, and Shenhun barely recovered 30%. Seeing that the other party was not as strong as himself, and his body was not in good condition, the kind message asked, "Do you admit defeat and can fight for some time to recover from the injury? Thank you for your concern, younger Martial Brother. I can continue to compete." Shaking his head, the opponent took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his injury, a posture of continuing the game. "I don't know what to do." Chu Zhongshan, who was in a bad mood, cursed secretly and then used the medium-level body skills of Xuanpin to kick his opponent out of the challenge arena when the other party didn't respond. The injury on his body was not light. Chu Zhongshan's angry leg technique made his injury worse by 3 points, resulting in the opponent falling behind the challenge arena fainting directly. After leaving the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan wanted to return to the sect gathering area, but the sudden attraction of a challenge arena not far away made him appear on the challenge arena at once. "I've seen Elder Martial Brother Chu without trace." After Chu Zhongshan appeared in the challenge arena, the contestants who appeared in the challenge arena earlier had a very formal attitude. "Chu Zhongshan has seen Elder Martial Brother Jai." Chu Zhongshan also replied formally. "The wind is blowing all over the world." When Chu Zhongshan officially returned the salute, Jai Wuji directly used the signature martial skill of the Gale family, Gale Divine Step, and launched a very shameless sneak attack. As the body method and martial arts skill of the strong wind family that shocked the southern region, the wind disease world, whose grade barely reached the peak of the middle level of Xuanpin, has erupted at a speed no less than the high-level peak of Xuanpin, which makes it difficult for the poorly prepared Chu Zhongshan to mobilize the physical defense in a short time. In desperation, Chu Zhongshan can only slightly show the power of space law to avoid the attack of disease without trace. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan easily escaped the sneak attack of his carefully prepared move, his traceless face showed a trace of dignity. Because he knows the speed of the wind disease world very well, not to mention the martial arts practitioners in the spirit period, even the powerful ones in the half-step road period can hardly escape the sneak attack of the wind disease world. Chu Zhongshan can avoid, in addition to his own strong strength, he must have a speed no weaker than that of the disease world. After avoiding the attack of disease and no trace, Chu Zhongshan directly raised the grade of the flesh to the peak of the 3rd grade, and then used the palm as the knife to display the first-class sword skill of Huangpin. Mars starts a prairie fire. If you want to defeat Jiuji, who is good at speed, the martial arts of one-on-one fighting is useless. You can only attack in a wide range and without difference. At the same time, in order to enhance the power of a wide range of martial arts attacks and enough damage to the disease without trace, he quietly integrated a trace of the power of the law of destruction into his sword skills. As a super genius second only to the seed player in the High Wind family, the High Wind mark has strong strength, in addition to the speed that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye and locked by the mind. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's large-scale martial arts, he did not step back and dodge, but wanted to rely on his strong strength to offset the attack, this move to break Chu Zhongshan. However, when he really came into contact with Chu Zhongshan's attack, he found something wrong. Because in the martial arts performed by Chu Zhongshan, in addition to the power generated by the martial arts itself, there is a trace of destruction that makes him feel terrible. And this breath of destruction is very similar to the breath of the power of the law of destruction exerted by the top power of the family empire. Thinking that some geniuses of demon level could use the power of law in the spirit period, he immediately guessed that the power of law of destruction was probably used in the martial arts of Chu Zhongshan. When he wanted to understand this and wanted to step back, it was too late. The martial arts containing the power of the law of destruction directly blasted the spirit's sword in Jiuji's hand and then hit him hard in the chest. As a super genius second only to the seed player, in addition to his own strength, the defense spirit weapon on the wind mark has reached the semi-prime spirit weapon. Therefore, although the martial arts containing the power of the law of destruction hit his chest, it did not break the defense of the defense spirit weapon, which made him resist the martial arts containing the power of the law of destruction. This made the disease traceless and secretly relaxed. At the same time, he also began to mobilize all genuine and spirits, and planned to use the wind to escape from the challenge arena. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chu Zhongshan's grasp of the war situation. Just when he came into contact with the chest of the wind mark, Chu Zhongshan was aware of the other party's semi-prime defense spirit weapon. Knowing that the destructive law contained in his martial arts skills is too few to be able to directly break the defense of the semi-precious weapon, so Chu Zhongtian plays the metaphysical techniques, directly approaching the disease without trace, and then mobilizes the power of a little space law, and uses the way of space transfer to bypass the defense of the semi-precious weapon. Directly attack his body. Poof. Beyond the attack of the semi-prime defense spirit weapon, it was blasted at the heart of the disease without trace. It was not easy to resist the attack of the disease without trace containing the power of the law of destruction. It didn't even have time to breathe. It was directly blasted at the heart to destroy vitality. I'm a super genius of the Gale family. Dare you kill me? As a super genius at the peak of the divine soul period, the destruction of his heart is only the death of his body, and the divine soul can still maintain his vitality. Therefore, it is difficult to believe that Chu Zhongshan dares to kill him directly. From the moment you choose to sneak attack, the destruction of gods and souls is your final way back. Mobilize the power of space law and form a secret method of space strangulation in the palm of his hand. Chu Zhongshan responded to the query of the wind mark and killed his spirit directly with the help of space strangulation. The reason why he killed the disease without trace, in addition to his shameless sneak attack, which made Chu Zhongshan a little angry, also lies in his strong strength and heavy mind, which is easy to bring trouble to Tianjun and Kong Rulin. In order to ensure that Tianjun and Kong Rulin can advance to the finals, Chu Zhongshan began to consciously remove some obstacles in advance. Impossible! Seeing that Jai Wuji was kicked off the challenge arena by Chu Zhongshan, the peak strongman of the Imperial Realm and the Imperial Realm of the Feifeng family, who has been paying attention to the two people's competition, shouted unbelievably. As a gifted child of the Gale family, second only to the demon level, the real strength of the Gale Scar has reached the half-pole road stage. It is very difficult for opponents of the same level to defeat the Gale Scar, let alone kill. Even Juoyun, the seed player of the evil spirit level of the Wind family, is very difficult to kill Juoyun, so they can't believe that Chu Zhongshan can kill Juoyun so easily. What is more unacceptable to them is that the disease without trace not only killed the body, but also the spirit, which made them produce infinite murderous spirit to the heaven in Chu. Because only the flawless spirit is still there, they have a way to revive him and make him reappear the brilliance of super genius. Like the Chu family, although they are full of endless hatred for Chu Zhongshan, considering the huge gap between the Gale family and Li Yun's sect, and the means of the bloody butcher Zhao Enjun, they can only suppress their hatred at the bottom of their hearts temporarily. Being proficient in the power of space law made Chu Zhongshan's perception more sensitive. He clearly felt a trace of murderous spirit on the top strong men of the Chu family and the Gale family, but he didn't regret it. Because the competition for the Qianlong list is only the last battle for him to reach the peak of martial arts. At the end of the final of the Qianlong list, he will give a shocking performance to everyone in the southern region and the Eternal Continent. After leaving the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan did not continue the competition this time and returned to the sect gathering area smoothly. Chu Zhongshan, the strong wind family, is the most powerful force among the 5 families and has the most bizarre attack means. The relationship between our Li Yun sect and the strong wind family has always been very good. You can directly defeat Jiuji. Why do you want to destroy his spirits? When Chu Zhongshan had just stood up, the king from the law enforcement peak, the king elder, looked stern and criticized. How old are you? Chu Zhongshan wants to do anything. It's not your turn to tell. Disdain to look at each other, Chu Zhongshan said arrogantly. Chu Zhongshan, you are still not a disciple of Li Yun's sect. Do you know that respecting teachers and valuing education? Chu Zhongshan's arrogant counterattack made Wang Changlao point directly at his nose and scold. Come on, Elder Wang, don't act there. What's the matter between our Qianlong list and your law enforcement peak? No one at the scene knows, so don't humiliate yourself. Glancing at the other side contemptuously, Chu Zhongshan directly pointed out his attitude and retorted. You, pointing to Chu Zhongshan, Wang Chang was old-fashioned and didn't know how to refute. Elder Wu, you are the leader of this time. Should you express your opinion on Chu Zhongshan's malicious destruction of the relationship between allies and insulting the elders of the sect? Taking a deep breath, Elder Wang forced himself to calm down, and then began to find a way to pull Elder Wu into the water. Elder Wu, this is the contradiction between my Qianlong peak and law enforcement peak. I hope you don't interfere. Seeing that the other party deliberately pulled Elder Wu into the water, Chu Zhongshan, who knew that Elder Wu didn't want to intervene in the sectarian struggle, immediately took him out. Elder Wu was grateful that Chu Zhongshan deliberately didn't let him get involved in the factional struggle, but Elder Wang was right. As the leader of this time, he can't let chaos happen within the sect. Otherwise, he can't explain to the Presbyterian group. Elder Wang, if you continue to pester, I can assure you that as long as you encounter the disciples of the law enforcement peak in the next competition, I will kill one by one and destroy one by one. Elder Wu's embarrassed look made Chu Zhongshan know that it was difficult for him not to intervene in his conflict with the law enforcement peak. If you want to solve this problem, you can only start from Elder Wang, so he directly tore his face and threatened. You dare? Chu Zhongshan's threat made Elder Wang's face change greatly. He asked with a trembling tone. Although many players of Li Yunzong were eliminated in the 10 rounds of knockout, the players of law enforcement peak performed well, and a full 13 people broke into the qualifying. According to the rules of qualifying, each player participating in the competition must fight once, and the 13 players of law enforcement peak will fight Chu Zhongshan. As a young master of the 3 evil spirits of the sect, Mr. Wang is very clear about the terror of heaven and his lawless character. If Chu Zhongshan kills the 13 disciples of the law enforcement peak, the loss of the law enforcement peak is not only 13 talented young experts. The most fatal result is that there is no harvest in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list. Just as Elder Wang desperately tried to find a way to stop Chu Zhongshan's threat, a suction directly pulled Chu Zhongshan into the challenge arena. When Elder Wang saw that Chu Zhongshan's opponent was a contestant from the law enforcement peak, he was scared. He quickly asked Elder Wu for help and said, Elder Wu, hurry to find a way to stop Chu Zhongshan. You can't let him kill his fellow disciples. It's late. Facing Elder Wang's help, Elder Wu said with an uncertain look. After hearing what Elder Wu said, Elder Wang quickly looked up at the challenge arena and was horrified to find that Chu Zhongshan directly blasted a Soul Peak disciple from law enforcement peak into countless blood clots. Using 30% of his strength and secretly cooperating with the power of space law, Chu Zhongshan easily solved his opponent and then looked down at Elder Wang. His eyes were full of provocation, which made Elder Wang standing under the challenge arena almost rush into the challenge arena. Fortunately, Elder Lin from the Merit Hall reached out to hold him in time and let him save his life. Elder Wang, I think you'd better report the situation here to Lord Li Feng and see if Lord Li Feng has any way. Elder Lin bowed his head and whispered in Elder Wang's ear. Brother Lin is right. I'll inform the Peak Master now. Elder Wang, who was at a loss, nodded yes after hearing Elder Lin's reminder, and then directly left the competition site, ready to use the special secret method of law enforcement, Peak, to inform the leader of law enforcement Peak Li Yanlong. Looking at the Elder Wang who left the game scene, a smile of conspiracy succeeded flashed in the eyes of Lin Changlao. Seeing Elder Wang rushing away, Chu Zhongshan showed a trace of doubt on his face, but then relaxed. What he needs to do now is to break into the final of the competition for the Qianlong list, and then take the last step by using the special space created by the Qianlong list. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan stepped away from the challenge arena, but at this time, a suction brought him into another challenge arena. This time, the opponent's strength was careless. With only one layer of strength, he easily kicked his opponent out of the challenge arena and won the 4th round. After the 2nd round of competition, Chu Zhongshan returned to the sect gathering area. At this time, Tian Jun just finished the 2nd round of competition and was standing in the sect gathering area. Seeing Tian Jun's relaxed appearance, Chu Zhongshan knew that he had won the first 2 rounds of the game easily. When he wanted to congratulate him, a suction directly sucked him away, so he could only swallow the words that came to his mouth again. In the following period of time, Chu Zhongshan took part in 36 rounds of competitions one after another. The strength of the opponents he met was very general, and one of the strongest players only let him use 20% of his strength. When he boarded the challenge arena for the 40th time, he finally met the first opponent he could face up to, Xia Pingyu, one of the 5 families and the only seed player of the Xia family. Xia Pingyu has seen Elder Martial Brother Chu. Reaching out for a fist, Xia Pingyu greeted with a very gentle attitude. Chu Zhongshan sees Elder Martial Brother Xia. Chu Zhongshan also stretched out his hand and hugged his fist and responded with a very kind attitude. Elder Martial Brother Chu, Yupping has a sentence, I don't know if it should be asked. After greeting each other, Xia Yupping didn't start in a hurry but said with a worried look. Excuse me. Because of Charlotte, Chu Zhongshan had a good sense of the Xia family, so he responded enthusiastically to Xia Pingyu's interrogation. Elder Martial Brother Chu, I don't know how many layers of law can you use now. Xia Yupping didn't open his mouth, but used the means of divine thought to prove with Chu Zhongshan. Of course, before Elder Martial Brother Chu answers, Yupping will introduce himself first. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows wrinkled and his gentle face a little gloomy, Xia Yupping quickly explained, the power of the golden system law can rely on the 2nd floor, the realm of perfection. Xia Pingyu's action made Chu Zhongshan understand each other's ideas, so he explained his situation directly. The realm of perfection. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's answer, Xia Pingping couldn't help taking a breath, and his face showed an incredulous look. Elder Martial Brother Chu, I admit defeat. After nearly a minute's delay, Xia Pingyu hugged his fist and admitted defeat with a depressed look. Except, Xia Pingyu took the initiative to admit defeat, which just confirmed what Chu Zhongshan thought. He also admired Xia Pingyu for judging the situation. Since Xia Pingyu took the initiative to admit defeat, Chu Zhongshan had another 18 rounds of competition. The strength of the opponent he met was far inferior to Xia Pingyu, which made him win easily. However, when he reached the 49th round, he finally ushered in a game he had been longing for a long time, that is, the 100-mile situation that once had a life and death agreement with him. Unexpectedly, the Qianlong list was opened in advance, which made the life and death war between you and me advance. Shook his head and said proudly, yes, the competition for Qianlong list opens in advance, which makes you one step closer to death. Chu Zhongshan said calmly. Hee, I'm afraid everyone knows who lives and who dies. Chu Zhongshan's prediction of his own fate made Bailey Fengyun laugh uncontrollably. Do it! The murderous spirit rising in his heart makes Chu Zhongshan not want to continue talking with each other. Now he wants to vent his murderous intention. Wind and clouds are surging. As one of the 3 evil spirits of the sect, and the seed player who broke through the divine soul, earlier than Chu Zhongshan, Bailey Fengyun is very proud. He only asked others to do it first, and no one ever asked him to do it first. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan was very angry because he was too contemptuous and arrogant. From the beginning, he took out the means to press the bottom of the box and reach the upper level of Xuanpin, directly raise the grade of the flesh to the peak of the 3 grades, and mobilize genuine in the Danshan. Chu Zhongshan shows the middle-level palm technique of Xuanpin, which he has mastered so far, Hoyan palm. From the perspective of the level of palm technique and martial arts, Chu Zhongshan is obviously at a disadvantage, but the real yuan stored in perfect Danshan has offset the gap between palm techniques. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan, with excellent understanding, has cultivated the medium-level palm and martial arts of Xuanpin to the peak. However, the Xuanpin high-level palming skills displayed by Bailey Fengyun only barely broke through the state of small success, which put him at a disadvantage in palming skills. More importantly, the physical grade of the peak of the 3 grades is equivalent to the cultivation of the Avenue period, which makes Chu Zhongshan have the absolute upper hand from the beginning. Therefore, as soon as they took over, Bailey Fengyun was completely in the lower hand. Damn it. After 5 moves in a row, I felt that I was in 100 miles of wind and cloud with absolute disadvantage. I cursed angrily, and then opened a distance with the help of body method and martial arts. Then he took out the Benaming spirit sword, which had reached the level of semi-prime spirit instrument, and said with a dignified look, "Chu Zhongshan, I didn't expect that in just half a year you have not only improved your cultivation to the peak of the spirit period, but also reached the peak of the half-step road period in strength." Chu Zhongshan had no feeling about the evaluation of Bailey Fengyun, but for the spirit sword in Bailey Fengyun's hand, Chu Zhongshan had to sigh that the hall of merit and virtue was rich, and could have the treasure to promote the spirit of his life, which was also difficult to get the top treasure in Li Yun sect. However, I just tried to test you just now. Next, I'll show you how I can become the first evil spirit of the sect. Bailey Fengyun roared, then waved his life spirit sword, and directly attacked all the vital points around Chu Zhongshan with a sword move that can't be distinguished by the naked eye. The power of space law not only makes Chu Zhongshan's perception more outstanding, but also makes him more sensitive to the fluctuation of power. The sword technique of Bailey Fengyun now is not only the power of the sword technique itself, but also the power of the golden law. However, the 100-mile wind and cloud can only rely on the power of one layer of gold system and law, so that he can barely give full play to his strength in the period of Avenue. Smash the sky and crack the earth fist. Clench the right fist, mobilize the power of the 3-tier law of destruction to wrap the fist, and Chu Zhongshan directly meets the Benaming spirit sword of hundreds of miles of wind and cloud. Boom. After the fist collided with the spirit sword, I immediately found a deafening roar. The roar not only attracted the attention of many spectators, but also subconsciously watched some players in the game. With the deafening roar, the 100-mile wind and cloud was strongly rebounded and almost popped out of the challenge arena. Fortunately, he used a special secret method to twist his whole body 180 degrees before he finally managed to stay on the edge of the challenge arena. Take a deep breath of cool air. The 100-mile wind and cloud looked at Chu Zhongshan in horror, and his eyes showed an unbelievable look. When Benaming's spirit sword collided with his fist just now, he obviously felt that in Chu Zhongshan's fist technique, in addition to the power of the fist technique itself, there were at least 3 layers of the power of the law of destruction. In order to understand the laws of the gold system and take advantage of the power of the laws of the gold system, he ventured to spend a year in the sword tomb, which was barely able to take advantage of the power of the laws of the gold system. The other party only broke through the divine soul period for more than half a year. In addition to the time needed to improve his accomplishments and martial arts skills, he was able to rely on the power of the law of destruction as high as 30%, which shocked him and filled him with jealousy. Seeing that Bailey Fengyun was only shocked by the rebound formed by boxing and spirit sword, Chu Zhongshan immediately knew that the other party was either the same as himself, with a high grade of flesh, or had a higher grade of defense spirit. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan's mind checked the wind and cloud for 100 miles with the help of the power of space law, and soon found that he was wearing a defense real weapon that exceeded the spirit weapon and reached the lower real weapon. Seeing this, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help feeling a trace of jealousy. After so many adventures, he only has a real weapon, and it's only an aggressive one, like a defensive one. He's only heard of it, but he hasn't seen it at all. Unexpectedly, the Hall of Merit and Virtue not only has defensive real weapons, but also can be distributed to the level of core disciples, which makes him more determined about looting the Hall of Merit and Virtue. Chu Zhongshan, it seems that all of us underestimate you. Unexpectedly, in just 6 months, you can not only improve your cultivation to the peak of the Divine Soul period, but also rely on the power of the 3-tier law of destruction. After readjusting the breath, Bailey Fengyun inspired the real defense device and consciously exposed the real strength of Chu Zhongshan. What? Chu Zhongshan can use the power of the 3-tier law of destruction. After hearing the introduction of Bailey Fengyun, the vast majority of the contestants in the competition and the audience at the bottom of the challenge arena were shocked. It seems that all of us think highly of you. We have the support of the whole Merit Hall, the assistance of countless natural materials and earth treasures, enough time to practice, and the talent of demons. Now you can only rely on the power of a layer of golden rules, and you don't know which animal you have been practicing for so many years. If you want to take advantage of him in words, you are asking for trouble. Zhongshan, although I am not as good as you at the level of relying on the power of law, as you just said, I have the whole Merit Hall as my backer and have treasures you can't imagine. Hearing Chu Zhongshan satirize and humiliate himself in the same way, Bailey Fengyun immediately roared angrily, and then took out a pill with strong fragrance from the storage ring. Gold Deficiency Pill, which can enhance the power of the gold system law. It is a second-class upper-level pill from level 1 to level 2. Seeing the pill taken out by Bailey Fengyun, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh, I didn't expect that you Chu Zhongshan had good eyesight and could recognize the origin of this pill." Chu Zhongshan recognized the origin of the pill in his hand at a glance, which surprised Bailey Fengyun. However, he soon regained his composure. While taking the pill, he said his plan. This golden deficiency pill was originally intended to be taken in the finals, but in order to kill you and avenge the killing of the Lord of my Merit Hall, he had to take it in advance. There are many people who want to kill me, but their final result is the destruction of all gods and souls. I think you are no exception. Take out the original life spirit knife, and the god in Chu said calmly. Seeing Chu Zhongshan take out his life spirit knife, a trace of surprise flashed across Bailey Fengyun's face. Because Chu Zhongshan's original life spirit tool is neither a top-level spirit tool nor a half-level spirit tool, but an aggressive lower-level real tool that even he didn't have. It seems that Jiao Jun is very rich. He can even let you upgrade your life spirit instrument to the level of real instrument when you cultivate in the spirit period. Bailey Fengyun said with some envy and jealousy, "As long as you can betray the Merit Hall, I have a way to promote your life spirit weapon to the real weapon level." Reaching out to touch the blade, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be serious and said, "Stop talking nonsense and do it." Let himself betray the Hall of Merit. Chu Zhongshan's proposal seemed to touch the rebellion of the 100-mile wind and cloud. In his anger, he directly relied on the power of the 3-tier gold system law, and then began to attack Chu Zhongshan with sword skills. 100 miles of wind and cloud, your strength itself is not as good as me. Now your heart is confused again, and you are not my opponent. While easily blocking the sword technique of Bailey Fengyun, Chu Zhongshan continued to disturb his psychology. The psychological warfare of Chu Zhongshan made the wind and cloud more angry and confused, and the sword technique gradually began to be chaotic. "Fengyun, don't be disturbed by him. We believe your loyalty to the Merit Hall. The Merit Hall will always be your home." When Chu Zhongshan took advantage of the confusion of the other party's mind and looked for flaws, under the challenge arena, Elder Lin in the gathering area of Ligun's sect loudly reminded him. In fact, when Chu Zhongshan and Bailey Fengyun became opponents in this round of competition, Elder Lin was full of expectation and mixed with a trace of tension. The expectation is to hope that the 100-mile wind and cloud can defeat and kill Chu Zhongshan, so as to avenge the killing of the Lord of the Merit Hall and revitalize the reputation of the Merit Hall in the sect. Nervous, he was worried that Bailey Fengyun might not be Chu Zhongshan's opponent. After all, Chu Zhongshan has given people an impenetrable feeling since he emerged. Just like his master Jiao Jun, you never know where his real limit is. The next battle just confirmed the worry in Lin Changlao's heart. Chu Zhongshan was not defeated, but the wind and cloud of 100 miles were at the disadvantage. Just when Bailey Fengyun planned to use Jin Zuden to further improve the power of Jin system rules, Elder Lin was more nervous. Because the golden virtual pill in the hands of Bailey Fengyun is not the most authentic golden virtual pill, but the Dandao master of magic heart sect, which is refined by special techniques. This non-authentic Jingsu pill can indeed improve the level of using the power of law, but its side effects are also quite obvious. That is, it will disturb your mind and easily let you fall into rage. Therefore, when he found that the meaning of Bailey Fengyun was gradually confused, and his mood was becoming more and more irritable, the forest head hurried to remind him, hoping to calm down Bailey Fengyun. Unfortunately, his reminder not only did not calm down the 100-mile storm, but made Chu Zhongshan aware of some problems. Taking advantage of the speed that he did not lose to the 100-mile wind and cloud, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed him while dodging the attack of the 100-mile wind and cloud. After careful observation, Chu Zhongshan gradually found the problem, contacted the pill he had just taken, and immediately guessed the reason. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan didn't look for flaws and fought back for the time being. Instead, he directly put away his life spirit knife and continued to use words to satirize while avoiding the attack of the 100-mile wind and cloud. Cut. 100 miles of wind and cloud, how can you call yourself a disciple of demon level? Look at your sword technique. Its power is not as powerful as that of the disciples in the Qi refining period. You see, the accuracy of this move is even more outrageous. Let alone killing, I'm afraid I can't even kill ordinary beasts. A man like you is lucky to claim to be the first person of the young generation of the sect. If I were you, I would like to pee and drown myself. Ah, Chu Zhongshan's satire was like a machine gun. One after another, it was accurately shot at the heart of Bailey Fengyun, which made Bailey Fengyun, who was originally angry to the limit, couldn't help roaring like a beast. With red eyes and heavy breathing, the 100-mile wind and cloud at this time is no different from the beast. Then he threw away his venoming spirit sword and jumped directly at Chu Zhongshan like a beast. Wandering soul palm, looking at the 100 miles of wind that was completely buried in the sky, Chu Zhongshan's mouth corner flashed a sneering smile, secretly mobilizing the power of a layer of space law, using the means of space transfer to attack the heart of 100 miles. Poof! A mouthful of blood with a fishy smell vomited out of the mouth of the 100-day wind and cloud. At the same time, the bombardment force formed by the palm technique can directly shoot the wind and cloud for hundreds of miles. Although he was confused in a short time because of the pill, his own strength was not weakened. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan's palm just now only used the power of the physical body and did not contain the power of the law of destruction, so it only hurt the 100-mile wind and cloud. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his body method and martial arts and mobilized the power of the law of destruction. Chu Zhongshan quickly approached the 100-mile wind and cloud and planned to directly destroy his spirits. Chu Zhongshan, dare you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan's posture of trying to kill the wind and cloud of 100 miles, Elder Lin under the challenge arena was anxious. Bailey Fengyun is not an ordinary person. He is not only the leader of the young generation of the Merit Hall and the demon disciple of the young generation of the sect, but also the person in the eyes of the strong behind the evil heart sect. Bailey Fengyun must not have any mistakes. Otherwise, the Hall of Merit and Virtue can't bear the anger of the strong behind the evil heart sect. Therefore, he flew up directly and planned to save the 100-mile wind and cloud. Fortunately, Elder Wu, who had been paying close attention to him, found out his intention in time and stopped him immediately. Elder Lin, if you stop Chu Zhongshan now, you will not only fail to save the 100-mile storm, but also be killed by the consciousness of the Hidden Dragon List because you violate the rules of the competition for the Hidden Dragon List. Elder Wu, the 100-mile wind and cloud is too important for our Merit Hall to tolerate any damage. Elder Wu's reminder made Elder Lin wake up immediately. He immediately felt a trace of fear, but when he thought of the 100-mile storm that would be killed by Chu Zhongshan, he couldn't help asking Elder Wu for a way. Elder Wu, I hope you can stop Chu Zhongshan and ask him not to hurt the 100-mile wind and cloud, even if we pay a certain price for our merits and virtues. Oh, it's late. Elder Wu couldn't help sighing, and then looked at the challenge arena with a complicated look. Chu Zhongshan, you can't kill me. Otherwise, you will never live long because there is a peerless strong man behind me. Looking at Chu Zhongshan's murderous rush, the 100-mile wind and cloud, who had been sober temporarily because of his injury, looked flustered and threatened. Isn't it the old guy of the Devil Heart sect? I'm not afraid of him, young master. Chu Zhongshan said with the same look. who is the real backer behind the law enforcement peak and merit hall. He has learned from Zhao Wenjun, and it can be seen from the imprisonment of the Oriental tyrant that the old guy behind the Evil Heart sect has planned to fight against the Cloud sect. In other words, he has to fight the old guy sooner or later, so he is not afraid of the old guy's threat. Chu Zhongshan's ability to guess who his backer is has shocked Bailey Fengyun, but he is even more frightened that Chu Zhongshan is not afraid of his backer. Does Chu Zhongshan have a card he doesn't know? Unfortunately, when Chu Zhongshan's right hand was printed on his forehead, he had no chance to understand what amazing cards the other party had. As the top 10 law of thousands of laws, the unique destruction energy of the power of the law of destruction has the same damage to the body and the spirit. Therefore, the palm of Chu Zhongshan contains the power of 3 layers of the law of destruction, which directly destroys all the gods and spirits in the 100 miles. Looking at the 100-mile wind and cloud lying on the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan felt that the burden he had been pressing on his body seemed to be removed in an instant. He immediately felt relaxed, which made his mental cultivation seem to break away from a layer of chain and advance to a mysterious realm. After the mysterious feeling in his heart disappeared, Chu Zhongshan showed a smile on his face and a confident breath on his body. This breath gradually infected all the people at the scene of the game. They felt that Chu Zhongshan was not the cultivation in the divine soul period at this time, as if he was the most powerful person standing at the peak of martial arts. Take away the storage ring and the real defensive weapon from Beilifeng, and then turn around and leave the challenge arena. The 100-mile wind and cloud left on the challenge arena was blown out of the challenge arena directly by a sudden strong wind. Elder Wu, take care of it for the time being. I have something urgent to leave for a while. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was not worried about killing hundreds of miles of wind and cloud, Lin Changlao's face turned pale for a moment. After Chu Zhongshan left the challenge arena, Elder Lin, who forced himself to calm down, quickly explained to Elder Wu, and then turned directly to leave the game. Looking at Elder Lin, who turned and left, he looked up and looked at Chu Zhongshan, who returned to the sect gathering area. Elder Wu couldn't help sighing. Alas, I hope this civil strife can really revive the sects. Perhaps it is because the 100-mile storm exposed Chu Zhongshan's real strength, or perhaps it is because Chu Zhongshan's bloody means and his ruthlessness, together with Zongtang's players, are unwilling to let go. In the next competition, whether he meets ordinary players or seed players, all take the initiative to admit defeat, which makes Chu Zhongshan easily win 100 consecutive victories and 200 consecutive victories, even the 300 consecutive victories in qualifying. Ordinary players admit defeat on their own initiative, which is a means of fearing Chu Zhongshan, while seed players admit defeat because they don't want to fight too hard with him and affect the finals. Even Zhang Yue, who is known as the first of the 3 evils, took the initiative to jump out of the challenge arena after thinking about it for half a day, and finally left a sentence that he was superior at the first sight of the finals. After all, the highlight of the competition for the Qianlong list is the final. With the strength of the seed players, it is not too sure to give up a few games, or they are unwilling to consume too many games, which has no much impact on their final results. Of course, not all players admit defeat voluntarily. When Qin Wushuang became an opponent with Chu Zhongshan, he not only didn't admit defeat, but was very interested in trying to compete with Chu Zhongshan. Elder Martial Brother Qin, you and I are the only invincible contestants. The competition between you and me will determine who is the first person of the young generation in the southern region, so I won't show mercy. In the second time, he took out the Sword of Life and secretly mobilized 6 layers of destructive law. Chu Zhongtian's attitude was very serious. Younger Martial Brother Chu, among the young generation of experts in the southern region, the only one I can fear is you. The only one I'm not sure of winning is you. I'm also looking forward to winning with you. His hands were lost behind his back, Qin Wushuang said calmly. But there was a flash of shock in his eyes from time to time, which showed that he was not calm. When I first met Chu Zhongshan was just a talented disciple with only 9 levels of cultivation and 1 level of strength in the Qi transformation period. At that time, although his cultivation was only 10 layers of perfection in the body cultivation period, his real cultivation had reached the 10 layers of perfection in the Qi transformation period. Now Chu Zhongshan has not only caught up with himself in cultivation, but also reached a level that he can't see through in strength. In that case, Elder Martial Brother Qin, please. Ben Mingling Dao's tip is down, and Chu Zhongshan puts on an offensive posture. No hurry. Stretching out his right hand, Qin Wushuang said, Younger Martial Brother Chu, as the leader of the 9 forces in the southern region, the strength and means of our Qin Empire are far beyond your imagination. Even in the central region, there are forces of our Qin Empire. Through the influence of the empire in the central region, I learned the situation of the young generation in the central region in advance. The strength of 3 of them makes me not sure of winning, so I also don't want to consume too much strength and expose too many cards in qualifying. Elder Martial Brother Qin, what do you want to do? Since Qin Wushuang also wants to put the final competition in the final, Chu Zhongshan doesn't understand why Qin Wushuang doesn't take the initiative to admit defeat. Younger Martial Brother Chu, you and I are arrogant people. It's impossible for anyone to admit defeat. But for the final, I hope you and I can decide the outcome with the best martial arts skills. How about it? Qin Wushuang asked with great expectation. Yes. One move determines the outcome, which will not consume too much of his own strength, nor expose the real cards, but also determine the final outcome. Chu Zhongshan thought about Qin Wushuang's proposal a little and finally nodded his head. Younger Martial Brother Chu, I have a skill which was acquired by the family elders in a relic. After several years of hard practice, I have now obtained the essence of 7 layers. Please confirm it, Younger Martial Brother Chu. With Chu Zhongshan's consent, Qin Wushuang stepped back, posed an attack posture, and explained the way he was about to Elder Martial Brother Qin. My fist technique is handed down by my mentor. After nearly a year of practice and several deep insights, I have also mastered the essence of 7 layers. Please confirm it, Elder Martial Brother Qin. Take a step forward and pose the same attack posture. Chu Zhongshan explains the way he is about to attack. Fire Cloud Palm, Overlord Fist. In order to avoid exposing too many strengthened cards, Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wushuang did not rely on the power of the law, but only used the way of genuine growth. Even so, the energy fluctuation generated by the collision between palm and fist also made the challenge arena under their feet shake violently. At the same time, the burst energy afterwave has affected the players in more than a dozen challenge arenas around. After the collision between boxing and palm technique, the strong rebound generated made both of them unable to control their body to retreat. Chu Zhongshan retreated 3 steps, and Qin Wushuang also retreated 3 steps. Younger Martial Brother Chu, I'm 21 years old, 2 years older than you. I've accumulated far more real yuan than you, so I lost this fight. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan only retreated 3 steps, Qin Wushuang admitted defeat with a bitter smile. Elder Martial Brother Qin, I have used all the real yuan in the competition just now, and you have at least kept nearly 20% of the real yuan, so I still lost. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan refuted, but he also admired it in his heart. After using the 9-turn genuine secret method to form a perfect danshan for his own use, he has never met anyone who can beat him in genuine, but Qin Wushuang can. Therefore, Chu is like as 2 peas. He doubted that Qin's unparalleled spirit was probably like him, and he used the special secret law to form the perfect Dan Tian in the breakthrough of the Gas Sea period. Younger Martial Brother Chu, needless to say, I lost this competition, and I was convinced. Shaking his head, Qin Wushuang motioned Chu Zhongshan's explanation, and then directly turned and jumped off the challenge arena. Looking at Qin Wushuang, who took the initiative to jump out of the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan could only choose to shut up and acquiesce in his winning streak. Qin Wushuang, the only one who can pose a threat to Chu Zhongshan, agreed to win or lose with 1 move, and took the initiative to admit defeat. The remaining players did not pose any threat to him, allowing him to successfully win all the remaining games due to the cruel competition in qualifying. Some players were unable to bear the psychological pressure and withdrew from the qualifying on their own initiative, as well as some players who were too heavy and lost their lives. Chu Zhongshan finally won the first place in the qualifying with 318 wins. Younger Martial Brother Chu, congratulations on winning the first place in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list in the southern region. When Chu Zhongshan returned to the sect gathering area, Tian Jun, who had already finished the game, couldn't control his inner joy. Brother Chu, congratulations. Kong Phelan also congratulated. There's nothing to congratulate. If it weren't for your comedy with Rulin and some seed players who want to preserve some strength, I'm afraid I would be difficult to win the first place. In the face of Tian Jun's congratulations, Chu Zhongshan's state of mind is very peaceful, because he knows very well that among the players participating in the qualifying, there are two players he is not sure to win. One is Qin Wushuang, who decides the victory with one move, and the other is Kong Rulin, who has the help of magic knife. However, when he met Kong Rulin, he didn't allow himself to speak at all, so he took the initiative to jump off the challenge arena and admit defeat, which made him easy to maintain a winning streak. By the way, elder martial brother Tian, how are your grades? Are you sure to advance to the finals? Chu Zhongshan was more concerned about Tian Jun's achievements when he finally entered the finals with the first place. After all, Tian Jun's performance is related to the reputation of the patriarchal system, which will have a considerable impact on him to succeed Shen Fengxing and become the peak leader of the patriarchal system in the there's no problem in reaching the final, but I don't know what kind of position it is. Looking up at the list of hidden dragons floating in the air, Tian Jun said with some emotion. After the last game of qualifying, the list of hidden dragons disappeared for a period of time. Once it appeared in the mid-air of the competition scene, then the list of hidden dragons was launched, and 108 golden names flew out of the list. On a closer look, they found that the names flying from the list of hidden dragons were different in size and the concentration of golden light. The largest and brightest color was Chu Zhongshan, who ranked first. Who is Chu Zhongshan? Why have I never heard of this man? In a crowd far away from the gathering area of Liyun sect, a top expert whose cultivation reached the Qi Si period asked with a puzzled look. Yes, I haven't heard of this man. He joined the way with a master with the same cultivation beside him. Chu Zhongshan, who is 18 this year, comes from Liyun sect. He is one of the younger generation of demon disciples of Liyun sect and follows the bloody butcher Jiao Enjun. At this time, a young man dressed in scholar clothes introduced the origin of Chu Zhongshan in detail. However, when he said that the heavenly master in Chu came from Jiao Enjun, he immediately shut up and just looked at the people with a smile. Oh, boy, go on. Being able to win the first place in the competition for the hidden dragon list in the southern region must be a big man affecting the southern region in the future. For experts from ordinary forces, it is definitely a big man worthy of attention. Therefore, the people who are aroused by interest are very dissatisfied and urged. If you want to know more detailed information about Chu Zhongshan and want to know the young heroes of the southern region, please also buy the latest list of young heroes in my hand. Seeing his introduction just now, the scholar successfully attracted people's attention. The scholar took out a book from the storage bag and said with a smile. How much is it? An anxious warrior asked. 10,007 grade medium-level spirit stones. Open the first page of the book, which clearly depicts the image of Chu Zhongshan. The scholar said with a smile for a long 10,007 grade medium-level spirit stones. You're robbing spirit stones. Wu Ji, who asked about the price just now, opened his eyes and asked in surprise after hearing the price quoted by the scholar. Exclusive report, value for money, buy if you're willing to buy, no one wants to buy. For some people questioned that the price was too high, the scholar was not angry and still give me one. At this time, a player whose cultivation reached the peak of the 7th floor of the Divine Soul period and did not advance to the qualifying competition directly took out 10,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones and threw them to the scholar, and then took the books from him. Well, is there anyone else to buy? Seeing business as like as two peas, the interest of students was high, and immediately removed 10 identical books from the storage bag and shouted loudly, Give me a copy. I want one too. Don't rob, I have more here. Seeing the booming business, the scholar happily put away the spirit stone and sent out the books in his hand. Elder Martial Brother Tian, congratulations on entering the final with the result of 73rd place in qualifying. Chu Zhongshan said he zai to Tian Jun with both hands clasping fists. The names on the list of Qianlong list represent the qualifications of players who can participate in the finals, and behind each name are the results of qualifying and the final ranking. With 246 wins, 72 losses, and 246 points, Tian Jun ranked 73rd and advanced to the final. Finally, I didn't lose face to the patriarch. After seeing his final ranking, Tian Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Rulin, do you hide some of your strength? After determining Tian Jun's ranking, Chu Zhongshan continued to look for Kong Rulin's ranking and finally found his name in the 11th place. With the help of the magic knife, to what extent can he really explode? Chu Zhongshan feels that he can at least reach the supreme level and reach the peak of the imperial realm. With such strength, he can definitely rank second or third. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan suspects that he can preserve his strength. Well, Elder Martial Brother Tian introduced me to some strong players with deep background. In order not to cause trouble to Elder Martial Brother Chu, I chose to admit defeat. Kong Rulin never lied about Chu Zhongshan, so he said truthfully, I won't say anything more about qualifying, but when it comes to the final, I hope you can do your best, even if you finally meet me. Chu Zhongshan was moved by Kong Rulin's practice, but he would not agree. The final of Qianlong List is an opportunity for every contestant to be reborn. In the final, the more victories, the stronger the opportunity. Therefore, he hopes Kong Rulin can take advantage of this opportunity to really grow up and become his right arm. I see, nodded and Kong Rulin said. However, I'm afraid only he knows what to do then. Rulin, I have a feeling that there will be changes related to the fate of the southern region, and even the whole eternal continent in the final of the competition for the Hidden Dragon List, so I hope you can use this final to reproduce the peak of your previous life. Because I need you. Although Kong Rulin nodded and promised, Chu Zhongshan could feel that he didn't really take it to heart, so he could only disclose some of his thoughts in the hope of attracting Kong Rulin's attention. Younger Martial Brother Chu, did you find anything? The changes that changed the fate of the eternal continent, some ideas revealed by Chu Zhongshan made Tian Jun suddenly aware of something, so he hurriedly asked. Elder Martial Brother Tian, I don't mean to look down on you. The changes in the finals without the supreme strength can't intervene in this change. Without the supreme strength, it can't affect this change, so I won't tell you any information. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan directly refused to respond to Tian Jun's question. Brother Chu, in the final, everyone except you and Elder Martial Brother Hotten is my enemy and the nourishment for the promotion of my magic knife. Raised the magic knife in his hand, Kong Rulin promised. While the three were discussing the next finals, the diving dragon list floating in the air suddenly withdrew 108 golden names. Then the diving dragon list began to take off and finally disappeared in the eyes of the public. Let's go. According to the past practice, the final of the competition for Qianlong List will not be held until 3 days later, so let's go back to another hospital first. When the hidden dragon list disappeared into the void, Tian Jun reminded Chu Zhongshan and Kong Elder Martial Brother Tian, wait a minute. Reaching out and holding Tian Jun's arm, Chu Zhongshan stopped. Because just after the Qianlong list disappeared, he vaguely felt that in the endless void he quickly formed a huge ball and gradually formed a suction force from the ball. Younger Martial Brother Chu, is there anything else? Tian Jun asked, puzzled. But just as the sound of his interrogation fell, there was a deafening roar over the whole Qianlong castle. With the deafening roar, the void above everyone's head was occupied by a tangible, transparent aperture. Independent space for the finals of Qianlong List. Elder Wu, who has witnessed the battle for the Qianlong List more than once, couldn't help exclaiming after seeing the transparent aperture in the void above his head. After the transparent aperture was completely stable, strong suction directly sucked Chu Zhongshan and other 108 players who were promoted to the finals into the back of the transparent aperture. After the 108 contestants disappeared, a giant mirror with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared at the competition site of Qianlong Castle, which clearly reflected Chu Zhongshan and others in the independent space. At the same time, giant mirrors of different sizes that can clearly reflect the shadow of independent space field appear in different regions of the southern region. Younger Martial Brother Chu, pay attention to your safety. The process of this competition for the Hidden Dragon List is strange everywhere. You and I need to be vigilant at any time. When everyone was sucked into the independent space by the strong suction, Tian Jun warned with vigilance. Yes. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan took out his life spirit knife and watched around with the same vigilance. However, when he saw the purple dragon more than 500 meters above the head of the independent space, he was very surprised. Isn't this a dragon of chi luck that can improve your understanding? It was learned that some players in the finals of the competition for the Hidden Dragon List couldn't help exclaiming after they found the purple dragon on their head. Younger Martial Brother Chu, the purple dragon on our head still gathers 1/10 of the air luck of the whole eternal continent to form an air luck dragon. When the players from the other 4 regions arrive, the dragon of chi will break down into 504 parts and then integrate into each player. At that time, you can continue to raise the level of the power of the law of destruction with the help of the understanding of the dragon of Chi luck, and strive to raise the level of the power of the law of destruction to the 10th level at the end of the competition for the hidden dragon list. After discovering the purple dragon on his head, Tian Jun relaxed his tense mood, and then carefully explained the origin and function of the purple dragon. I see. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan began to use his mind to check the situation in the whole. After careful observation, Chu Zhongshan found that in the independent space formed by the Qianlong list, the concentration and quality of aura are much higher than the outside world. Simply absorbing the aura around can quickly improve cultivation. However, everyone's strength has reached the peak of the soul period, and they are super talents who can easily break through the longevity period. In order to avoid missing the final of the hidden dragon list, everyone is just jealous of the pure aura in the space, but dare not absorb it rashly. But this problem is not a problem for Chu Zhongshan. Although he himself can't absorb the high-quality aura in the independent space, he knows that the spirit beast in the sea can absorb it. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan let go of the suppression of the spirit beast, let it absorb the aura as much as possible, try his best to improve the grade, and then accumulate pure energy. After about 10 minutes, with the strong aura of the West stirred, one player after another appeared in the independent space. I didn't expect that this time it was people from the southern region who first appeared in the independent space. When the West appeared in 108 players, a player whose cultivation reached the peak of the divine soul period, but his breath was not weaker than that of the peak of longevity, said slightly surprised after discovering the people in the southern region. Appearing early doesn't mean the final result is good. Anyway, every time in the southern region is the bottom fate. A young man who looked just 17 or 18 years old scoffed with disdain. In the face of the ridicule of the western region, no player in the whole southern region dared or was willing to refute, which made the players from the western region more arrogant. However, when the aura of the east and north is stirred, and the contestants appear, the contestants in the western region will be honest immediately. When the players from the 4 regions of southeast and northwest appeared, all the people stared at the position in the center of the independent space, that is, the place with the most abundant aura in the whole space. The players from the central region appeared. However, for nearly 7 hours, the aura in the middle of the independent space began to show signs of being stirred. When the players in the central area appeared in the independent space one after another, the faces of the players from the 4 regions gradually became dignified. When all 108 players in the central domain appeared, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking up at Qin Wuxuang, and his face also showed a dignified color. At the beginning, after Qin Wuxuang made an agreement with him to win or lose, he once mentioned that there were 3 people in the central domain, so that he was not sure of winning at all. Among the central players in the middle position, there are indeed 3 people who make him feel a strong threat. As like as 2 peas in the 5 regions, all the 540 players appeared in the independent space, and the missing dragon list appeared again in the independent space. When people looked up and looked at the dragon table, a golden lightsaber was shot from the dragon list. The lightsaber cut the purple dragon into 540 identical purple little dragons. Each purple dragon has only 1 meter long. The 1 meter long purple dragons roared at the diving dragon list at the same time, and then rushed into the body of the players standing below. When the 1 meter long purple dragon entered the body and integrated into the sea, there were many cracks in the bottleneck that had plagued Chu Zhongshan, allowing him to take an important step towards the final state. However, the bottleneck of the final realm is very solid. It will take a long time to break through the realm with the help of these cracks, and what he needs most now is time, so he needs more Qi dragons to help him break the bottleneck. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan's eyes swept the players in the east, west, north and middle regions one by one, showing a strong sense of war in his eyes. When 540 purple dragons are integrated into all the players, countless auras in the independent space gradually gather, and finally form a challenge arena with a diameter of only more than 30 meters. Seeing that the challenge arena formed by the final is much smaller than that of the preliminary competition, the vast majority of players on the scene know that the narrower the space, the more cruel the test of their own strength. After 108 challenge platforms were completely formed, A number appeared in the minds of 540 contestants at the same time. Younger martial brother Chu, what's your number? After reading the numbers in his mind, Tian Jun interrogated Chu Zhongshan immediately. 5, Chu Zhongshan responded. That's great. This time, the ranking of the finals of the Diving Dragon list is arranged according to the previous practice, that is, according to the results of the qualifier. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's number, Tian Jun showed a surprised look on his face, and then explained the origin of the number and the advantages of the previous number. Younger martial brother Chu, according to your current number, you won't meet two strong opponents in the first half of the finals. You just need to continue to improve your strength with the help of the growing dragon of luck. Well, elder martial brother Tian, you have to refuel. Nodded. Chu Zhongshan was also very surprised. If he can completely break through the final realm before meeting the three opponents who make him not sure to win, he will have full confidence to defeat them, and then make use of the opportunity of the competition for the top of the hidden dragon list to achieve the peak in one fell swoop. Just as Tian Jun continued to introduce some matters needing attention in the final of the Qianlong list competition, different numbers began to flash over the fully formed challenge on the number 5 challenge arena in the central position. Chu Zhongshan saw the numbers of number 5 and 536. He knew that this was the challenge arena he participated in, and his opponent in the first round. After motioning with Tian Jun and Kong Rulin, Chu Zhongshan flew directly to the number 5 challenge arena and waited for his opponent quietly. You are a player from the southern region. The time was not very long, just 5 seconds. A player whose cultivation reached the peak of the divine soul period and whose momentum reached the peak of the 10th floor of the longevity period asked with a slightly arrogant look. Do it. After a cold look at the other party, Chu Zhongshan lazily told the other party to start the game. Arrogance. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan not only didn't have the inferiority complex that he should have as a player in the southern region, but also was more arrogant than he, a genius from the eastern region, the other party immediately shouted angrily. Then, he waved his venoming spirit sword, displayed the medium-level sword skills of Xuanpin, and rushed to the middle heaven of Chu. Stimulate the power of Sanpin's peak body, cooperate with Xuanpin's medium-level peak body method and martial arts, and Chu Zhongshan directly meets each other's spirit sword. Boom! The other party may despise Chu Zhongshan from the southern region too much. At the beginning, he didn't use his full strength in his sword technique. As a result, Benaming's spirit sword collided with the fist technique and was directly destroyed by the fist technique. Seeing that the opponent was smashed by boxing, Chu Zhongshan horse caught up with him with his body method and martial arts, and then kicked the opponent off the challenge arena with one foot. Damn it! The player who was kicked off the challenge arena looked at Chu Zhongshan angrily and scolded. However, no matter how unconvinced he was, the 1-meter purple long dragon originally integrated into his body was divided into a small part and integrated into Chu Zhongshan's it works, but the effect is not strong. After adding a small part of the dragon of Qi luck in his body, Chu Zhongshan felt it carefully and found that his understanding has improved, but the degree of improvement is not enough to make his strength continue to improve, so he began to look forward to the second round of the game. However, the final of the competition for the Diving Dragon list is different from the qualifying competition. It is not that there are free players who can continue to participate in the competition, but that the second round of the competition can be held only after the first round of the competition is completed. Therefore, he can only reluctantly return to the area of the players in the southern region and continue to improve his strength with the help of the dragon of Qi in his body, while waiting for the second round of the game. Fortunately, the process of the first round of competition is very fast. 10 minutes later, the final of the second round has begun. He is also the first batch of players to participate in the competition. The opponent in the second round of the final competition was a player from the western region. He was an opponent whose cultivation reached the peak of the divine soul period and whose strength barely reached the peak of the 9th floor of the longevity period. Chu Zhongshan easily won by using the power of the 3-product peak body and cooperating with the Xuanpin medium-level body method and martial arts. The opponent in the third round of competition was from the northern region. The cultivation and strength were the same as those in the second round. Chu Zhongshan easily won with the same strength and means, The opponent in the fourth round was a player from the Western region. His strength was slightly stronger than that of the players in the second and third rounds, but he still won easily by using the 3-level peak body and Xuanpin medium-level body skills. The opponent in the fifth round is a talented player from the central region. His accomplishments and strength are similar to those in the fourth round, but his combat effectiveness and control over the war situation are much stronger, which makes Chu Zhongshan win by using the footwork of the second move. After 80 rounds of competition in a row, Chu Zhongshan met opponents with ordinary strength, which made him win easily only by physical body and body method. After 80 rounds of victory, the volume of the purple dragon in his body has reached 80 meters. After the 80th round of competition, Chu Zhongshan directly used his body skills to return to the player gathering area in the southern region, and then sat down and began to make a breakthrough in cultivation. The breakthrough of cultivation is not a breakthrough in realm, but a breakthrough in physical quality. Since taking part in the competition for the list of hidden dragons, he has basically been fighting with his body. This not only makes him more proficient in the use of body power, but also cracks appear in the bottleneck of the peak of the three products. Coupled with the improvement of the understanding of the dragon of Qi Yun, he has reached the edge of breakthrough. Secretly mobilizing Xuanwu, saints to leave him with the spirit of ancient times, and then with the help of the aura in the independent space of Qianlong's list. At the beginning of the 81st round of competition, the meat body successfully broke through two products. The opponent Chu Zhongshan met in the 81st round of the competition was a famous player from the northern region. The cultivation in the peak state of the soul period had the strength of half a step. However, under the attack of the second-grade physical strength, the other party didn't hold on to 3 moves and directly blew him off the challenge. The opponent Chu Zhongshan met in the 82nd round of the competition was a super genius from the central region. The cultivation of the peak state of the soul period had the strength of the peak state of the half-step road period, and he had quite rich combat experience. In the end, he had to use Xuanpin boxing. After 7 moves, he finally forced his opponent out of the challenge arena. The later the game, the stronger the strength of the opponent and the more means he used. When he solved the 186th opponent, he had begun to use the real yuan in the perfect danshan. After defeating the 186th opponent, Chu Zhongshan quickly returned to the southern region player gathering area and sat down directly. This time, sitting down, he did not break through the realm, but chose to suppress the realm. Because after 186 games, the volume of the purple dragon in his body has reached more than 200 meters. The dragon of more than 200 meters of Qi luck has reached a terrible level for the improvement of his understanding, which makes him reach the level of breakthrough even if he doesn't have to practice deliberately. While suppressing the realm that is about to break through, transfer the improved understanding to the law of space and the law of destruction, and accelerate the integration of the two laws with the help of the dragon of Qi. When he finally suppressed the breakthrough of the realm, the 187th game just began. In the 187th game, the opponent he met was a seed player from the southern region. At the beginning of qualifying, the seed player chose to admit defeat on his own initiative in order to preserve his strength. But in the final, the seed player not only did not choose to admit defeat, but did it without saying a word. In the southern region, players who can achieve seeds are basically close to or have been able to rely on the power of law, and his opponent this time is just a demon genius who can rely on the power of law. Unfortunately, after being promoted to the second grade, the body is equivalent to the supreme strength. Even without the power of law, it is difficult for the opponent to move his body. In the end, he was forced out of the challenge arena. The opponent in the 188th game is a leapfrog genius from the central domain who can also rely on the power of a layer of laws. Although the strength of this opponent is stronger than that of the seed players from the southern region, in the face of the supreme body, the final result is still thrown out of the challenge arena. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongshan only used his flesh and genuine, and the process of fighting was also relatively rapid. As a result, he only kicked his opponent out of the challenge arena in more than 100 games. Not only did he not die, but even there were few injuries. Compared with the blood and cruelty of other challenge arenas, he was much milder. The finals lasted 188 games. Not only the players who suffered heavy losses, the number of players whose bodies were destroyed reached 70, and the number of those whose spirits were destroyed reached 30, which fully verified the cruelty of the competition for the hidden dragon list. Southern Region, Kyanlong Castle. Through the huge light left by the hidden dragon at the scene of the game, most of the people watching the game, except the players who have a relationship with themselves, focused on Chu Zhongshan. The knockout and qualifying showed bloody means. Everyone thought that Chu Zhongshan would also kill the four sides in the final, but he didn't expect that he didn't even hurt one of his opponents, which made everyone very puzzled and made the players of Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Hall gnash their teeth. In the 189th game, Chu Zhongshan won again easily by using the Supreme Body and Xuanpin medium-level peak body method and martial arts. In the 267th game, Chu Zhongshan finally met a player whose body volume of Purple Dragon reached 30 meters. After feeling the strength of the Dragon of Qi Luck in the player's body, he was excited and rushed to the opponent for the first time. He used both boxing and palm techniques to directly blow the opponent off the challenge arena. When the Dragon of Qi Luck in the opponent's body was separated and then integrated into the celestial body in Chu, the purple dragon in his body finally broke through 300 meters. When the purple dragon broke through 300 meters, he knew that two chains in the sea were like chaos, and suddenly began to break. At the same time, his whole breath began to light. Great. After feeling the changes in the body, it was a joy in the heart of heaven in Chu. The Dragon of Qi and Fortune breaks through 300 meters, which not only enables him to reach the peak of the final realm in the shortest time, but also enables his body method and martial arts to directly reach the high-level peak of Xuanpin, which is likely to break through the ground product at any time. The breakthrough in realm and body method and martial arts not only enables him to participate in the competition more easily, but also better deal with any changes at the end of the competition for the hidden dragon list. Independent space. The improvement of realm and the breakthrough of body method and martial arts make Chu Zhongshan's next competition easier. Whether facing the seed players in the four regions of Southeast and Northwest or the seed players in the Central region, he can easily win without using the force of law as much as possible. When he finished the 392nd game, he finally met his first opponent since the competition, the first opponent who made him have to use the power of law. According to Qin Wuxuang, you are the first place in this southern qualifying. Your strength is stronger than Qin Wuxuang. Standing on the challenge arena, the player from the western region asked calmly, "Although I am the first in the qualifying of the southern region, I don't think I am the opponent of elder martial brother Qin." Chu Zhongshan said modestly, "I don't think you can be Qin Wuxuang's opponent. You have always been the southern region at the bottom of the 5 regions. How can there be 2 peerless demons?" As if he didn't hear the modesty in Chu Zhongshan's tone, his opponent said contemptuously, "All right, no more nonsense. Now I'll give you 2 ways, either admit defeat or die." The other party was arrogant and gave Chu Zhongshan 2 choices. "I choose the third way, that is, you die." Since the other party came to power, he has revealed incomparable arrogance to himself and the southern region, which makes Chu Zhongshan very unhappy. However, hearing the opponent's arrangement for his own destiny, Chu Zhongshan, who has been suppressing his murderous spirit, rekindled his anger. The Supreme Body, combined with the body method and martial arts that will break through the local products, and the Overlord Fist that master the essence of 7 layers, Chu Zhongshan took the lead. The power of law is the real king. You can't control your life and death without the power of law. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who only used genuine and martial arts, the other party mocked him with disdain. Then, with the help of the power of the 6-tier killing law, he integrated into the high-level martial arts of Xuanpin and planned to directly kill Chu Zhongshan. Boom! The fist technique collided with the martial arts containing the power of law, and suddenly there was a violent roar. With the roar, the challenge arena under the feet of the 2 people was shocked out of countless cracks. Damn it! Seeing that he could not defeat Chu Zhongshan with the power of the 6-tier killing law, his opponent immediately felt very angry. He rubbed his sore wrist. Chu Zhongshan had to agree with the other party's evaluation of the power of the law just now. The supreme physical body has felt the difficulty when facing the power of the 6-tier killing law. If the other party is a supreme power who can master the power of law, it may be difficult to defeat the other party only by physical power. No wonder, through ancient and medieval times, the way of physical cultivation gradually declined. Compared with the power of law, the physical body does not occupy an advantage. I have been able to use the power of the 9 layers of law. Just now I just used the power of the 6 layers of law, so I now give you a chance to choose whether to admit defeat or die. Stimulate all the strength, said the player from the western region with a proud look. You can try and see if you die or I die. With the help of the power of the destruction law of the 9th floor, Chu Zhongshan said murderously. Endless killing. Chu Zhongshan's murderous retort made the other party angry and directly used the means of pressing the bottom of the box to destroy Chu Zhongshan at one stroke. Destroy the sky and destroy the earth. With the help of the power of the 9-layer destruction law, Chu Zhongshan also used a move of the secret method taught by the White Tiger Saint. The power of killing law ranks 16th among thousands of laws. The power of the law of destruction ranks 9th in the history of thousands of laws. The final result of the collision between the two forces is that the force of the law of destruction has the absolute advantage. In addition to using the force of the law of destruction, Chu Zhongshan's supreme body and the true yuan of the perfect Danshan further expand his advantage. Therefore, the final battle between the two people is the strongest one from the western region. The gods and souls are destroyed directly, and he is standing on the challenge arena with ease. Chu Zhongshan should have been happy to be able to kill the strongest from the western region and obtain the dragon of Qi luck more than 200 meters in the other party's body, but he looked at the void outside the independent space with a dignified look at this time. It seems that changes have come. I must speed up the pace of the final and make my strength climb to the peak as soon as possible. The mystery of the power of space law made him clearly feel the changes taking place outside the independent space. In order to participate in the changes as soon as possible, he decided not to hide his strength and strive to end the competition for the hidden dragon list in the shortest time. In the 393rd game, the opponent was the strongest from the northern region. Chu Zhongshan didn't have any nonsense. He directly used the power of the destruction law of the 9 peaks, and then combined with the supreme body to destroy the gods and souls of the opponent, and then integrated into all the Qi dragons in the opponent's body. In the 394th game, the opponent was the strongest from the eastern region. Chu Zhongshan used the same means to directly destroy all the spirits of the opponent and intercept the dragon of Qi in the opponent's body. In the 395th game, facing Qin Wushuang from the Qin Empire, Chu Zhongshan didn't start but asked sincerely, Elder Martial Brother Qin, I know you have maintained a winning streak so far and hope to win the championship of the diving dragon list with a total victory, but I don't know if you feel the abnormality of this diving dragon list. No, shaking his head, Qin Wushuang replied. Elder Martial Brother Qin, you and I met in Shura secret place and have always taken care of me. I have always remembered this kindness, and I also believe in you, so I want to reveal a secret about me. Seeing that Qin Wushuang didn't notice the coming of changes, Chu Zhongshan knew that his real realm was far from what he imagined. In other words, his real strength, even if stronger than the strongest in the western and northern regions, is not much stronger. He is not his own opponent at all. Although he is not his opponent, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to fight him or blow him off the challenge arena, so he plans to reveal the secret of his mastery of space laws in exchange for his active concession. Really? Qin Wushuang was shocked, and at a loss when Chu Zhongshan told himself that he was proficient in the power of space laws. Among the thousands of laws, there are 4 most mysterious laws, which are also known as the laws that are difficult for human beings to rely on, control, and integrate. These 4 laws are the law of time ranked first, the law of space ranked second, the law of destiny ranked third, and the law of phagocytosis beyond thousands of laws. Qin Wushuang never thought that Chu Zhongshan could master the second space law among the thousands of laws, which was difficult for him to accept in a short time. However, considering that the prophet in the Qin Empire could rely on the power of a layer of fate law, it was not unacceptable for Chu Zhongshan to be proficient in the power of space law. Elder Martial Brother Qin, at the end of the competition for the Qianlong list, I will let you witness the power of the law of space, so I hope you can take the initiative to admit defeat and make younger Martial Brother better deal with the coming changes. After revealing his secret, Chu Zhongshan asked in a sincere tone, Younger Martial Brother Chu, since you are proficient in the power of space law, I'm not your opponent at all. You can ask me to admit defeat in a tone of request, which actually saves me face and allows me to better deal with the next game. In terms of emotion and reason, I should thank you. The sincere request and frequently mentioned changes made Qin Wuhuang finally choose to believe in Chu Zhongshan, and he also asked Chu Zhongshan to express his goodwill before taking the initiative to admit defeat. After Qin Wuhuang took the initiative to leave the challenge arena, Chu Zhongshan was too lazy to leave the challenge arena. He continued to understand the power of the law with the help of the Qian dragon with a volume of 400 meters, while waiting for the next round of competition. More than 300 matches, heavy losses, and the number of players who lost their lives reached more than 140, resulting in the reduction of the final number of matches to 399. Chu Zhongshan's remaining 4 games, in addition to the strongest from the eastern region, the remaining 3 opponents are all from the central region, that is, the 3 people he was not sure of winning at the beginning. However, with the help of the Dragon of Qi Luck, the improvement of the realm, the perception of the power of law, and the breakthrough of physical grade, his strength has been increased by at least thousands of times. Therefore, the 3 people who originally threatened him do not have any threat at this time. In addition to the strongest in the central region, which exposed some of his cards, the remaining 3 opponents were easily solved, and they were all solved in the way of the destruction of gods and souls, which made the strongest forces in the east, west, north, and central regions have strong resentment against Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan has no regrets about this. After the Qian dragon from the strongest person in the central domain was forcibly captured by Chu Zhongshan and formed a complete Qian dragon in the body, the void of independent space was suddenly torn apart, and then a huge palm was stretched out from the torn void and directly grabbed Chu Zhongshan standing on the challenge arena. Junior brother Chu, hide. At this time, Qin Wuhuang, who had finished the game, suddenly thought of someone after seeing the giant palm and immediately reminded him loudly. Shaking his head at Qin Wuhuang, Chu Zhongshan calmly looked at the giant palm, and a strong sense of war gradually rose in his eyes. Just when the giant palm was less than 100 meters away from Chu Zhongshan, the void of the independent space was torn at once. From the torn virtual space, a black dragon with a length of about 10,000 meters flew out. The black dragon roared at the giant palm, then swung the dragon's tail and patted directly at the wrist of the palm. Seeing the black dragon flying out of the void, Chu Zhongshan flashed a happy look on his boom. The giant palm was directly taken away from the attack track by the strong beating force of the dragon tail, which made Chu Zhongshan avoid being caught. Jiao and Jun, you dare to break my good deeds. An angry roar came from the huge palm that was patted away. Swallow the old devil, the player standing in the challenge arena is my Jiao and Jun's only disciple. If you dare to hand my disciple, I dare to kill you. The black dragon roared at the giant palm. After hearing Jiao and Jun's roar, the giant palm snorted coldly and then burst open. Countless gray energy finally gathered into an old man. Seeing the giant palm turn into an old man, the black dragon gradually shrinks and finally becomes a middle-aged man with a thick body and a strong murderous spirit. Swallow the old devil. After being badly hurt by Emperor Qin, you can recover so quickly and your strength has gone to a higher level. I have to say you really know it. Jiao and Jun, who removed the illusion and regained his flesh, said solemnly, "Ha ha." Hearing Jiao and Jun mention the events of that year, the old devil swallowing heaven suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing wildly, his tone was full of disdain and said, "The boy surnamed Qin is really good, but he is far from hurting me. The reason why I was hurt by him was that I was in a special state and could only give full play to my 3-tier strength. Otherwise, I could kill the boy surnamed Qin in minutes." "Oh, are you so good?" Jiao and Jun doubted. "How strong is the strength of the Qin Emperor?" Shen Fengxing, who once dealt with him, said that the Qin Emperor can be said to be a unique demon in the southern region and even the Eternal Continent, which is rare in millions of years. He has always had the strength to challenge higher levels. When the supreme level cultivates, you can challenge the strength of the title supreme level. After the cultivation broke through the title supreme, it can be said that he is the strongest person known as the title supreme. Swallowing the old devil is only the strength of the title supreme level. How can he kill the Qin Emperor every minute? I know you won't believe it, so next I'll show you the real strength of the Demon Emperor. For Jiao and Jun's query, the old devil has not explained much. He plans to let the world know who is the real overlord in the southern region through action. Swallow the sky and swallow the earth. The old devil roared violently, and then the whole person turned into a mass of gray gas. A vortex gradually formed in the middle of the gray gas. The vortex gradually formed a strong suction, which acted on Zhao Enjun and made him unable to control his body to approach the vortex. Damn it! At the beginning, Zhao Enjun felt a little pressure on the suction formed by the vortex, but in less than a second, the suction formed by the vortex increased thousands of times, so that he could not control his body and gradually approached the vortex. When Zhao Enjun was less than kilometers away from the vortex, the void of independent space was torn at once, and then a chessboard appeared from the torn void. The chessboard quickly appeared over Zhao Enjun, and then 36 pieces flew out of the chessboard. With a very mysterious track, the 36 pieces began to affect the suction formed by the vortex, and finally let Zhao Enjun get rid of the fate of being sucked into the vortex. Seeing the sudden appearance of the chessboard, Chu Zhongshan finally breathed a long sigh of relief, and then began the most important transformation of life with the help of the complete dragon of Qi luck. Seeing Zhao Enjun saved by the suddenly appeared chessboard, he swallowed the gas formed by the old devil and turned the cost body again. He looked at the chessboard calmly. It can refine the array flag that affects the potential of heaven and earth. Presumably, the array cultivation of the people in the pavilion has reached the realm of a first-class array master. Swallow the devil emperor. It seems that the world underestimates you. Your strength now is not inferior to the immortal gods in ancient times. You can be called the first person in the eternal continent. With the evaluation of the devil swallowing heaven, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared on the chessboard. Oh, if you can see the real strength of the emperor at a glance, you must not be a man of this era. He looked up at the middle-aged man on the chessboard and said with a dignified look for the first time, "Brother Zhao, you'd better summon all the most powerful people in the southern region right away, because no one in the southern region is the opponent of the devil swallowing the sky. You can only defeat him if you work together." Ignoring the conjecture of the devil swallowing heaven, the middle-aged man on the chessboard warned urgently, "Brother Huang, it's so serious. Recruit all the titles of the supreme level." After hearing the reminder of old Huang, Zhao Sijin asked in some shock, "Worse than you think." With a sigh, Huang Lao said in a bitter tone, "Although the realm of swallowing the devil emperor is still the supreme title, his real strength is close to the supreme realm." All right. The recent contact has made Zhao Enjun admire Huang's origin and insight, and convinced in his heart. Using special means, Zhao Enjun told Shen Fengxing everything he found in the independent space, and hoped that Shen Fengxing could recruit all the most powerful people in the whole southern region, especially the Qin Emperor of the Qin Empire. Because in Zhao Enjun's view, the only strong person who can really threaten the demon emperor of swallowing heaven is the Qin Emperor who once defeated him. Seeing Zhao Enjun using the secret method to summon helpers, the demon emperor of swallowing heaven not only didn't stop him, but looked forward to Zhao Enjun, as if he wanted him to recruit more helpers. For the most powerful person who integrates the power of law, time and space are not a problem at all. 30 seconds after Zhao Enjun used special means to transmit the signal, the void of independent space was torn apart. This time, a young man in his 20s appeared from the torn void. Tianjun has seen his mentor. When the young man stayed in the void, Tianjun, who had finished the game and stood by Chu Zhongshan, immediately bent over and saluted. "Well, I'm very satisfied with your performance in this competition for the Diving Dragon list." First, he praised Tianjun, and Shen Fengxing paid close attention to Chu Zhongshan. Then he looked at the devil who swallowed heaven and said, "Younger generation, Shen Fengxing, I've seen the devil. To be honest, whether in the southern region or the whole eternal continent, your talent can rank third, second only to the demon emperor and the boy surnamed Qin. If you are given tens of thousands of years, you may be able to see through life and death and advance to the highest level." Looking at Shen Fengxing, who appeared in the independent space, the demon emperor Tunshan rarely looked solemn and praised. The devil is flattered. Compared with some predecessors, the popularity is still far from good. Shen Fengxing is modest. Unfortunately, what the demon emperor needs is a servant who can be obedient and loyal forever. With your talent and character, I'm afraid it's impossible to yield to the demon emperor's men, so I can only bear to give up my love and kill you in order to eliminate future troubles." The devil swallowing heaven said sadly. The popularity doesn't regret being able to die under the hand of the demon emperor. Facing the threat of the devil swallowing heaven, Shen Fengxing responded without fear. "If you want to kill Brother Shen, ask me about the long sword in Qin Tu's hand." After Shen Fengxing responded to the threat of swallowing the demon emperor, the void of independent space was torn apart for the fifth time. At the same time, from the torn void, came the voice of incomparably overbearing. Sword Z common people, with the overbearing voice, a sword chi like a heavenly sword directly cuts at the demon emperor swallowing heaven. Swallow everything. Seeing the sharp shot of the sword gas, the emperor suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the sharp shot of the sword gas directly. Yes, my strength is a little better than when I fought with me. Smack, 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 the devil swallowing heaven said casually. Seeing his carefully prepared sword move, he not only didn't hurt the devil swallowing heaven, but was swallowed up by him directly. Qin Tu, who appeared next to Shen Fengxing, looked very dignified. Brother Jiao, although the strength of the newly emerged strong man has reached the supreme peak of the title, it is much inferior to the devil swallowing the sky, so I hope you can persuade them to summon all the powerful men of the supreme title in the eternal continent to deal with the devil together. Otherwise, after swallowing the complete dragon of Qi and fortune, the devil swallowing heaven will break through the restrictions of the law of heaven and advance to a realm you can't imagine. Huang Lao, who was familiar with all kinds of secrets, had guessed the real strength of the emperor, so he said to Zhao Enjun, "Okay, I'll tell Elder Marshal Brother Qin and Elder Marshal Brother Qin now." After hearing Huang Lao's reminder, Zhao Enjun didn't hesitate to fly directly to Shen Fengxing, and Qin Tu, after thinking of the sword spirit that the demon emperor swallowed Qin Tu easily just now. He suggested Huang Lao Gang and told them both. Elder Marshal Brother Qin and younger Marshal Brother Jiao are right. The power of the Emperor of Heaven swallowing demons has exceeded your imagination. I'm afraid it's very difficult for the four of us to kill him alone. If he kills the strong ones in the 5 regions one by one, I'm afraid the whole eternal continent will fall into his hands. With the bloody means of swallowing the Emperor of Heaven swallowing demons 100 years ago, I'm afraid the eternal continent will fall into misery. After hearing Zhao Enjun's proposal, Shen Fengxing thought a little and felt very reasonable. However, with the pace of Li Yunsek's expansion of strength, he has not yet contacted the other 4 regions, so he can only turn his attention to the Qin Emperor. Because only Emperor Qin has the ability to summon the strong in the other 4 regions. All right. Qin Emperor nodded, then took out a dragon-shaped jade card from the void, and then injected the power of the divine soul to tell the strongest in the 4 regions what happened in the independent space of the Qianlong list competition. As an event that can lead the whole continent, the final of the competition for the hidden dragon list attracted the attention of the vast majority of the strong. Moreover, people in the 5 regions can see what happened in the whole independent space through the huge light environment. The strong in the other 4 regions have long noticed the changes in the independent space, so after receiving the call of the Emperor Qin, the strongest from the 4 regions of the east, the west, the north and the middle, tore apart the void of independent space and appeared around the Qin Emperor. Are you all here? Seeing the strongest of the 5 regions in the independent space, a smile of successful conspiracy flashed on the face of the devil swallowing the sky. Use the strongest means to attack quickly. Seeing the strange smile of the devil swallowing the sky, Huang Lao, who has been paying attention to the development of things, soon found something wrong. He immediately reminded Zhao Enjun. Extinction. After hearing Huang Lao's reminder, Zhao Enjun immediately used his ability to incarnate the law and exert his strongest move after breaking through the title. Zhao Enjun not only took the lead, but also directly used the strongest means, which made Shen Fengxing find something wrong. He also immediately used the strongest means to cooperate with Zhao Enjun. Flowers bloom and fall. Seeing that Shen Fengxing had used the strongest moves, Emperor Qin and the strongest from the 4 regions of East, West, North and Middle also quickly used the strongest moves. Swallowed by the starry sky. Seeing the 5 strongest men and Zhao Enjun, who is integrated into the power of the law of destruction, show his strongest means, the demon emperor of swallowing heaven not only did not feel nervous, but showed a more strange smile on his face. At the same time, he also began to use the strongest means. Not good. After seeing that the devil swallowing heaven used the strongest means, old Huang flashed a memory in his mind. Among the thousands of laws, the only one that can form a fatal threat to the top 10 laws. After seeing that Zhao Enjun and others had all fallen into the swallowing law of the devil swallowing heaven, old Huang looked down at Chu Zhongshan, who was still practicing. The whole person directly integrated into the chessboard, and then the whole chessboard directly hit the power of the law formed by the devil swallowing heaven. Boom! With the roar of violent vibration in the whole independent space, chessboard, Zhao Jun, Shen Fengxing and the strongest in the 5 regions flew out one after another. However, the 7 people flying upside down are not in good condition. Everyone is not only seriously injured, but also the force of law integrated into the body. How possible? The Qin Emperor, who managed to stabilize his injury, said in disbelief. I suspect that the devil swallowing the sky is probably not human, because the power of the law he integrates is still the swallowing law that is not among the thousands of laws, and it is a law that the strong of human beings cannot master. Huang Lao, who broke away from the chessboard, said pale and depressed. The law of phagocytosis, a strange law that claims to threaten thousands of laws. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Emperor Qin and the other 4 strongest said solemnly, Yes, it seems that you and I are in danger, nodded. Old Huang took a look at the independent space and the devil swallowing the sky. He looked a little depressed and said, What is the strength of your 5 strongest continents? Can you dominate the eternal continent and become the overlord of the unified continent? Although the 5 strong men, Shen Fengxing and Zhao Jun, were rescued by Huang Lao using the array, they were not hurt at all. The devil swallowing the sky didn't care. He asked proudly. No way, the strongest one from the central domain shouted angrily. Since you refuse to give in, I have to swallow you all, and then with the help of the energy and law in your body, let the emperor advance to the highest level, and then fight in the 5 regions. Facing the rejection of the strongest in the central domain, the devil swallowing heaven said darkly, If you want to devour them, you still need to pass the level of Chu Zhongshan. Just when Huang Lao and others could not resist the threat of the demon emperor, a very relaxed voice sounded. It's just a little minion ant in the spirit period who wants to stop the emperor. I think you're really impatient. Along with the sound, the demon emperor soon found the owner of the sound. When he found that the person who stopped him turned out to be the champion of the competition for the hidden dragon list, and the object he was going to swallow next, the demon emperor Tunshan felt a little ridiculous and ironic. Swallow the devil emperor, others don't know your origin, but I know your real details. Looking up at the devil swallowing heaven, Chu Zhongshan said calmly. Then he took off. After the first step, the aura in the whole independent space turned into white dragons one after another, and then rushed into his body desperately. At the same time, he knew the spirit beast in the sea independent space and began to input pure energy with all his boom. With a low roar, Chu Zhongshan raised a strong momentum, which obviously exceeded the spirit period, and the breath contained a strong breath of life. How can we break through the longevity period? It's still just an ant in front of me. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation has broken through the longevity period, the demon emperor who swallowed heaven despised him. Ignoring the sarcasm of the demon emperor who swallowed heaven, Chu Zhongshan continued to take the second step, and the momentum rising on him reached the 2nd level of longevity. The 3rd step was taken, and the momentum rising from him reached the 3rd level of longevity. Boom. When Chu Zhongshan took the 11th step, a louder roar came from his body than just now. At the same time, a void force of law and a dark force of law loomed 100 meters above his head. The dark law should be the power of the law of destruction. What kind of law does the law of nothingness belong to? When the power of the 2 laws appeared on the top of Chu Zhongshan's head, it immediately aroused the questions of many players in the independent space, and the 5 strong players in the 5 regions. Unfortunately, no one can give them accurate answers. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Zhongshan continued to take off. After he took the 12th step, the forces of the 2 laws appeared on his head gradually began to solidify. When he took the 20th step, the power of the 2 laws of nothingness and darkness had fully appeared in front of everyone. Even if you can advance to the imperial realm, what about the peak realm? In my eyes, it's just a relatively strong minion ant. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough from the beginning of the avenue to the peak of the emperor's territory, the tone of swallowing the devil emperor still disdained the sarcasm. Really? He looked up at the demon emperor who swallowed heaven and asked a rhetorical question from the corner of Chu Zhongshan's mouth. Without any stop, Chu Zhongshan took the 21st step directly. Boom! Far louder than the previous 2 times, the roar came from the body of Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, the force of the 2 laws floating 100 meters above his head was directly pulled down by 10 meters, and there was a distance of 90 meters from him. Step 22. The power of the 2 laws drops another 10 meters. When Chu Zhongshan took the 30th step, The two laws of nothingness and darkness hovered on both sides of his body, like two divine dragons guarding him. What about the supreme peak? The emperor can also easily devour it. Although the tone of the devil swallowing heaven was still very tough, his face gradually became dignified. Since the strength of the supreme level is not good, what about the title of the supreme level? Looking up at the devil swallowing heaven, Chu Zhongshan suddenly raised his voice and roared. As he took the 31st step, the force of the law that originally hovered on both sides of his body directly integrated into his body, making his momentum almost collapse into unfortunately, the list of hidden dragons that disappeared for a period of time reappeared and actively strengthened the independent space, avoiding the crisis of the collapse of the step by step. When Chu Zhongshan came to the demon emperor who swallowed heaven, he just took the 40th step. In the independent space above the void, boy, I admit I'm out of sight. You're the incentive to open the hidden dragon list in advance, but what if you're promoted to the highest peak? Are you the opponent of the emperor? The hands originally carried behind him were placed in front of him, and the Emperor of Heaven's swallowing devil took the initiative to challenge. Among the thousands of laws in the world, there is one law that cannot be relied on, controlled and integrated by the strong of human beings, that is the law of swallowing. Without responding to the provocation of the demon emperor of swallowing heaven, Chu Zhongshan spoke of the law of swallowing mysteriously. The devil swallowing the sky, you just used the swallowing law when swallowing the stars. Otherwise, you can't easily defeat the 5 strong players in the 5 regions. Yes, the power of the law that I just showed is indeed the law of phagocytosis. You can't rely on, control and integrate the power of the law of phagocytosis, but the gifted emperor can. Chu Zhongshan was able to recognize the power of the law he had just exercised, which made the demon emperor swallow heaven feel a little nervous, but he was arrogant and still responded with a hard mouth. In the face of the strong response of the demon emperor swallowing heaven, Tianzi and Chu didn't care. His tone was still calm and said, "As far as I know, there are only 3 creatures in the world who have the opportunity to master the swallowing law. One is the soul-eating tree promoted by swallowing thousands of creatures, one is the long-lost sky swallowing food, and the other is the soul-eating ant that once brought a devastating blow to the mainland." At this point, Chu Zhongshan stared at the increasingly nervous god of swallowing heaven and continued, "I know the survival position of the soul-eating tree. Now it is still in control of the law of swallowing. The swallowing beast is unique in the world. The surviving swallowing beast does not die. It is impossible to have a second swallowing beast in the world. Coincidentally, I just saw it some time ago. Although it has been integrated into the realm of swallowing law, the realm of integration is much worse than you. So, God-swallowing demon emperor, I think you must be an ant-eater who lives by swallowing Reiki, and you are also the queen ant who fled the secret territory after being exploded by the consciousness of the rules of the secret territory. In fact, what Chu Zhongshan just said is a lie. He doesn't know the living position of the soul-eating tree and hasn't seen the swallowing beast. However, the reason why he thinks that the swallowing demon emperor is the holy beast who fled the secret place at the beginning is that he found the soul in the sea when he improved the space law with the help of the dragon of air transportation. How do you know? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan pointed out his true origin, the demon emperor Tunshan, who had always been calm, showed a nervous look for the first time, and even stuttered in his tone of voice. I have seen the secret place and the holy body of my predecessors. I still remember the breath of my predecessors. Seeing that the demon emperor Tunshan showed a flustered look for the first time, Chu Zhongshan was happy and continued to attack his invincible confidence. How could it be? Before I left the holy body, I left a power of the highest realm. Even the strong man with the title of supreme peak level can never resist the destructive power of that power. Chu Zhongshan not only knew his origin, but also saw him himself, which made the demon emperor Tunshan really panic. As a spirit-devouring beast that breaks through the holy beast level, the only weakness of the demon emperor swallowing heaven is the holy body he left in the secret territory, so he is worried that Chu Zhongshan found the weakness of the holy body and used it to deal with him. Ha ha, Chu Zhongshan pretended to be unfathomable. Instead of pestering his origin, he wanted to fight with the devil emperor to help him take the last step. At the same time, he also felt that the reason for the panic of the demon emperor swallowing heaven was that the holy beast's body had the means to restrain him. The devil swallowing heaven, I can assure you that I will not use the corpse of the holy beast to deal with you, and I will defeat you with my real strength. It doesn't matter. Even if you use the holy body, I'll be sleeping for 1,000 years after the war. After 1,000 years, there's no shackle in the world that can threaten me to swallow the demon emperor. For Chu Zhongshan's guarantee, the devil emperor of swallowing heaven didn't believe it at all. He pretended not to care and said, "Swallow the sky and swallow the earth." Pretending to be indifferent, but the demon emperor Tunshan secretly chose to sneak attack and planned to kill Chu Zhongshan directly before he took advantage of the weakness of the holy body, so as to avoid accidents. The sea of blood is boundless. Seeing that the devil swallowing heaven chose to sneak attack, the heavenly horse in the middle of Chu showed his prepared secret method, which is also a blood devil secret method that can restrain the law of swallowing. With the help of the complete version of the dragon of Qi Yun, while improving the power of the law, it also refined the power of the fire system, law left by the cardinal saint in the spiritual object, and used the power of the fire system law to complete the transformation of purple blood. At the moment when the purple blood completed the transformation, he finally knew the real origin of the flesh body he attached to. It turned out that during the ancient war, countless creatures died in the self-explosion of the array. The endless resentful souls condensed the spirits of the god apes, but the endless blood condensed into an endless river of blood. After great changes in ancient times and the transformation of the law of heaven, a powerful creature named Blood Spirit was bred in the blood river. Because the birth of the blood spirit absorbed the blood of countless innate creatures, and the blood contains part of the cultivation secrets and feelings of the innate creatures. With the help of the cultivation secrets and feelings, the blood spirit advanced to the highest level in ancient times. However, in addition to the secret cultivation methods and cultivation feelings, the blood is also mixed with some memories of dead creatures, which leads to the promotion to the supreme realm. The blood spirit who claims to be the blood god has a changeable temperament. Sometimes he is a helpful fairy, sometimes a murderous blood demon, sometimes a reasonable handsome child, and sometimes a licentious flower-picking avenue. When the ancient times broke down, not all the innate creatures died in the array self-explosion. Some of the venerable who had already advanced to the supreme level avoided the array self-explosion by using special secret methods, and became the king and ancient among the overlords in ancient times. There was a super strong man whose strength reached the supreme holy state. The strong man had an incomparable, beautiful, and beloved partner. One day, when the supreme saint was out on business, the blood spirit happened to pass through the Taoist field of the supreme saint and happened to be in the state of blood devil. Under the great evil, he raped and killed the supreme saint's partner. The final result was that the supreme saint, with countless strong people, directly destroyed the blood spirit to the slaughtered gods and souls. As a strong person in the supreme realm, it is difficult for men and women to leave their offspring. Coincidentally, after having a relationship with an ordinary human woman, the blood spirit even gave birth to a descendant. This descendant inherited the cultivation talent of the blood spirit, the strength of blood, and the constitution and emotion of mankind. With the help of double advantages, the descendants of the blood spirit performed very well. In a short span of 100 years, they were promoted to the realm of the supreme saint, known as the blood demon emperor. However, the great changes in ancient times, involving the strongest in the highest realm, led to the blood devil emperor did not escape the great changes in ancient times, and the final outcome was the destruction of gods and souls. The flesh body attached to Chu Zhongshan is just a blood left by the blood demon emperor. The blood devil dharma is a special secret method developed by the blood devil emperor to restrain the power of most laws. It is also his killer mace in ancient times. The gray air mass and the red blood cloud are intertwined, and the fight between them is equal, and the victory and defeat cannot be determined in a short time. Huang Lao, is Zai Ocean all right? Thinking of the origin of the demon emperor who swallowed heaven and the time of cultivation in the middle of Chu, Zhao Wenjun asked anxiously. I don't know. I can only see the nature of Chu boy, shaking his head, old Huang said with the same concern. Swallow everything. Seeing that the secret method of swallowing heaven and earth could not defeat Chu Zhongshan, the demon emperor swallowing heaven, who turned into a gray air mass, immediately cast a more powerful secret method. Lawlessness. The devil swallowing the sky suddenly changed his more powerful secret method, which put Chu Zhongshan at a disadvantage, so he also used the more powerful secret method to fight the devil swallowing the sky. The larger gray air mass and red blood cloud continue to entangle, and there is still no way to tell the winner from each other. Devouring Eye, the more powerful secret method, still can't win the middle heaven of Chu. The Emperor of Heaven's swallowing demon directly uses the strongest secret method, which is also the bottom card for him to fight against the law of heaven and promote himself to the supreme realm in the future. Eye of Punishment. Looking at the eyes that appeared above the gray air mass and the Chu Zhongshan in the red blood cloud, he immediately displayed the cards that the Blood Demon Emperor was good at in those years. He was also a divine eye born and rewarded by the law of heaven. The Eye of Swallowing and the Eye of Punishment fought for nearly half an hour, and the two sides were still unable to decide the victory or defeat. The gray air mass retreated actively, and then became the Demon Emperor of Swallowing Heaven again. Seeing that the Devil Swallowing Heaven offered to give way, Chu Zhongshan took back the Eye of Punishment and the secret method of Blood Devil and restored his body again. Chu Zhongshan, I always think Emperor Qin and Shen Fengxing are the most talented people in the world, but they are as different as you. Looking at the restoration of the body, Chu Zhongshan, who didn't consume much, said with a dignified look. Compared with Emperor Qin and the Patriarch, this achievement of the younger generation is not worth mentioning. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said modestly, Chu Zhongshan, although the secret method I master can't defeat you, the power of phagocytosis law I integrate is not what you humans can resist at all. Next, I'll let you experience the fear of phagocytosis law. For Chu Zhongshan's self-modesty, the Demon Emperor Tunshan didn't say much, but directly stepped back and a force of law like the color of chaos appeared on his head. Starlight devours. With a roar, the Demon Emperor swallowed the sky and used the strongest means. Space collapse. Seeing that the Devil Swallowing Heaven used the strongest means, Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to slow down. Similarly, he used the strongest means left by the Green Dragon Saint, which is also a secret method that can give full play to the power of space law to the greatest extent. How is it possible that the law of space belongs to the destiny law of the Green Dragon Saint? How can you control the law of space? Seeing that the secret law of Chu Zhongshan is actually the law of space, the confident Demon Emperor Swallowing Heaven was speechless. The power of the law of phagocytosis can indeed restrain the top 10 laws, but the higher the ranking of the law, the less the ability of restraint. Especially for the top 3 laws, the restraint effect of the law of phagocytosis is minimal. Don't say that the Devil Swallowing Heaven couldn't believe it. Even Shen Fengxing and Jiao Enjun, the strongest in the 5 regions, couldn't believe it. After all, the laws of space and time are just legendary laws. They have never heard of anyone who can control the power of such laws. Huang Lao, do you know that you already know that Smelly Boy is proficient in the power of space laws? Jiao Enjun asked bitterly when he saw old Huang with a calm look and no surprise. Well, don't be jealous like a woman. When I was refining with Chu Boy, I inadvertently knew that he was proficient in the power of space laws. At that time, you were closing the door and breaking through the title of Supreme, and he didn't have a chance to tell you. The same is very depressed to see Jiao Enjun. Old Huang couldn't help drinking and scolding. When Chu Zhongshan told him that he was proficient in the power of space law, he just thought that Chu Zhongshan could barely rely on the power of space law, but what he didn't expect was that Chu Zhongshan could not only rely on, but also integrate the power of space law into his body and give full play to the strongest power of space law. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, show mercy. Qin Wushuang, standing on the challenge arena, subconsciously changed his mouth and sighed. Have the perception of the space law left by the Green Dragon Saint, and then with the help of the complete Qi Luck Dragon, the power of the space law possessed by Chu Zhongshan is not inferior to the swallowing law mastered by the Demon Emperor Swallowing Heaven. Therefore, the result of the confrontation between the two laws is that the law of phagocytosis gradually retreats, which is weakened to only one layer by the law of space. Seeing the bad opportunity, the Demon Emperor Swallowing Heaven immediately retreated. He quietly retreated a few steps, and then turned to tear the void directly. He planned to escape from the independent space temporarily. When he was sure of the power to deal with the law of space in the future, he was looking for revenge from Chu Xiongtian. Want to go? Seeing the Demon Emperor who tore the void and wanted to escape, Chu Zhongshan roared violently. As a spirit-devouring ant queen who has survived for more than millions of years, the Devil Swallowing the Sky is not only powerful, but also has many unknown secrets. In case he escapes from the independent space, Chu Zhongshan is not sure to find him in a short time, and his cultivation will reach the current level. Chu Zhongshan will take Dongfeng Yuner to find the earth, meet his elderly parents, and have no time to find the demon emperor who swallows heaven. If the devil swallowing heaven is promoted to the highest level, Chu Zhongshan is worried that he may not be his opponent at that time. Ignoring the rebuke of Chu Zhongshan, the devil swallowing heaven had stepped into the gap. Chu Zhongshan, who didn't know how to stop it, subconsciously threw the holy body fragments stored in the storage ring and specially collected to the devil swallowing heaven. No. Seeing the fragments of the holy body thrown at him, the demon emperor swallowing heaven, who has stepped into the gap with 1 foot, roared miserably. Countless fragments of the holy body were instantly reconstituted into the body of the holy beast after discovering the spirit hidden in the sea. At the same time, the corpse of the holy beast generates a suction force and directly gives out the queen ant spirit hidden in the sea of knowledge of the demon emperor swallowing heaven. Space strangulation. When seeing the spirit of the queen ant who devoured the spirit and integrating it into the holy body, the Tianma in the middle of Chu began to strangle the demon emperor who swallowed heaven by using the space secret method that can kill the spirit. However, as the spirit who has been promoted to the highest level, the secret method of space strangulation is difficult to kill the spirit of the queen ant in a short time, so the spirit of the queen ant resists the secret method of space while pleading with Chu Zhongshan. Young Xia Chu, show mercy and save my life. As a holy beast, I can be your holy pet. God-swallowing demon emperor, just like you just evaluated the patriarch and martial uncle, I won't leave a hidden danger around me, so you'd better die. In order to kill the spirit of the queen ant as soon as possible, Chu Zhongshan had to use the last bit of space left by the green dragon, Saint, to finally kill the spirit of the queen ant. At the moment when the spirit of the queen ant was hanged, a pure spirit force poured into the sea of knowledge in the sky of Chu, making another breakthrough that had reached the supreme peak of the title. However, this breakthrough was silent and did not produce any changes. No one in the independent space knew that Chu Zhongshan had reached the highest level. When his realm broke through the supreme realm, the power of space law integrated into his body suddenly began to melt and completely integrated into his flesh and blood. When the space law was integrated into his eyes, Chu Zhongshan suddenly found that his vision could see through the void and see countless planets outside the void. However, among these planets, the one that could attract his attention most was still a planet with not too large volume and abnormal aura. This planet is called the Earth. It was his hometown before he crossed. With the help of the law of space, his mind extended to the Earth. Chu Zhongshan soon locked in Fangshan Township, Fayang City, Dongshan Province, Longshuaguo, a remote mountain village. When he saw a pair of old people enjoying the cool under the shade of trees in a magnificent other courtyard, his eyes couldn't help crying. However, when he saw the young man carving stone not far away, he was stunned. Because the young man is no one else but Chu Zhongshan himself. What the hell is going on? After feeling that there was no aura fluctuation on the young man, Chu Zhongshan began to check the young man's memory by using the Supreme Mind. By checking his memory, Chu Zhongshan finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. At the beginning, when his soul passed through due to accident, he was far away in Chu Zhongshan of the Eternal Continent. It was also due to accident, perhaps because of the balance of time and space, or because of God's trick. The two souls exchanged bodies with each other. If you cross to Chu Zhongshan in the Eternal Continent, you will gradually adapt and accept your new identity after experiencing the initial panic. As a Chu Zhongshan who has experienced all kinds of hardships and crossed the earth, he also quickly adapted to his new identity and life. As a child born in a family, Chu Zhongshan, who crossed the earth, attaches great importance to family ethics, and he doesn't like modern technology. So he returned to his hometown again. While representing Chu Zhongshan Jingxiao, who crossed the Eternal Continent, he used his eyesight and skills to do stone carving, and became the first stone carving master in Longshuo country. At the same time, under the arrangement of his parents, he married a girl in Lincoln a year ago and gave birth to a pair of twins. After understanding Chu Zhongshan's life on Earth, Chu Zhongshan in independent space sighed and decided not to disturb the lives of his elderly parents. Master, Huang Lao, sect martial uncle, I'll pick up Yuner first, and then return directly to the family. Turned around and told Zhao and Jun, and others that Chu Zhongshan didn't tear the void and disappeared directly into an independent space.